Tell me when. Don't. SEAL and Navy SEALs are equipped with K-bars, and K-bars take out human beings, not pigs. But this is a K-bar right here, and it says Sky Diamonds University on one side, and it says Extreme Ownership on the other side. And before we went live, Mr. Josh Biggers said, "Hey, can I take that into the ring with me, and can we make this a death match?" What's up, big time?
What's going on, buddy?
How you doing, brother? Hey, Mr. Freedom is here, and if you haven't seen Mr. Big Time, he has been on the front lines of war, and one of the things that is a theme of this actual stream is to sometimes you have to change up things. BDR kind of laid down what he was doing to fight for his country's rights, to fight for truckers' rights, to fight for roofers' rights, to fight for everyone's rights, and I was inspired. And we've got a mission together today to have you come to the Blue Collar American Dream Conference. He stepped up to a challenge to a cage match. And he ain't no bullshitter. And this challenge is good for him. He's going to tell you why. But more importantly, we're doing it because all ticket sales to this event is actually going to benefit Folds of Honor. And today, 100% of ticket sales to the event is going to benefit Folds of Honor. And Folds of Honor is a charity that is for Gold Star families. Speaker Dan Rooney founded the charity. Gold Star family is someone who's been lost in service. And essentially, a lot of people are lost in service, but die from suicide. My uncle passed away from suicide, and that's a tragic. I know contractors and people growing their business, they think in terms of war. There's no more big sacrifice than giving your life. So I can only imagine what we can do to raise money for kids. These monies are gone for scholarships, and the reality is that we have a university, Sky Diamonds, and the scholarship that we want to help with is helping people get off the roof, scale big, grow, and sometimes you are a mix between both worlds. And I got my man Josh here. Josh, big time. What made you want to get involved in all this craziness?
Like you mean the freedom movement?
Yeah, I'm talking about the freedom movement, and then I'm talking about what I got going on too.
Well, the freedom movement just got involved with that because I felt that our fundamental rights were under attack, which they were. We lost a lot of rights over the pandemic. They infringed on many of the fundamental rights of Canadians all over the country. So I had to stand up with everybody else. When the truckers came into our capital, they kind of set a precedent that everyone could come up there and stand with them. And we stood by the truckers. We all stood together, and it was an amazing time. There's so much unity, and the country kind of set a pace for the world. We became a vision for the whole world to stand up for what we believe in the fundamental rights of human beings around the whole entire globe.
Hallelujah. I went into an airport and there was no mask, and it felt like an incredible feeling the first time. But there's still limitations in Canada. What are they still limiting?
You can't, so if you're unvaccinated, you can't fly anywhere. You can't do public transit. Certain camps for kids, they're vaccinating kids. Kids get vaccinations to join these fundraiser camps. There's a bunch of different things around the country that they're still pushing on people. But you can fly out of Buffalo without a vaccination. So
that's how you're going to get to the Blue Collar American Dream Conference. We're going to smuggle you into America. And more importantly, we had somebody back out of a match, and we started talking. He said, "Fuck that, I'll step up for that. I think that's a good thing. I've always wanted to do that." So more importantly, it's about you've been training. You've had to make some sacrifices. Talk to us a little bit about what you've been doing preparing for this fight.
Well, I probably haven't prepared much as I should because I'm so busy, working and then doing all the Freedom events because I'm doing a lot of performing and speaking as Mr. Freedom every weekend. I have 5 little places to speak this weekend alone. So I'll be busy, but I've been trying to just eat better, and basically I quit drinking and I quit smoking weed. So and I pushed 40. I turned 40 last week. So I don't know, but I think I'm a good roofer. I'm not as good as I once was, but I can be good once as I ever was.
Hell yeah, man. And more importantly, guys, we have a lineup. It's the first ever Blue Collar Fight Club. One of my students is going to headline the event, and I'm so excited. I'm about to make some fight news, but we have like 8 different fights. We have MMA fights, we have boxing fights, kickboxing. Dustin Poirier is going to be there. It's going to be crazy because his coach Tim has actually took me and beat me up before. He trained me for my fight, and he's going to be speaking. He's a large loss insurance guy. He does a lot of contracting, and I'm really, really excited about the night because you are going to be performing. And so you said you've been doing these performances. So, a lot of us have heard, I heard this recent song for homeowners. It really wasn't a G-rated song. That was good.
It's Justin Bieber song.
I want you to perform that one along with the Freedom stuff. So what have you been performing for these guys?
So we're probably going to do, I'll do Freedom, but I'm probably going to sing most of my roofing songs that most people in the industry have heard over the last 7 or 8 years, and they enjoy. So we're going to probably bust out our new one, Fuck Yourself, which is an instant classic, right? It's about a homeowner. I'm not allowed to swear?
Yeah, we're good.
All right. And it's about a homeowner not liking your high price, so you just tell him you're the best, and that's just the way it is. If he doesn't like it, he can go eat pound salt,
So where did you get the musical inspiration for such a hardcore tune?
Well, I have daughters, Riley, and they love Justin Bieber. So I just kept hearing that song, it's Love Yourself, and I just figured, you know what fit better than Love Yourself, Good F you.
Listen, guys, I don't know if you wanted to tell a customer that, but of course, we have to always smile and say what we want. BDR is a bit of a character, and he says what's on our minds a lot of times in his skits. And a lot of people don't realize it is a skit. And more importantly, guys, we're trying to get the message out today. And the message is that you got to sometimes fight for your dreams. And one of the things that BDR came to me about is like, man, let's figure out how I could get to America, how I could do some business across the country, how we could make this thing really scale, how you could build a team. And so what do you think it's the biggest challenge for guys that are busy, that are working with building a team, building a business?
That are busy working, trying to scale up to a different degree, would be letting go of actually working on the roof, right? That would be one of the hardest things to do if you're set in that environment where you're working all the time and you're not really selling. You're selling and working, but that would be the biggest feat is to finally let go of the labor-intensive work and then concentrate more on the sales end of things rather than, like I said, the extensive labor.
Yeah, buddy. I mean,
in Canada, we don't have big labor force like you guys do. Canada's a smaller country. The demographic's a lot smaller, so we don't have a large demographic. Our population per capita is a lot smaller than any state.
Yeah, man, and honestly, you look at what's going on, and that's why basically everybody can make complaints about the divisive nature of America. You can make complaints about red versus blue. But the reality is there's still a lot of economic opportunity where we live. We have to be grateful. And, here we are. We're trying to grow our business. The worst thing that can happen is we can fail. We can fall on our face. And give me some hearts. If you've ever really been worried about putting food on your family's plate, and you've had to really think. I mean, should I go out there and actually earn? Should I go out there and do the work? Should I go out there and sell the job? Or should I build something that takes a little bit longer, that pays a little bit over term? And there's been so many times, many of us, because the bills are right now, we've had to go do that job, go sell that job. And I think that's the biggest challenge I see over the last 7 years working with guys is it takes a little bit longer, but it's like the more that you're educating people in your business, the more income that you make and the more that you have a little bit of time. And so I hated teachers growing up, but you, my friend, have been a teacher of mine when it comes to content. And that's what I want you to teach people is I feel like they overthink what it means to break out of obscurity or become known. Or really the biggest challenge most people have is people don't know who they are.
They're always pretending, like especially on social media, they want people to accept them, so they're maybe not being themselves all the time. Right, so they want to put on an image rather than being themselves, and sometimes that's not a good thing. You just be who you are, because then that's people understand that more. People relate to that more, right? And I mean, you can see that in my content. I'm not being myself, but I'm expressing myself. I'm talking about the downsides of the industry. Making jokes that make people laugh. So some people might, at the beginning of my career as a comedian, might have thought it was a bad thing, to make myself appear that way. But, it didn't really, I mean, look at me now. I'm still doing stuff with it. I make money at it. I perform. I do music. It kind of opened up a gateway for me to express myself more.
Yeah, and if
anybody to express themselves truthfully,
If you don't know BDR's whole background, he makes really funny videos, but they're very controversial. And you'd think that a homeowner would watch those videos and think, oh my God, I would never do business with that guy. And what are your homeowners that see you drinking beer on a roof, making funny music, saying weird stuff about homeowners? What do they say when they come across you on YouTube?
Some homeowners love it. Like some other people just don't know, because a lot of homeowners aren't looking up at my YouTube channel, because that's not what comes up when they look for my business, Bigger Roofing. But people have hired me just on that. Like, I want that guy, he's so funny. And then when I get there, they want, like, I'm having a barbecue. At the end of the day, they want a couple beers and they want to be in the video. Like, can I be the homeowner you yell at? Like, sure, why not? So, I mean, a lot of people like to be part of something, especially now that it's grown and it's popular. It's popular. A lot of people know it around the world. So, I mean, it's kind of broken that veil. At first, there are some people that, there's always that negative person, like, oh, you're going to lose everything, you're an idiot. But meanwhile, that person would say that, but they would never express themselves or do anything to make themselves different. They were just kind of blending in with the crowd, right? So
it goes to show that even if
blending with,
like, if you haven't seen BDR's videos, he could be smoking pot on a video. He could be drinking on a video. He could be cussing a customer out. He's doing a lot of things that we think about doing. And he says a lot of times this might have been a version of himself when he was a younger man. Now he's 40 years old. He can look back at this guy and laugh. And he makes fun of him by really just recreating moments that have happened in the past. And so we all love it. I love it. I think it's amazing. Even though I'm more on the sales side, I look at what you create and I think, wow, man, you're so creative. You create good content. And, when it come down to it, you're somebody I really, really, really support. So as you made this movement into this freedom and I saw how fight for your American dream and what we were doing, it just all made sense. And so, the biggest challenge is, dude, you're going to step into a cage with me, dude. I've been training. I've been training. And it's going to be serious now. And we really are. We're going to go to war in there. And the point is that we want, why are you doing this?
Because you asked me. No, I think it's a cool thing. It's for charity. I mean, I've always, I'm a roofer. I haven't been in a million to my life. Like, we're not throwing mitts or anything. So I think it's just a good thing for an event. All people, especially online, like, you see these people arguing online. They always like, I'm going to fight you and stuff. So it's just kind of like a good idea. Like, maybe roofers that are getting in arguments online that want to kick each other's ass, maybe they just sit in the ring like a gentleman, and wrestle it out and see if you can tap somebody out, right?
Hey, man, and that's what I actually had started with. Is it was me versus another person who he will not be named, but he who will not be named backed out. And so then it was like, you know what? BDR is crazy enough to get in the ring with me, and we're doing submission grappling, but there is going to be knockouts. We're going to be awarding prizes for knockout of the night. I'm going to be out there like on my Dana White shit. I can't wait to be offering bonuses. I got my boy. He's a world champ, and I'm working on his opponent, and I'm finalizing some deals. It's like I got all these different things going on, because to match up about 8 to 10 different fighters, it's actually a big challenge. As a matter of fact, recently I sponsored this event with Tim Crater, one of the speakers. He runs Bayou Fighting Championship, and this is out of Louisiana, and a lot of people ask, Lee, how do you recruit? Well, guys, one of the things that you do to get good people, to find workers, is you have to be around where people are. And people, this was a Youngstown, Youngsville, Louisiana, like craft fair where everybody was out there selling goods. And at Saturday night, there was a fight night. And of course, Tim, he had fighters that were matched up. I can't hear me. Am I still good? We had fighters that are matched up, and our RCA paid a good amount of money to be able to be mentioned on the pay-per-view, to be able to have a booth at the event. And sure enough, we gave out koozies. Everybody's drinking beer. Sure enough, we had plastic little golf balls. People are throwing these things around. But we're doing free roof inspections, free solar evaluations. But more importantly, what we had was a booth recruiting people, giving people free tickets to the conference for if they were looking to get into the business. And it's funny because, you know, I invested a lot of time, effort, and energy, but it's not just a one-time thing with him. He's what we call an influencer, because Tim, he runs MMA gyms, and he has necessarily a fight club. When you have a fight club, you have to be a communicator between multiple MMA gyms. Multiple MMA gyms have competitive young men. They have old business guys that want to be good. And so these are great places to network, to sell roofing solar, or potentially to recruit people to work in your business. And, you know, people think that you got to hire an influencer. You got to hire somebody like Dustin Poirier, who I did hire. But maybe Tim, his coach, might end up actually helping me more, because he's going to give me more of his time and attention and individually breaking down how we help people in his community build character, confidence, and freedom in my industry, and how we can help people with people that need solar deals, that need roofing deals, and how he can make a commission. And so the bottom line is that Tim's going to be at the event, and the truth is it's really hard to put together one of these things. And we're going to have about 8 fights. There's going to be heavyweight MMA. There's going to be guys with multiple fights. There's going to be pro fights. I'm investing into the fights. I'm paying some of the fighters. And, you know, the reality is that, you know, me and BDR, we're doing submission grappling. So that means we're going to go in there with no gi. The door's going to shut, and somebody's going to be submitted. And he's been training in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, but Jocko's going to be there. And if you don't know Jocko, he's the man who wrote Extreme Ownership, and now's when I want to give away his knife, because I want to say thank you to everyone who came here to support this. And if you want to go ahead right now and share the stream, you're going to get an opportunity to win this knife. This is Jocko's knife. This was about almost $250. I sent this to all my elite clients as a gift. And it says Extreme Ownership. You know, having a bit of extra security next to your bed, maybe if your gun's not there, is a great place to hide this. But, you know, we used it out on the hunting trip recently. I put a post up. This is a real sharp son of a bitch. It comes with, of course, your K-bar holster. And I want to package this up and to send this. So what you got to do to win this live stream is comment Jocko's knife. Comment Jocko's knife right now. I'm looking at the live stream. I can see who's here. And I want you to share the stream. And I'll send you this knife, $250 value. And you can put it up in your office. You can put it up wherever. You know, as we sit here and we wait, just comment Jocko's knife if you're interested in grabbing this right now. Go ahead and share the stream. Look, here's what we're doing. Once we get inside that cage, mister, we're going to go to war. And there's going to be someone submitted. But when we're done, we're going to put on a show. We're the first bout. And afterwards,
nice.
I want to give you the microphone and kind of let you be the MC and crack jokes all night and make fun of people. And it's going to be a great time because it's going to be like WWE. You're going to be like this. There's going to be a DJ. We're gonna go out there. We're gonna do our match. We're gonna get it over first thing. It's not like we're gonna have to wait and watch everybody else fight because I want to enjoy the violence. All the people that are really beating the shit out of each other, they're later on in the night. Me and you, we're gonna do submission grappling. It's gonna be fun, and all the roofers in the world want to see the salesman get choked out. All the other roofers out there that are door-to-door roofers that are storm chasers that don't like me. I got a lot of people don't like me. I got a lot of people that want to see me.
I got a secret weapon. I didn't do. I'm going to drink a bunch of beers before I get in the ring. It's
fun to watch. More importantly, it's going to set a precedent. And what that's going to do is, like Josh said, when people have beefs online, they're going to come to the Blue Collar Fight Club. And we're going to give you an opportunity to settle your beef in the ring, and we're going to give you a chance to promote your company. Maybe get some sales recruits, maybe get a little bit of publicity. Hell, some of my biggest competitors, guys that stole sales guys from me, I knew some of them fought. So, when you're putting together a fight, it doesn't matter in business that you've had some altercations. I'm like, hey, bro, I want you out of my fight. Can you bring me some fighters? I'm trying to put together a good event. No, I called my buddy. I said, I know how much that guy over there loves recruiting my guys. You tell him, come on, I'll give you a free ticket. Okay, looky there. First one to do it is the winner. My man, Donovan Raven. You win right here. Jocko's Knife. Y'all give him some hearts.
Yeah.
Donovan Raven, you know what? I'm going to have you on the show a little bit later. Donovan's out of Oklahoma. He was a one-man-in-the-truck guy. He's built a team recently. He's killing it in solar, and I can't wait to hear your story. I'm going to ship you another one of these knives. I know I already sent you one, but, dude, I got two, and having a couple of them's great. Hey, man, I'm going to send you one of these knives too, Josh. Do you do any hunting? Do you do any fishing? What do you do in your hobbies? What do you do for fun?
Yeah, we hunt. We got a family hunt camp we've had for 80 years, man. Our family's all about hunting. We've hunted. It's a generational thing. And last time I
lost you.
hunting in Texas. It was amazing. Oh, yeah, I love hunting.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you, brother.
All right. All right, for some reason I lost him on you're working it out? All right, great. All right, guys, so who's pumped up about seeing this epic fight? Josh is there to make it fun. See, the reason why my conference is a little bit different is we do it. I'm a better entertainer, but Josh is an amazing entertainer. Dude, this man is incredibly talented in his art form. This little spin-off of the Justin Bieber song, it's catchy. It could gain some real popularity. All right, I like it. I think it could be your best roofer song yet. I mean, it's a little explicit, but, that's how I like it. And so a lot of roofers are hardcore. If you're hardcore, you're going to like it. He's going to do a performance, but he's also going to be cracking jokes. And hopefully, hey, what do you think about this shit with Dave Chappelle? You think Will Smith has done something crazy? I mean, the guy comes up, he tackles him on stage, and then gets the shit beat out of him. Did you see that guy after he tackled Dave Chappelle? What happened?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Don't fuck with Dave Chappelle.
I think the Will Smith one was fake.
Yeah, the Will Smith one was definitely fake. But the Dave Chappelle guy, the fucked up face from that dude did not look fake. His arm was twisted.
I didn't see the fight, though. I couldn't find any videos.
Oh, no. That they beat him up in a closet and threw him out the back door. So, what do they call that in Canada?
Well, that's the backdoor greeting, buddy. Take you back and give you the 1-2. Hey,
give you the 1-2. Well, hopefully, when you're out there cracking jokes on roofers, they don't take it personally and they don't try to take you out. But my man BDR's been training, so you roofers that don't know jiu-jitsu, this man, he quit drinking, he quit smoking, he's in the jiu-jitsu gym, he's focused, he's willing to get in there with me, and doesn't matter what happens. This willingness to not care what happens. See, a fighter doesn't care if he wins or loses. And as a matter of fact, in my first fight, Josh, I'm 0-1. I lost my first fight. And, a lot of people out here, they were probably buying the pay-per-view, hoping that maybe they got to see a knockout like Nate Robinson, Jake Paul, fall flat on your face, dribble your head on the ground. And I fought this dude. It was 190 pounds. And the guy had fights. I didn't have fights. He was more experienced than me, dude. I was going thrown to the wolves. My coaches were like, Lee, what the fuck are you doing? You're fighting up a weight class. You're 36. This guy's younger. And the point was, I didn't care. I wanted to get it off my back. I wanted to cross it off the bucket list. It was the right time. It was my time. It was my place. It was one of the best nights of my life. You couldn't put any dollar amount on it. I didn't win the fight, but out of all the young guys in South Florida, there's a really big MMA and fight scene, and we got fight of the night. And so I didn't care. I lost.
Oh, good.
I put on a good show, and the reality is, me and you are going to have a good time. We're going to put on a good show, but then there's people that are going to get knocked the fuck out. And they're going to do it for a good cause. I can't wait. And we're going to fucking have song. We're going to have lots of drink. And, I mean, you might have to go into character. I mean, I don't know, BDR. All your sobriety after your fight, you might have to break character a little bit.
I might have to have a couple cold beers. I might have to smoke a spliff.
Okay, well, if you want to smoke a spliff with BDR.
Bring my suits, though, buddy. I'm bringing my fucking suits. I'll have my money big time, so you fucking can count on that, right?
Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. So Big Time's getting in the cage. Me and Big Time are getting in the cage first. Here's how it's going to go down, just so you know how the first night's going to go down. I told everybody I'd kind of tell you how the conference was going to play out. For one, my conference is at the Diplomat Hotel. It's 5-star. It was really expensive, but I got an incredible room block. The room block ends today. And so that's why we did this telethon. If you go ahead and get your tickets now, I can get you hooked up with the room block. The rooms are 50% off. That's one of the coolest things about the conference is we're all staying in the conference. I always liked the first Win the Storm when we all stayed in the same Hard Rock Hotel. It was a lot of fun. And so remember that Win the Storm conference? Were you there?
I was there.
Yeah.
I went to a bunch of them. I don't know if I really remember them, though.
Hopefully we stay in tune on the earth long enough and down to earth enough that we do remember more. But more importantly, this is how it's going to go down. So Dustin Poirier and Jocko Willink have a message for us Friday as soon as we walk up. And one thing I love about like Friday evening is the anticipation of the event. And so Jocko's going to talk about how, his pursuit of like learning and jiu-jitsu made him a better leader, and really how it applies to business, how it applies to life, how it applies to him being an educator. And of course, Dustin Poirier, my friend Tim Crater actually started training with him right after he got out of juvenile, or basically he was in trouble he's a troubled kid, 20 years old, in and out of jail, beating people up. He got to train in an MMA gym, and my man Tim was a guy who basically taught him discipline and character confidence and freedom through fighting. Now, we have a different vehicle. We're trying to build money and sell it through jobs, but Dustin did it with his fists. And men and women, we live in a world where we respect the man that can do it with his fist. And we've seen Dustin go to war, and he's a different kind of fighter. Give me some hearts if you like watching Dustin Poirier go to war. Who saw the Dustin Poirier versus Justin Gaethje fight? It's almost like those two almost killed each other on their feet. And, Justin Gaethje's fighting Oliveira for the championship this weekend. But the cool thing is that Dustin's going to be there with us. Jocko's going to be there with us. We're going to sit down. We're going to get pumped up, and we're not just going to be talking about business. We're talking about building our character confidence and freedom, physical, mental, spiritual things. How has fighting on the ground, getting maced, fighting actual tyranny brought you closer to your higher power?
I'll tell you right now, buddy, our government and our country, they've done some evil things, and I literally found faith in humanity a little bit. I had a spiritual awakening in those days in Ottawa. Those people are just literally they attack elderly women, and they pepper sprayed grown men, so we couldn't do anything. Like if you even approached the police officers in Ottawa, they would arrest you and beat the shit out of you. So I was just in Ottawa last week standing up for the Vets for Freedom. The actual veterans were attacked, protecting the war monument in our country by our own leadership. And they attacked the vets, beat the shit out of them. So we went up there last weekend to pay our respects with the Vets for Freedom, and we laid a wreath on their monument, and it's kind of Canada hasn't had more Canadian flags hanging in this country ever. I mean, we look more like Americans with the patriotism all over the place hanging our flags. So when you get beat down and beat up, you get back up again. It just makes you stronger. You know.
Look, guys, let's support this movement, BDR, right now. We're raising capital, and if you text 239-537-2251, get your tickets. You can get access to the virtual pay-per-view access for $250. $50 would usually go, but 100% is going today. 100% of that money would go. So, look, if you text 239-537, we can get you virtual access to the event, even if you can't come. We want you there in person, though, because it's going to be crazy. Josh is going to be doing his presentation of how to grow on social media and how to get out there and tell your story. But he's also going to be doing a performance and fighting in a cage to show you that sometimes it's just about being courageous. Sometimes it's just about being willing to look silly. Sometimes it's just about putting yourself out there. And that's how you get the most out of life. It's not always about making more money. That's why I love Josh's movement. That's why I love what he's doing. Is he's raising the status for roofers. He's given us hope, and he's just through laughter. And the reality is, guys, he's done a lot for our industry. So give him some hearts, and go ahead and text 239-537-2251. Come and get a ticket to the event. Right now we're doing specials, 2 for 1. So you spend $1,000, you get 2 tickets. $1,000 goes to Folds of Honor. Or you get $250, you get pay-per-view access to the fight. You get pay-per-view access to Friday speeches, Saturday speeches, Sunday speeches. And now we've got our next guest, Josh. Thank you so much for visiting us. Give him a round of applause. Give him some hearts for joining us.
Bless you, brother.
We're doing this for 5 hours straight. All the proceeds go to Folds of Honor. God bless you, buddy. Can't wait to see you in the ring. Can't wait to see you perform. Can't wait to hear you talk about YouTube, Facebook growth, and jumping out of your uncomfortable comfort zone. So thanks a lot, brother.
All right, buddy. Yeah, God bless you, pal.
All right, guys. Here we go. Our next guest. Oh, man. Wasn't that good? Wasn't that fun? This is my man, Trey, dude. Trey, what's up, brother? Welcome to the Folds of Honor fundraiser. This is going to be a really, really exciting. I brought you on as the first case study, the first of someone who attended the conference last year, who had never met me in person, who really didn't have any experience with me, didn't have a lot of experience in the business or going to conferences. And, I really can't wait to unpack what's happened ever since. And so inside of this episode here, this is going to spend about 30 minutes with Trey. We're going to unpack basically where Trey started, the origins of starting with your hands. Blue collar work is about working with your hands. This man knows about working with his hands. He also knows something. Oh my God, get me over here. He knows something about using one of these too, man. This guy right here, he's a gutting son of a bitch. Sir. You got to check him out on his YouTube. He kills elk and documents the whole process. And so he's going to give you a way that you can subscribe to him on YouTube. I just gave away one of these. I've already sent Trey one of these. But basically, guys, Trey was a farmer. He grew up on a farm. And now he's on the path to be a blue-collar millionaire. He's got a multi-million-dollar business. He's an example of coachable, honest, hardworking, entrepreneur-minded. He's young. He's hungry. He represents the new breed of roofer. And, man, welcome, brother. Glad to have you here, man.
Thanks for having me on, Lee. Appreciate you.
So how did you hear about my conference last year?
I think it was on Facebook ads, honestly. I started, if you're a roofer, you're obviously searching roofing-related things, and then that's how Lee gets you, right? Using that artificial intelligence. And then started seeing your ads, and I honestly thought your landing page was a little bit not informative enough. But hey, I saw Ed Milet on there, I saw Brad Lee on there, and I'm like, hey, Lee's got to be doing something right if he's got these guys here. So booked the ticket, and then the rest is history.
So when you got to the event, I think this really, a lot of people, if you haven't come to my event, want to know from Trey's perspective what it was like. You walk in, what happened?
So, man, that's a good question. So I think I booked an Airbnb. I should have went to the hotel. That's a tip for you. You walk in and you're just blown away. Multi-million-dollar mansion hotel, top-notch service, and bunch of roofers, man. Just being in the room with different roofers, guys your age, seeing my, I think the day one Myron spoke and you spoke, and it was just mind blowing. I mean, the amount of information I got on day one was enough for me to go home and have my life changed. So
Well,
nothing but talk.
let's talk a little bit about what you were doing. You were doing commercial roofing before. You had coatings experience. You were a good salesman before you ever met me. I know you were. You're a good salesman, bro. So, but my point is what were you doing before you came to the conference? What was your business model?
My business model wasn't a business model. I just knew I wanted to be in business for myself, and I was looking for structure. Hey, I didn't know how to do bookkeeping, didn't know how, what do you even do to get started? Do you get a LLC? Do you get a license? Do you get insurance? What do you do, right? So I was just looking for mentorship, honestly. But what I was doing before I came to the event, um, I, was just scrapping it out of my home office, going on to Google, creating a Google My Business. And I was just, hey, I'm a roofer, call me if you need anything, right? And I was getting some leads. I think I had done a direct mail campaign, spent $5,000 on that, and I got 3 leads, got 1 job off of that. So I had maybe sold 3 jobs, a couple repairs and 3 replacements before I came to your event. I was 3 months in business and sold 3 legit installs. So I was just didn't know how I was going to pay for anything, and I was just getting started, 3 months into business when I
And
came to the event, and
yeah,
I had pretty much nothing.
you taught me a lot because you taught me that we can take someone from scratch, from basically
Yep.
just getting started, and you can go to the top fast. You taught me that. So I'm very grateful. Now, you did something that a lot of people have a hard time doing, and that is commit now, figure it out later. And during the event, you were challenged and you accepted that challenge. And, a lot of times people are curious, like, if I'm genuine and you have a really close relationship with me, what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, I think I was a lot of your ads. So a lot of people, if they know you only from your ads and things, you teach us to have a different energy when we're doing, ad. You have to grab people's attention. So a lot of times that may come off as cocky or arrogant. But the reality is, if you want to make money, especially through the internet, you have to have that. I mean, you go look at different YouTubers all over the world. They've all got a different energy when they're on video than when they shut the video off. So my first impression is that you're very genuine and you're a fucking roofer. I mean, good lord, like I was just blown away talking to your dad at the event, talking about, stories of you, with your direct mail. Your dad told me at the event about the every door direct mail thing, and I was like, man, I've been around roofers my whole life and none of them knew even about every door direct mail. So you're very genuine. You're a roofer through and through. I think that's my biggest takeaway is you've been roofing your whole life. And yeah, I mean, it shows. You got tons of knowledge that I didn't expect that out of you, right? So
Yeah, that's what
that's
people
my
think.
biggest
They think
takeaway.
I'm just a salesman. They don't get it. But that's why
Yeah.
when people ask me what's different about my event, I say me. I say it's my system. I say I'm a better entertainer. I have a better system. I have better case studies. And no one can hold your attention from stage at the events because they suck. Their system sucks. They suck from stage and they don't have really people buy their stage. They don't have anything to give. And so when Trey came to me, he had a few jobs. He told you he sold 3 jobs. How many jobs did you sell last year after the conference? How many jobs have you
I
sold since the conference? Since that conference?
since I don't know. It's gotta be over 100 for sure. I can just tell you so far this year we've sold 1.4 million. And last year we did 1.4 million. From the conference till the end of the year we sold 1.4. It was 1.3 396,000. So it was 1.4. We've already matched that so far this year. So I don't have a number of jobs. I can just tell you we are blowing up. Absolutely blowing up.
So a business in his first year, never done but 3 roofs, does 1 million in his first year. Then in his second year is on pace to do 6 million and maybe even more. if you land commercial, because you do. He already has shown he's got. So tell us about your commercial deals that paid for the whole program.
Yeah. So that's, you taught me how to look for damage. That's the other thing. It's like you can't just think you want to do insurance and then go do it. You actually have to get what are you looking for, what is damage, and all those things. So you have your course, and Cagney is a great resource too to teach you that. But my commercial story is after I came home from the conference, I think I hadn't been on the roof. I got on this commercial roof. It was a 150 square foot metal roof, and the guy needed a repair done, so I sold him on a $3,500 coating repair. Well, since the conference, I've been getting trained up on the insurance process. I go back out for another service call in a different area of the building. Now I have the knowledge, right? What is storm damage? And I get up there and I'm just standing on a diamond, and I don't even know it. So I went back in, we filed the claim, got approved, and it was over a $200,000 deal. So,
Nice.
and and I made more money off of that job than I ever made in 1 year, right? So it's just a matter, you gotta have that knowledge of knowing what to look for, and you gotta have someone helping you.
Well,
Otherwise,
this is the funny thing. You're about to pass up a lot of the guys maybe watching this in your second year. And a lot of it is because you're coachable. And so at 6 million, you're really better than most roofers. And so at 6 million bucks, you got a team. Tell them about like the recruiting and how. Oh, what's up, Dustin? That's badass, man. Dustin Bauer says, "Good job, man." So whenever, tell us about hiring your first salesman and then building a team.
yeah, that's interesting. So I've actually, hired my brother as my first salesman, and the reason I wanted to pick him was because I knew he could be good at it, and I knew I had an opportunity. That's just the thing. Since I've been at the conference, I understand opportunity now, and it truly is. Hey, do you want to take control of your life? Well, hey, roofing sales is a great way to do that, right? And so that's why I approached him as my first salesman, is because I wanted to give him opportunity to get out of labor like he was in and have him run my leads for me. So the process wasn't easy. Even though he was my brother, he was hesitant. But once he got started, the rest is history. I mean, he's making crazy money now, right? So, and then from there, I hired two other friends of mine. So I haven't actually hired a salesman off of Indeed or off of marketing. So, but that is my next step. I just had recently had a storm, Lee, and close to where I live, and I understand now that I need more guys to truly like scale. So we're going to be working on that in the
Well,
future.
when you hit a storm, you
I
hit that
did.
911 button, bro. You call me, you blow me up, you tell me you need help. Dude, don't be afraid to ask for help. You should have told me that already.
Yeah.
Here's the deal. He's on this
Yeah.
first step, selling his first million in his first year. This is the thing that's different about me than other people. This is my scaling roadmap. I've generated hundreds of millions of dollars for myself, and like he told you, he started with zero. He did 1.4 last year. He's going to do 6. In the last 2 years, we tracked 200 million that we've created for our clients through our leads and salespeople that we help recruit, or the leads that we help generate, or that we help train. And we don't take credit for Trey's success. He did it all. But it's literally the next step. He hired his first rep. Now he's getting his office admin set up for project management, building his production flow. But it's really this like scaling of the recruiting system, this how to become a social sales king. And now you have a couple of guys. I see that you are on Instagram and you're really kicking ass on Instagram, man. Good job. So what are you doing to recruit more? Is that working for you? What's your team look like now? Talk to us about that.
Yeah, so I hired basically a social media manager, and you got to get the content to the manager. That's the big key. You gotta have your salesman sending inspection photos, photos of the work. The project manager's got to send. You got to get the content to one source. Then you need someone in charge to post. And I've got people calling me and says, "Trey, it looks like you're blowing up." I'm like, and they're like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I don't even see my own Instagram. I just got paid somebody to do it." So it's about taking ownership and having someone in charge to consistently post. And it's actually my sister, the one that's doing it, and happy to pay her to do it. It works. You don't need some social media company, in my opinion. You just need someone that's going to be in charge of it. We did a post that I'm looking to hire a project manager. This guy saw the post, and he's actually this is his first week as my first project manager, just off of Facebook organic posts. So you got to be on there. You got to get noticed, and it works.
Okay, so the thing is, man, I'm so proud of this young man. Me and you were about to get you to 10 million before you can like even blink, bro, cuz like you said you had a hailstorm. Tell us a little bit about your hailstorm. Shout out your business. Say let's hit a little call to action here on now you got some people. Let's see what's going on over there in your neck of the woods.
Yeah, so Bolivar, Missouri is a small town, about 20,000 people roughly, and has had about, I think it was around 10,000 homes hit. And it was one of those storms where siding is ripped up. I mean, it's just bad. You know, it's a bad storm. A lot of homeowners are without siding on their homes. There's stucco missing on the side of commercial buildings. It's really bad. And so, yeah, if you're in Bolivar, give us a call. We're here to help. We're local roofing company 30 minutes away from our office. So we're one of the better equipped contractors, in my opinion, to get help out there. Our issue is just we need help. You know, we need more salesmen to
All right, so here's
go
what I
knock more
want you to do,
doors and
Trey.
meet more people.
I want you to fucking buy 10 tickets and donate them. You'll get 2 for 1. All right, but you're gonna buy 10 tickets for your next salesman, and you're gonna give these tickets to them. You're gonna do it for a good cause. It's very simple. This is what you call basically commit now, figure it out later. And then you're gonna run ads. You're gonna say, come see Jocko Willink. Come see Dustin Poirier. I'm doing this in every single market. I'm running Facebook ads targeting their followers. And I'm saying, you want a free conference ticket? Then here's what you got to do. You got to show up to this Zoom call. And I send them to my recruiting call. And during the recruiting call, they hear about the business opportunity and they either join my company or they don't. If they join my company during the recruiting call, I say, one of the benefits of joining my company is you get free tickets to this event. And so I'm going to be buying tickets for, I don't know, 250 people, all because I told each one of my sales reps, I got 150 sales reps. I told my managers, if you don't bring 5 people, you're fired. I told my sales reps, whoever brings the most people, you get $5,000. And, you know, so we going to have a party. And one of the things that I'm going to do is I'm going to teach people how to use live events to help people change their lives and recruit people through Zoom and through live events. And I'm going to do it right there. And all the people that show up that I give free tickets to, I'm going to just share with the whole audience. Like I got everybody warmed up, juicy, jumping around. I'm like, okay, turn to your left, find a roofer, get a job, go, go, go. And everybody's going to have this free for all. It's going to be amazing. No one's ever done that before. And so what you got to do though, is you did get free tickets to the event. And there is an investment, of course, of staying in, but you got to say, okay, I'll do that. I'll give away 10 tickets. I'll rent an Airbnb for 10 strangers from Kansas City. I'll bring them with me to Miami. I'll use this as bait to get their attention. Then I'll close them on knocking doors and selling roofs. And this is what I'm going to do. It's the 2-step hustle. And that's what I did at the Tim Crater's Fight Club. When we did a deal at Bayou Fight Club, we had not just, hey, we'll do your roof. We had banners, knock out inflation, Jocko, Dustin Poirier, Ed Milet, Tim Crater, free ticket. And then we got 5 men that want to change their life, that want to come to work and knock doors and run through walls, and they follow me on YouTube. And that's another thing that Trey does well. Trey, talk to them a little bit about your YouTube, where they can find you, what you put on your YouTube. It's not just about putting roofing stuff. Have you gotten anything from your YouTube in your business?
Yeah, I haven't gotten anything from my in my business from YouTube yet, but check me out on YouTube. It's the Bow Hike Experience. We go elk hunting every year. We do a little bit of fishing, and if you like, or if you're interested in elk hunting, definitely check my videos out. They're very raw. They're very motivational. I think you'll love them. We got last year we went to Montana, and we'll have a 5-part video coming out here soon, hopefully. And it'd be amazing. We shot three elk last year.
Dude, your brother is an amazing artist and documented it. You're awesome too, because he told me, he said, Tell us the story about you learning how to kill elk off YouTube and then failing and what you did to document that first kill.
Yeah, so it was similar than going to, as starting a business. I got hooked on the idea of elk hunting, and so I was like, I got prepared. Okay, let's go elk hunting. I spent 21 days, my first year in Colorado, elk hunting, and I did not kill an elk. I did not shoot at an elk. I did not have an opportunity to shoot at an elk.
21
But we didn't
days.
give up. 21 days. We went home. We spent all summer shooting my bow, learning, listening to podcasts, learning how to talk to elk, whatever I needed to do, I was making sure I'm getting done. And then the next year we went, I killed a 38-inch bull elk, probably the biggest bull I ever killed. And it was on the 5th day of our hunting trip. Absolutely changed the entire trajectory of my elk hunting career just by going home and not giving up. Average elk hunter kills an elk 1 out of 10 years, and I was able to do it now for 3-4 consecutive years. So it's just about the preparation, it's about being serious, and it's about having fun while you're doing it. That's
Amen,
it.
guys. And it shows that this man, it's not just about the money, it's about the lifestyle. And so if you want to go work a storm, if you want to be $1 million producer and go on these trophy elk hunts, you need to find the Bow Hike Experience on YouTube, find Trey Hostetler on Facebook,
Mhm.
follow him, befriend him. He's got a storm, move to Missouri, go sell for him. He's got leads, he's got all kinds of things. And Trey, are you in? Are you in? You're gonna bring 10 strangers to the event? You're gonna get 5 tickets?
I'm going to get 5 tickets. We'll see what happens.
Okay, so here's the deal. Tanya's gonna call you. We've got our first donation for $5,000 to Folds of Honor. Congratulations, Trey. You are bringing 5 strangers or 10 strangers. You get 2 for 1. So it's 10 tickets. And so I want you to bring people, and I'll help you get all set up. And we got something special for you when you come. You're gonna want those people there, and it's gonna make a big difference. I want all your people there. Try and get all your salespeople there. You want a big audience. So, guys, give this man a round of applause. He grew his business from 0 to 1.4 million, from 1.4 million in the first business quarter. He's going to do maybe 300, 400 roofs this year in his second year in business. And that's because he went to the conference, and you need to get to the conference. I don't care if you already know this shit. I don't care if you know roofing. You can learn the digital marketing. You can learn the recruiting. You ain't doing the branding. You don't have thousands of subscribers on YouTube. This young man, he has that. He has that. And so when he starts, he's kind of got to arm up on some of the old school that can't change. And this man in a year or two is going to be kicking contractors' ass, putting them out of business. And if I'm worried about should I go to the conference or not, I'm worried about guys like Trey growing up, hanging out around me. Because before long, this man's going to be doing $50 million. And he's going to be the biggest damn contractor in Missouri. And then the biggest contractor in the Midwest. And then I'm going to be challenging him for the biggest in the country, man. I really appreciate you, buddy. Appreciate having you, man. And one of the things I can say is like, guys, he inspires me and teaches me just as much. There's some things that you said today that really, reminded me, like having somebody do the social media management. Recently, I've got a new content person on the team. There's 2 sides to it. I want to give you my advice. Gary Vee says do it all yourself. Now, Gary Vee has a team. He thinks about it himself. What I want you to do is be more engaged and pay attention more. Don't think just because your sister is helping you be a duplicate that it doesn't take that real,
Right.
like, it's a little give and take of both. Now, me, I have so much going on with multiple businesses running that the social media doing all that, dude, it really is hard to do all the time. And sometimes I hit gaps because I don't always delegate that responsibility. And so, you're teaching me, and because I'm sitting here watching your posts, thinking about how effective you're doing it, and now you're telling me it's your sister, and I'm thinking, wow, this young man's teaching me something. So, truth is, guys, it doesn't matter how big you are, it doesn't matter how bad you are, how big your business is. You can learn from everybody. And that's what's beautiful about the event. You come in a safe community We've got a whole bunch of people, but we have a limited number of seats. And so if you know that you got plans on Memorial Day, but you want to donate to a good cause, 100% of ticket sales today go to Folds of Honor, and you can get access to virtual. You can get virtual access. All you have to do is text 239-537. If you want tickets to the event, we're doing 2-for-1 tickets right now, and 100% of proceeds go to Folds of Honor. It changed Trey's life. It'll change yours. You're going to hear from Trey, meet Trey, pick his brain. Can't wait to see you there, Trey. Appreciate you, buddy. We've got Scott Edwards up next. All right, brother.
Thanks for having me on, Lee.
Thank you, guys.
All
Man,
right.
isn't that an inspirational story? Isn't that what it's all about? Hearts out goes to my friend there, Trey. And this man right here is truly a winner. He's a champion. He's somebody you got to follow on Instagram, on TikTok. Scott Edwards, Mammoth Contracting. He's one of the biggest contractors in San Antonio. He creates great content. He's a marketer. Like, it's hard for a roofing contractor to be a marketer. And this man is truly a marketing genius in the making. He is really killing it. If you're in San Antonio, you've seen Mammoth. You've seen him on TV. You've seen him on Facebook. You've seen him on Instagram. You've seen him at the mall in Mammoth suits. This man has dressed up like a roof with his shirt off, been smacked in his belly with hailstones. He's been looked like all over San Antonio. Look, if people don't know you, they won't flow you. But this man is getting known. And he won the National Roofing League contest towards the end of the year last year. We had a contest, all the people in the elite group. Towards the end of the year, sometimes it gets hard. It gets hard to recruit. It gets hard to always be bought in, so I wanted to give him more excitement. And I put up a $10,000 prize, and this man fucking was ruthless. He was ruthless in winning. He had his whole team mount up. I'm going to have him tell you the story of how he won $10,000. What's up, Scott, man? Welcome, buddy. Appreciate having you, man.
Man, I got to tell you, man, I feel like I'm on the Kings of Comedy. I think I told you that before, man. Like hyping it up right before I joined the show, man. That's what's up.
Hey, that's what it's all about, dude. It ain't no joke. These people need to recognize that you're a man on the come up, and he's going to be featured because one of the things he told me last year was, I'm going to be on that stage. I'm going to be on that stage. You could see Scott was pissed off for greatness. He was mad that he was just really, you know what? And sometimes that's what it takes, guys. And so I want Scott to tell you his story, where he comes from. I'm going to peel it back a little bit and, tell him your darkest hour before you got into roofing. I think that's so inspiring. I love how you tell it on your recruiting call.
So part of my owner story, like I was, I'd done all kind of different stuff, and I was actually, by the way, this delay is kind of getting to me. So if I look a little frazzled, it's because I could see my hands moving, and then all of a sudden my hands are like moving 5 seconds later. It's like, but I was actually unemployed at the time, and just the short version of all that is I did all kind of different stuff in an effort to make $100,000. That was like the number I wanted in my head. I always wanted better for my family, and I wanted them to have experiences, and I just felt like I was in this rut where I was just waking up, getting coffee, going to work, and just, feeling like I was going nowhere. I didn't have any inspiration. And then I got unemployed. It was in the insurance business, and they let me go, and I was kind of last guy on the totem pole. So I was out of Chapter 7 about 7 months before I got in the roofing industry, and it was really by accident. I was called a guy that was in commercial insurance who was doing roofing at the time over in Arizona. And some guys were killing it. And he said, "Hey, man, you need to call these guys. They just had a storm hit their home market." And I called them and reached out to them, and they invited me up. And I said, "Yeah, I'll go try it out." And what was funny, right before that, I was going out to play golf with my friends, and I was looking for jobs, and I was going to play golf with my wife. As I was walking out the door, said, "Where are you going?" I said, "I'm going to go play golf. Me and Carter are going to go hit the sticks." And she's like, "Whose money are you going to use?" I'm like, "Well,
credit card."
Yeah. She's from Chicago, like tough as nails. She was like, "Look, like I'm paying rent. You need to go find a job." And so at that moment, it was kind of like, you know what? I'm not gonna let anybody tell me what I can do and feel like I'm a bum and not doing what I'm supposed to be doing to support myself. And so I just took the next thing that came along. And thank God it was roofing. It was something that I never thought would be a big money maker. And roofing's changed my life. And much like you, Lee, I'm I'm looking to change other people's lives to come into this industry. So I'm actually really excited about being able to go to that conference because connecting with all those people there, that's part of the reason that we worked together last year. Is I knew that with your connections in the industry and all the not just the great content that we get every week, but man, I knew that it was going to be a good investment, and it has been, because I made all kind of connections just from that event and from throughout the year with meetings with guys across the country that are looking to do the same thing, and that's grow their business. But anyways, I had great success that first year, and I stayed with them for 8 years, and every year I'd make more money and more money. That was the first career I'd ever made 100,000, and then the last year before I sold, I made a lot more than that, and that's when I started Mammoth. I saw some things that I wanted to do, and I felt like I could
See,
sort of
Scott
give
works
back.
for a big company, and we won't name them, but they're a factory of roofing salespeople, and sometimes the details get lost in the shuffle. And Scott thought he could do a better job. Is that right?
Yeah, I wanted to do it different.
Yeah.
I would, like you said, I would never say a bad word about these guys. They got me into the business. They've always took care of me. They were a great company to work for. I'll never say a bad word about them. But I wanted to do my own thing, and there's this deeper connection with my customers that I wanted, that I think we're really putting together, for us. And I'm not going to talk about my company. I'm just saying that you're right. Like I wanted to do it the way that I thought would be best to create a better
No, we're here to
market.
talk about your company because it's something to be proud of, man. The brand, the culture, the customer service reviews. It's the whole package, and that's what you have to be to stand out in the market today. And that's why people want to only do part of it, and they don't get the results they want. And sometimes they have to see a guy like Scott to understand this is what it takes. And so Scott started Mammoth. He had success as a GM, took good management training. See, he's been trained on recruiting. You knew how to recruit. You had a sales team. And so you walked into our conference. Now, compared to other conferences, and I don't want to like sales pitch testimonial, you just tell them like what's different about mine versus others.
I'll just say this. My dad went with me to that conference. My father-in-law, he works for our company, and he's actually retired. He just kind of helps us. He's a great salesman. He just kind of helps us. But he's been to, I would say, if I had to guess, I'd say at least 100 conferences, in his career, and or maybe more. I don't know. But he's been to a lot of them, and he said, and when we left that conference, he's like, man, that's one of the best conferences I've ever been to. Based on the impact of the speakers that we had. I mean, I don't know if anybody knows. I don't know if who have you released as far as who's speaking so far?
Myron Golden is that who you're talking about?
Yeah. So first of all, Myron Golden was amazing. Last year that he had Ed Milet, which now I'm a huge follower of Ed Milet. I've read all his stuff. And then it got me on a track with some of these thought leaders as far as mindset and success. And I'm telling you, man, that one event was really a catalyst that's helped me to really understand, like, look, like you can be a great leader. You can take this company where it's at and take it to the next level. And it really did that. It did that for me. I mean, I met a ton of people at that conference that had similar mindsets. And one thing that I noticed at that conference too, when I go to some of the conferences, it feels like everybody's kind of like this. Everybody's kind of like looking like get an edge, and they kind of, when you walk past them, it's like when you see a roofer in the street and they're knocking the same street. It's like but here it was like this communal like mindset, like, hey man, like we're in different markets, and even though guys in the same markets, I want to compete against the good guys, the guys that are doing things on the up and up, that are trustworthy, that aren't going to screw their homeowners or their suppliers, that they're going to do the right things. And I found that to be the case with some of the folks that I met out there. So it was a great experience for me. So.
Well, thank you guys, and that's why I wanted right now to know what this is all about. It's all about me donating 100% of ticket sales to the Blue Collar American Dream Conference going down May 27th through 29th at the Diplomat Hotel. That's Memorial Day, separation season. We're going to have fun. We have Friday night, fight night, and proceeds from that are going to Folds of Honor as well. Then we've got Jocko Willink, Dustin Poirier. We've got Ed Milet. We've got my friend Dan Rooney, the founder of Folds of Honor. And like I said, Folds of Honor really impacted me from the book Flying to the Wind. And literally this charity has raised $180 million for Gold Star families. And I want to help give back to the people who gave the ultimate price. So 100% of ticket sales today. If you're thinking about coming, you can get a virtual ticket for $250. All you have to do is text right now, 239-537-2251. Every single dollar we collect today is going to Folds of Honor. Now I want to talk to you about how Scott made me better. Give me some hearts if you want to hear how Scott made me better. Because one thing about this is it's a system and it keeps growing and it's a mastermind. And I believe that better than coaching, that a mastermind's better than coaching. A mastermind's better than hiring a marketer. And we get together every Thursday at 10 o'clock for Blue Collar Church. And Scott helps coach sometimes. I go in there every day and give a lesson. And really, during these moments, we flesh out and improve our process, and people share best practices. And we really the system evolves. The lead generation system gets better. The recruiting system gets better. The ability to hold hardcore door-to-door people accountable and make door knocking fun gets better. The ability to have extreme ownership, decentralized command, and a business that runs on its own profitably is better. Now, Scott, you're a master at using technology to get the right people, to separate the serious from the curious. So talk to them a little bit about what you're doing differently with the ultimate recruiting funnel. And it's so funny. We've been selling a lot of these funnels, and I'll just tell you, everybody's like, Lee, I want to recruit. Lee, I want to recruit. Lee, I want to recruit. And, they don't do their owner's story. And this happens a lot. And they want what you have, but literally less than 10% of the roofers that really buy in do what you have done. What did you do?
First of all, I'm the way I look at it is if you're gonna spend your time and money on something, then you need to be all in. And I think that's important, especially with all those strategies that you were asking us to do. I was like, look, what I'm doing is not working. I need to do something different. And by the way, I'm working on a new strategy I wanted to run by you later. But it's so for me, what part of it was this owner story. I mean, think about it like this, and I'm just gonna, I don't know what, I'll just tell you what my thought process is. As recruiting is a sale. You are trying to convince these folks, look, this is a good place to work. You're going to like it here. But by that same token, you don't want to hire just anybody. Because if you just hire anybody, they may not be a good culture fit. And it's going to be counterproductive to what you want. And so what this platform does is say, hey, look, this is what we're all about. This is what we want. But we only want this certain type of person. And if you guys know anything about Russell Brunson, the hook, story, offer idea, it starts with a hook. You explain, look, this is what people have made in this industry. And whatever that is for you, you got to tell a personal story. I'll tell people, look, I hired 5 people that stayed with me the first full year with Mammoth. They made between 88 and 162,000. I tell that story, I get people's attention pretty quick. And then I kind of regress a little bit, and I talk to them about being humble. And look, I'm not trying to tell you that to brag or anything like that. I just try to tell you this is what's possible in this industry. And then you tell a story. You tell your story. And the owner story video is this idea that this is what we're about. This is who we are. And then when we tell that story and people see it, it creates energy and creates a buy-in for people to want to come learn more. And then when they learn more, I try to do that in a little bit different way. And you can kind of flesh that out if you want, Lee. I'd be happy.
We don't give them all the secrets, guys. You got to come to the event, man. He's going to tell you how it works. Okay, you want to know how to make it rain like a hurricane? Salespeople come into your office. Only the good ones come in. The guys that'll go work on commission, knock doors. This man won a recruiting contest. That's how he got $10,000. Tell us how you won the $10,000 on the National Roofing League.
So it was a commitment to recruiting, and we wanted to put some different ideas out there, and we'd already had some success. By the way, I haven't even told you kind of what's been going on since in a little bit, but we ended up more than tripling our staff since exactly 1 year ago when it comes to sales, and I'll be happy to share some of those numbers with you here in a little bit. But with the recruiting contest, it was like, all right, you need to hold your door-to-door church. You need to show us in the field. Show us how you're training your guys. Show us some different ways that you're recruiting. Recruit from within, because good people find good people. And so it was these strategies that were, the way we talked about it was a playbook. Like, hey, look, you're going to go win a football game. You got to have the right plays in place. So you've got to have. You can't just go run, a 34 blast, because if you do that, you're going to fail. And that's what a lot of times has happened is everybody's doing the same old thing. They're going to Monster, Indeed. They're going to these same places, and they're like, I just can't find anybody. What the hell's going on? And that's how I felt. And so these different ideas, once Natalie got me on the strategy, I was like, it was just eye opening. So, anyways, we applied all these strategies, and more importantly than the $10,000. Thank you, by the way, I appreciate that. Mm-hmm. It changed our trajectory. It changed our where we were headed, and it made a huge difference in our staff and our culture, because when you're able to recruit at a high level, you're able to only keep the people that fit with your culture and are driving to hit your goals. And so it created a lot of accountability, because I didn't have to keep around people that weren't performing. And so this idea that yes, we can recruit more, but if they've got to still, it just gave a lot more. It was a lot more empowering, because I wouldn't have to worry about prima donnas and like, oh gosh, well, if they quit, what am I going to do? I'm not going to have my $500,000. I'm not going to have my $1 million salesman. Well, when you recruit 4 guys that can come in and do 750, it's like, hey man, like I need you to do X, Y, and Z, or maybe we need to part ways. But it was empowering, and I loved it. So I won the $10,000 from doing the playbook. By the way, I had some really good competition from one of your guys internally, Jimmy Ross, but and he's a good guy, by the way. I had a chance to visit with him, but yeah, man, it was awesome. By the way, I want you to know I used that $10,000 as a prize package for my team, so I gave it back to them, and then I'm taking 3 guys to the conference. So instead of just pocketing the cash, I'm putting it back into our company and taking our team to see what you got.
Man. See, that's what it's all about. See, people want to know, how do you get people to run through walls? And even when you're coaching, I got to get people to buy in more. So it's like you recognize them and you reward them. And that's what the National Roofing League is. And he was the first winner, and owners and salespeople can do it. But the reality is, at our RCA, we have a live leaderboard, and that live leaderboard has contests. And recently we held a contest where the guys got to win trips. One of them won a $5,000 trip, and 4 of them won $500 credits to trips. And so it's these type of things, not just giving them money, but giving them real recognition inside the newsletter, recognition inside the WhatsApp chat, recognition inside of the sales meeting. All these opportunities are ways for you to pat them on the back, to make them want to run through walls, plus put your money where your mouth is. And so, I think it's awesome you did that. And, I'm really grateful and excited to see you, and excited to hear from you, hear your story, because there's more details. You want to know how this recruiting funnel works. And he told you it's about telling your story. It's that simple. And getting people to separate the serious from the curious, getting good at telling your story, using your story like a weapon, and then just doing anything to get attention and doing anything to increase the numbers. And so, that's why Scott really has been a leader within the community. And that's what happens sometimes is leadership. These communities, these masterminds, you join them and you want to excel. See, Scott thrives off of competition. He wins competitions. He becomes the leader of almost all packs. And you will probably too. And so this is how it works inside of my mastermind and how we push growth. It's how it works for me, because when players like Scott get into the mastermind, it pushes and challenges me. And what Scott helped me do was get disciplined to using my own system better. We had begun recruiting. We had kind of drifted away from a standardized Zoom call. I'd let some of my sales managers do the Zoom call. And here Scott is. He's the voice of the company, the face of the company. He's the best person to sell the brand. What's 1 hour a week for me to put into a recruiting call for my team? That's nothing. And so I started doing the recruiting call myself. And it started to change. It started to evolve. I started to make some variations. One of the variations now, Scott, is I make all the sales managers attend. I make some of the new recruits attend, and they share their stories, and I call on them. And it's not just a PowerPoint. It's like an AA meeting on Zoom where everybody shares their experience, streaks, and hopes.
That is a great idea, man. That is a great idea.
And it really, honestly, brother,
engagement.
It's more engagement. That's the thing. Because the thing is Zoom gets boring if you can't chime in back, if you can't communicate back. So what we do is, to make it to where it's not just me talking, there's 10 testimonials or 5 testimonials during the Zoom, and then I make the strong call to action. I say top performers only. I tell them to type in I'm in, and then I tell them to leave the Zoom chat if they're not interested. And then we just do the interview right there in front of everybody. We go, what makes you a top performer, Johnny B? Oh, I don't think you'll be a good fit. And then we start busting their balls a little bit. We ask them about their background, let them in. And really what it does is it makes them have to in front of everybody. They have to get over the fear because they're already doing public speaking per se, and they get connected. And then I had a problem with recruits saying I'm in, but my sales manager's not getting them. So I have my sales managers actually take them introduce themselves. Hi, I'm Harrison, the sales manager in Naples. I'm going to send you a text right now. We're going to go right from here in, and that way there's no slippage from when they come out the Zoom. And then all my sales managers, I'm like, do not do individual onboardings. Do not do individual interviews. Even when they come in, make them come in on Thursday and come in as a group. And make them line up like Marines, dude. Fucking the few and the proud. Not everybody's going to make it. I don't give a shit for you that don't knock doors. Go drown. I mean, that's the truth. And so, that the serious from the curious is all about contact. If these guys are afraid, if they're petrified, if they won't get on the doors, then this probably is not the right fit. Do you agree?
Agree.
All right, guys. Well, we've got a real legend, and, I can't wait to hear from our next guest. Guys, everybody give him a round of applause. Give Scott Edwards a round of applause real quick before you take off. Scott, you told me you were going to give me some numbers. You said you tripled your sales staff. Now, I want to tell you right now, all proceeds go to Folds of Honor. Get your tickets. 2 for $1. $1,000 gets you 2 tickets. Get 10 tickets for whatever. The point is, the opportunity lost is the cost. So Scott tripled his sales team. Maybe he would have doubled it. Maybe he would have grown 1.5. Maybe he'd have stayed the same. But to me, the opportunity lost is what happens if you don't triple your sales team. And so what were you able to do with that tripled sales team?
So they, and I told you that there was an additional. We just did our numbers for last year, so I'm looking at them. So I think I told you there was a 40%. It was about 36%, 37% increase in sales, but that was just with about the first third of the guys that we had recruited. This last round that we've recruited, same concept, because we do them in classes, almost like little 3 or 4 pods. But they've just absolutely crushed it. I had a guy come in here that we recruited who was he was going to be an accounting major, but he couldn't find work in accounting, so he ended up taking a position with us. The guy sold like 60 deals in his first 60 days. I mean, he's absolutely smoking it, and we're already way ahead of where we were last year at this point in the year. I mean, I'm really excited to see what we can do this year, but it was awesome.
Hey, man, that's it, man. If you don't want growth, then don't go. If you want to give to a good cause but can't go and you want to be a part of the conference, text 239-537. It's $250. You get pay-per-view to the fight, pay-per-view to all of the event. You can watch home through Zoom, or you can come in person. 2 for $1 tickets, $1,000 get you 2 tickets. Hey, Scott, thank you for coming on board. Really appreciate you, bud. Can't wait to see you, man. Have a good day.
Lee, real quick.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have Sarah send a check to you guys for $1,000. So we're gonna buy 4 tickets, and you can give them to whoever you think deserves them. Okay?
Hey, we got Scott in there for $1,000. Woo, woo, woo! More money made. Tanya, what's the figures up to? Tanya, bring me a paper in here with the figures. We've got Trey for $5,000. We've got Scott for $1,000. All right, bring the figures in here to me. All right, guys, we got our next guest up here. This man's rolling around in a freaking G5. No, I don't know what his plane is, but it's a monster. He keeps upgrading. And you may have seen him on the internet. And I've seen him over the last few years, not just on the internet, but in real life, on the ground, in the disaster market. He always is there. And he's on the biggest jobs every single time. And now you may have seen him, TW Mock, on Facebook. He's the owner of TAD. He's not just doing disaster consulting and emergency services and contract management, but he's helping billionaires protect their properties. He does all kinds of different things. He's been a man who's done his fair share of tours in very tough situations. He's seen people make the ultimate sacrifice. And so one thing about it is I'm honored to have you here, TW. Thank you so much for joining us, and I can't wait to pick your brain, brother. How you doing, man? Where you at today?
Good. I'm in Dallas. How you doing?
I'm great, bro. So how's life up in the air, man? What kind of plane is that?
That's a Citation 650.
Hmm.
So we've been through the 550s and ultimately just moved up to a midsize 650, which is the fastest jet on the planet. So she,
Nice.
she's just a roller. We just
Nice.
we
On my phone, I've got my little vision board here. There's a little 10 passenger. I don't even know what it is, okay? But the point is I know that it costs about 2,500 an hour to operate, and I got to get my my levels up here, and that's one of the goals. How much an hour does yours cost to operate?
man. I mean, it's we kind of bounce around the true cost hours around $4,000 an hour.
Oh God, dang, that's a big boy plane, buddy. And it's really comes to use when you're bouncing back and forth across the markets. And I know that you put it to use, you make money, or it wouldn't be a good investment. And so, tell us how you've built this. And well, first of all, tell us a little bit about your background. Tell us where you come from and how it all got started.
No, man, I literally was in the war business, went into Baghdad, Iraq, August of '07, and basically built three companies there and ultimately sold them and came home in 16 and to really retire and just kind of chill out. And ultimately it kind of took us in another direction with some stuff that happened down in the islands. That's really how we got into it, and that parlayed into me not knowing what I needed to do in a disaster relief situation down on the islands. We got into shrink wrap. Actually, YouTubed it. That's how this all started.
No shit, you
YouTube.
learned it on YouTube.
No shit. No, I couldn't make this up. So, yeah, we started doing some stuff there, and got pulled into Kenny Chesney's group down there, and personally, and just kind of helped them out and gave a lot of stuff away there on the islands with just helping some of the locals and what have you. So that parlayed us into moving into Florida shortly thereafter and doing a bunch of work down in South Florida. And then
Kenny Chesney, boy, how'd you end up working for Kenny Chesney? Is he a cool dude?
I didn't. I only met him once actually. I just dealt with his people, but him and Bloomberg partnered up for Love of the Islands after the hurricanes, and they came to us, and we didn't come to them. And ultimately, we helped them. We just helped them with whatever we could there for the locals. I mean, the place was destroyed. So, Hurricane Maria and Irma came through there and just beat that place up, St. John specifically. So there was a lot of damage down there. The locals were discombobulated. It was a lot like being back in the Middle East or Africa, what have you. So no fuel. You had to survive first and then basically move on to securing things. But there's some certain people that live on that island that were relatively interesting. One of them was the prior governor of New York. So, long story, it's just an interesting connectivity on how you run into these folks.
They got to hide their money somewhere. So go ahead.
Part
How they,
better terminology.
Okay. So tell us about the biggest mistakes you see contractors make after storms. I know you're on these large deals, and you got to see guys fumble. I mean, the thing is, I like to learn from others' mistakes. So what mistakes do you see contractors make on these big jobs?
And it's overcommitment, and that's something that we when we really started building out our program, and we didn't get serious about this until 17. And we ran into each other after Michael down there, and I was kind of pecking around. I didn't really know what I wanted to do if I wanted to commit this kind of time to it. But this goes back to your question. When we built the program out, it was more about protecting the client and not overselling and not being able to produce. And we've also done it. You just get overwhelmed in certain markets, and there's a lot of things going on. Logistics play a big role. Supply lines play a huge role in how you're able to move. So I see a lot of guys overcommitting and under-delivering, and that seems to be the norm. Or they're underfunded. They go out and they grab more because all they see are number signs and dollar signs in front of it. So they're trying to capitalize on a market and an opportunity, and and they're not papered up right. They're not contractually papered up right. They don't have the right licensing, or they're not engaged in the city. I mean, there's just a lot of discombobulation, but I think that's where the market starts to separate themselves, and hence the reason that you see different guys on different types of losses, because the ownerships of those types of properties, they don't they have a different way of doing business. So it's a completely different delivery system to them.
Well, guys, I want y'all to know that anybody in America can jump on a plane, in a car, pack your truck after a hurricane, and get on Disaster Central, and you'll meet TW Mock out there on the biggest properties, drying them in. And my friend Cagney, he was actually able to secure a big tarp. Been able to this year was, there's a lot of times we do dry-ins, we build the insurance company, we don't get paid because it takes forever. I mean, we get paid, but it takes forever. I mean, not saying we don't get paid, but we're basically, this was a deal. Yeah, you know what I mean. Sometimes you really have to wait years and you don't get paid. But thing is this one we got paid. Cagney was able to release $5 million from the insurance company almost within 4 months, and he got his, it was about a 1,500 square dry-in, and then we got to re-roof it. And so it's like about a $3 million roof capped out within 4 months. And that right there is what you travel for. And so, Cagney, of course, has been doing it. And he's been going 3 or 4 different storms, like you. And we would overcommit. I can remember right in Panama City, Michael, we overcommitted to this car dealership. We moved quicker than our paperwork moved, and it was 2 mistakes. It's like, what they say when people crash an airplane, it's not 1 mistake. It's usually like 6 or 7 mistakes, right?
No, that's right. No, 100%. Well, look, we all have to. I call it the dumb tax, right? So
the dumb tax.
The dumb tax. I mean, we've gone into things, and I talk about this more now than ever. Everybody's pounding their chest right now in the business world about how great they are, and they focus on our numbers. And I just kind of laugh, and I said, well, let me tell you how we got here, and that was literally by stepping on our feet 25 times to understand that that's not the way we need to do it. So, you just evolve. You just kind of evolve as a human being and as a business owner, and your team evolves with you. And a lot of this stuff is not laid out in some program. You're going into massive crisis. Hurricane Michael, Lee, you were there. I mean, that I've seen a lot of craziness in my life. That was probably one of the worst that I've seen, as far as just
and people being stuck out of homes with nowhere to go, living out on the side of the road. Man, it was sad, and I mean, it was sad in Lake Charles too. But there was something about that. It seemed like it lasted longer in Michael.
Well, and I think it was more severe, and it was just, look, nobody saw this coming. I mean, Michael came off the Yucatan 24 hours later. It slams into the beach at a Cat 5. And, I think I was on the harbor. Cotton wanted me to do some stuff on the harbor, and I'm standing on top of that HOA, and I'm looking down the shear wall. 5 stories of it fell off in the bay. And I just started laughing at him. I'm like, what do you want me to do? And he said, shrink wrap. But I said, I'm getting off the building, man. Y'all have a good day. So, I mean, what do you shrink wrap? What are you doing? So the building's structurally unstable after stuff. I mean, there's so many variables that come into this that just play a massive role in whether or not you've got life safety, your team, whether you're actually going to get paid for a project. I mean, there's so many things, intangibles that you have to go through the process in order to learn. So it's been an evolution. Now we've shortened that lifespan. We've not been in the business very long, and that kind of surprises people as fast as we've been able to move. But this is all built around a governmental program that I did with the U.S. military in the Middle East. So we pre-sell. So we're approaching 50 billion right now in managed assets. 17 billion of those assets are in South Florida. So I hate, you were just speaking to the last gentleman about door knocking and what have you. I hate that. I absolutely hate it. I hate being knocked. I hate doing it. In fact, I have massive anxiety about it. So a cold calling, put me in a boardroom and I got it. But let me go talk to a homeowner and I'll fumble. So there's a lot of disconnects that I'm learning in the business, and I'm evolving as well. So, but I embrace those, and I just, you push through it.
Well, so you got your own strengths. You're a master networker, and you've pick apart how to win by going to, I used to call it like slaying a dragon. You go get the general and the whole army quits. It's like, where's that one client that makes everything unnecessary? So what about, how do you build one of these networks, how you work with contractors, what you've done to build it, what advice you might have to others trying to build strategic networks with this commercial?
Man, look, networking and relationships are everything to me, and everybody thinks that it has to do with money, and I'm like, well, yes and no. I mean, we're a for-profit operation for sure, but at the end of the day, I'm more focused on the relationships that we have in our network, and predominantly our business was built on my contact list. So I run around with billionaires. I mean, I circle with billionaires. I'm playing with a lot of private equity. I've got money in private equity, and I've got massive relationships that I've had there for 20 and 30 years. So for me to evolve into this program, it was more about what kind of service and what value can I bring to them that would make me a single point of failure. And that's not a good thing, but that's just the way it goes. I'm looking at where did they miss. So as I started getting into a lot of the private equity and the family trust that I'm around, I realized that the risk management had missed the policy compliance side of a loss. And that's what our business was built on. 90% of our clients, when you get involved with their risk management teams, they don't even pay attention to what their requirements are after a loss. So that became a very, very big delta. And then as the losses kind of increased in some of our markets, I guess the conceptual theory as I'm talking to the risk management teams became a reality in their operation. That escalated our business very quickly because they needed help and they needed it now. So we just dedicated assets and resources to them. So when we go into a market, we're not going, if we went into South Florida, we wouldn't go in there to sell if it get hits by a Cat 5, and it will. September 6th of 22, put that on your notebook. On or about, you're going to have a Cat 4 storm going to come in there. I'm just giving you a heads up and the rest of your audience. But South Florida is targeted for a massive, massive, massive storm. And with that said, I'm going to come down and take care of our MSA clients. I'm not there to sell the market. I'm there mission driven to our clients, and that's how the system was built. That's how the network continues to grow because private equity basically reaches out. They talk to this private equity, and you just literally build it organically. And we built it organically. We don't advertise. We don't market for the most part. We're changing that. We're changing all of the way that we've done business because the business was built around me, and it doesn't need to be built around me. I'm a single point of failure, and that's not a compliment. That's a failure as a. So my point to you is that when I got sick last year, in 20, I was sick most of the year, and or 21, and I was out of my company off and on. And you can certainly see the disconnect in the leadership, and just the discombobulation because I wasn't in the seat.
Yeah, man. And I tell you one thing, with Jocko on the first night talking extreme ownership, I think having you come up there kind of relating how the storm business is like a war business. You've been in the
It is
war business.
been in the war business. I'm still in the war business.
So we say that quote, but from your perspective, how is it like the war business?
Man, it's when you go into places like Hurricane Michael, it's just like going out on. And look, I wasn't a volunteer, so I don't want to misrepresent that. So I was a war profiteer. I want to be clear about that. So my businesses were there to support. I didn't volunteer to go in and basically pick up a weapon and get paid 40,000 a year to go putting things down range. No, no, no. They paid me a lot of money. I'm using this reference to the disaster recovery business because we have to engage in a place that nobody wants to be. There's no fuel, no water. You're living on saltine crab. If you don't pack it in, you're not living on it. It's not going to be there. So at the end of the day, this is very much relatable to being on in some type of mission-driven application in another continent with regards to survival. I mean, you have to survive. You also have to protect. You also have to manage. You have to control your supply lines. You have to control all of your workforce, living accommodations, the whole 9 yards. So we just don't rely on a local market at any level during a disaster. So the our internal system is built a lot like our systems are in the Middle East right now, in Eastern Europe, and Africa, and just some of the other places that we're operating currently. So it works around that nucleus, and we're all self-contained. And then you get out and you do work. You go out there and do what your mission is, and your mission's there to protect, whether that be in Africa or Eastern Europe or whether it be in Lake Charles. You are there to take care of your client. So that's what you're doing. You're just simply protecting your client. You're not getting caught up in all the external chatter of what's going on, and you're just delivering.
Yeah, and you're trying to not get your highs too high, your lows too low, because things go up, things go down, things break, and then you fix it. But more importantly, you know, you need a network of good contractors in the market that respond. At times, you need to lean on those guys for resources, and I'm sure you're looking for guys like me that are legit, that stand behind their work, that have the right paperwork, that have the right licenses, that might need help on a multi-million-dollar loss, that need somebody with the backing and the tools and the resources that will be there, and that's when they call TW, right?
They do. I mean, we've gotten really pulled into the industry too, in our ability to carry capital. So in fund. So that's kind of an interesting dynamic. But yes, to answer your question, absolutely. I mean, look, I'm a commercial GC in Florida. I'm not a roofer, and you know what I mean by that. I can't
Yeah,
roof
boy,
in
I want to
Florida.
work for you, buddy. Come on, put me to work. Let's go. Let's go.
That's what I'm saying. So, we've got a lot of things going on down there as the disaster side kicks off, and we're a month away from hurricane season. So, Florida's going to be an interesting market this year. 78% probability that South Florida gets hit
Okay,
based
so
on big
this
weather.
this is where we get into the weird government stuff here, man. So tell me how we know within 78% accuracy and on what date. And my man, the next guest lives in Miami. He goes fishing, and so this might mess up his fishing trip. So go ahead and tell him when he needs to park his boat, maybe get it off the lift.
Well, look, man, I brought my 50-foot cigarette. I brought it out of Coconut Grove for a reason. So I used to keep it down there. But no, I mean, look, all of this is hypothetical or metaphorically speaking, if you will. So look, we've operated with some interesting weather data and operated with some interesting forecasting that's been 98% correct for a long time. And this is not something that this isn't lost on anybody. Can we predict the weather? I don't know. We get pretty good at it. I don't know that they're ever close when it comes to hurricanes, meaning those things are all over the place. But what I do know is that I do know for a fact that we can manipulate the weather. I do know for a fact that we can do things to the weather as a sovereignty or as humanity. I do know for a fact that there are some strange things going on in the world right now that certainly make me question everything. So, do I trust the information I get? No, I trust but verify. But I'm hearing enough of it now to make me pay attention, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, steering
So,
hurricanes is always something I wondered about. There's these towers all throughout, like from Air Force towers in the Gulf, all throughout, like from here to the Keys. And it's like, what are these things here for? Are they literally to steer hurricanes? I mean, who knows how they do it or what they do it or if that's for real. But one thing's for sure, it is a possibility. And right now, my man TW, he knows some people high up. He says, Miami, watch out. So,
yeah,
guys, how
uh,
TW? How can they connect with you? How can they get in touch on social media? TW Mock on Facebook, is that place the best place to get you? Maybe call you
yeah,
on
that's
your cell phone.
yeah. Call me on my cell phone. Call me or call our 1-800 number at the office. 1-800-886-9799. I mean, if that's answered 24/7, email. I mean, we've got an entire team in the company that can literally reach out, or anybody can get connectivity to us quickly.
Well, I'm gonna
Me
share my
direct,
stage with you, and hopefully there's some contractors in there that run across some big jobs and give them to you over the next year because I'll be ready to work for you when you got a big job for me. You know.
I just want to work with you, work with the team, and ultimately, a lot of guys ask me what I'm after, what am I trying to do? My whole purpose for reaching out and kind of doing some of the speaking event, and I've been relatively aggressive in a few other platforms from where you were at Win the Storm this year, but I did a moderation event over there, and I was really outspoken about being very careful about engaging this stuff because a lot of contractors go broke in the middle of hurricane season or disasters like this. So, everybody's preaching for them to run in. I'm like, no, no, no. Set your boundaries. Understand what your targets are and stay there. Don't go in there thinking you're going to go do $100 million because you're not. You don't. You just don't have the wherewithal, the infrastructure. So, it is reaching out to guys like you, me, and the rest of the industry. And look, your network is your net worth. So when you have problems, I'm the dumbest guy in the room. That's why I have pilots, lawyers, plumbers, electricians. You hire those
And
guys
even
to come.
roofers, you got roofers too.
Roofers. That's what I'm saying. So I'm not that guy. So you reach out to that network and you bring those people in to support you, and you learn and you build it together. So the team wins together. So it's an interesting dynamic. But
Well, we're gonna build something great together, brother. I can't wait to see you at the event. Man, too bad your boat's put up because wouldn't it be awesome to see that thing out the back of the hotel come zooming by? Oh, what's top speed on that thing?
Which one? I've got 3 of them.
The fastest one you got. What's the top speed?
I've had my 42 fountain I've had there in Sunny Isle, Florida. I ran that one 158 2 years ago.
Oh God, that's dangerous.
No, it's crazy dangerous. But my 50-foot cigarette, she's 3,600 horsepower. She'll run in the 120s all day. But we do the Miami Key West every year. We did that last year. 6 to 8 foot seas offshore. We ran 83 miles an hour all the way to Key West.
Oh God, that is nuts, guys. This
Yeah.
man is a maniac. So he's going to talk about how to store business like war business. This will be the first day of the conference. TW, can't wait to see you, brother. Everybody connect with him on Facebook, TW Mock. And our next guest, man, is an important man waiting for the hurricane, like TW said. They're going to steer one right into you, bro. But thanks, TW. I appreciate it.
And I don't want to misrepresent it, man, but
No,
I do
it's
know
all
that.
good. It's all good, buddy. Appreciate it. So this next guest is somebody really special to me. He's one of the best salespeople I know, and I say that very, very. I don't give those accolades out to just anybody. Okay. Not only that, he gives back in his community. He's coaching kids, wrestling. He's a combat sports practitioner. Even in this stage in his life, injuries don't matter. He's still out there trying to maximize his potential in business and life. He's a fisherman. But more importantly, we gave away this gift here to my man Donovan Raven, okay? And so the first time, and Eric, of course, he built these knives. He custom made the knives with the logo right here. He can make some for you and got a hell of a deal on these knives. And the one thing about it is he's got a process to turning them into deals. And so I sent all my old clients these knives as a token of appreciation. And I just gave away one to Donovan Raven. So as a token of my appreciation to you, Mr. Eric Chandler, I'm going to give away another knife, guys. So give away this knife here. I already gave one to Donovan Raven. All you got to do to win this knife is we're going to ask some sales questions. You got to pay attention, okay? You got to pay attention. You got to be active. First of all, I want you to give me some hearts right now. Give me some hearts before I come over here with this hunting knife. And then basically share the stream. Share the stream so we can get some new viewers in here. And we'll walk through my man Eric Chandler's journey as a champion wrestler, as a salesperson to $1 million earning business owner. He has a sales team. He's got one of the most organized calendars I've ever seen. He's a follow-up ninja. He's an events ninja. And he's a beast. So he's my man Eric Chandler. What's up, buddy? Cutting Edge Gifts in the house.
What's up, Lee? What's going on, man?
All right, guys, you got a chance to win this knife. Just stay active, stay engaged, give me some hearts, share the stream, and we're going to ask you some simple sales questions a little bit later on. And we'll see if you have the right answers. So, Eric, tell us a little bit about your background, where you come from, and tell me from the junior wrestler's perspective. I like to hear about this. What made you get into that?
Yeah, so, I was, born and raised in Miami, and as a young kid, wasn't the best at school, right? Failed 3rd grade. Just good at math, like numbers, couldn't spell.
You can sell, though.
I can sell, though. You can articulate, right? Somebody else can spell. We got Word that auto corrects me all the time anyway. So, but yeah, no, I basically got into some sports. I tried out soccer, baseball, and then my dad got me into wrestling. He used to coach wrestling when I was 9, and I have an identical twin brother. And we just started excelling at that sport more than any other. And I just loved, me and my brother were always fighting anyway. We saw WWF, and we wanted to get into it. And so we started doing it 9, 10 years old. And honestly, man, that's like the first time. I think I was 10 years old. That was my first memory of ever, linking this to life is setting a goal, seeing a vision, and then making it happen, right? My dad was like, you could be the state champion for your age group and your weight. And I was like, okay. He goes, all you got to do is just do whatever I say. And in my mind, I was like, if I just do whatever you say, then I win states. And he's like, yep. And I was like, okay. So whatever he told me to do, run, jump, shoot, work out, whatever he said I did. And sure enough, I dominated the state tournament as a 10-year-old in my age and weight group. And then, just kept going through that. I ended up, being an All-American as a kid, top of the nation growing up, wrestled with my brother. And then I won 3 state titles in Florida. I took second once the year I broke my hand. And then I wrestled in college. I won university nationals in college. And then I was top 5, top 6 in the U.S. Open, top 5 on the world team ladder for a few years. And then,
Damn, dog, you are an elite grappler, dude. I did not know the pedigree like that.
yeah, dude, yeah, man. I mean, it was my life, bro. I did it for what, 18 years, 17 years, something like that, competing, and then I was like, all right, like it's time to start making money.
So talk to me about talk to me about when one dream ended and another one started.
Well, I had always wanted to be a national champion in wrestling. I never really had the vision for like world champion. That never really crossed my mind. I kind of was like, hey, if I want to become a national champion. I won nationals in college, and then I was like, all right, let's see if we can do this at the open level. And I could really never break through the top 5. I was having close matches with the top 5 guys. I was number 5 basically. And I was coming to the U.S. Open, and I had started selling Cutco at that point, and I started running a branch office for Cutco while I was training and in college, and I said, I've got to give myself like a line in the sand. Hey, look, if I can break into the top 3 this year, I'd been in the top 5 for several years, and I said, if I don't make the top 3 this year, we're gonna hang it up, and I'm gonna go full in with building a business, and so. Sure enough, I took 6th at the Open that year. That was 2012 or 2013. I think 2013. And then I started running a branch office for Cutco, started recruiting people. I had one more semester in college. I recruited like 63 sales reps in 3 months. And we were number 1 office. And then, just kind of went from there and started working with businesses after I graduated. I'm like, am I going to sell knives forever? What am I going to do?
Still selling knives, dog.
Hey, the knife business isn't bad, The knife business isn't bad.
These are some badass knives, okay? And I mean, they paid for themselves instantly. I had an old client that I sent the knife to, and instantly the guy was like, dude, I got to be back involved with your program. Now, my program isn't cheap. So basically that paid for the entire knife order. So thank you.
That's awesome. Dude, what did I tell you?
I know, you didn't tell me.
It wasn't a cheap order. I mean,
now, this is like the most expensive knives he's got, okay?
Yeah, and I was like, hey, look, man.
So let's ask him something, okay? Ask him something about sales, something that you train that maybe people get wrong. Give them some sort of trivia about sales so that they can win this knife.
A trivia about sales. Okay, here's a question. I mean, it's nothing super specific, but when you get it, this is something that I train. I teach my reps.
I like it. I want to hear it. I know you're a good trainer.
When you get an objection, right? What's the first thing that you should do? And I'll tell you what most people do, but I want to know what's the first thing you should do. You can throw in the chat box, right?
Let's see what we got here. Whoa. What's the first thing that you do when you hear an objection? The first thing you do. Do you answer the objection? Let's give them a multiple choice.
Okay. So do you answer the objection, right?
We've got a couple of answers. We got 3 answers. We got to acknowledge it. We got ask why is that? We got agree with the customer. Now keep them coming, guys, because we want to hear the input here, because we're giving away this damn near $230 knife. So go ahead.
Yeah. So A. What did I say A was? You try to answer the objection or handle the objection right away. 2, you just quit and you just walk away and go, oh, they weren't interested. Or do you ask a question?
Or do you ask a question? What are the questions again? What are the options?
So the options are, let's say, A is you try to handle the objection. B, you just say they're not interested, or you just give up and you walk away. Or C, you ask a question.
Aggie got it right. She said ask a question. She already said ask why is that. But why is pretty much the most important question in sales in my book. There's different forms and different ways you can. Aggie, you've got yourself. K-Bar, you got Jocko's knife. This is Jocko's hunting knife, and he doesn't hunt pigs with it. This is for when you go into the night And if anybody ever messes with you at one of these events, you put this in your purse. Now, you need a big purse for this, Aggie. But you can pull it out, and any roofer tries to mess with you, give them that Polish fillet. They'll mess them up real good. So, Aggie, the godmother of roofing, don't mess with her because you don't know what she's packing. She's going to have heavy metal in her purse. Okay, so great. Like, after an objection, what do you teach your people?
Well, so first thing is agree, right? I always agree with them, and then I'll ask a question, like a clarifying question, because I think the biggest mistake most people do is they just assume they know why that is, right? And they just go into handling it. So somebody might be like, they give you an objection, you might assume it's price, and so you go start to drop your price or try to handle a price, or it's good. But at the end of the day, you really don't know until you get some clarifying questions. So I always like to ask a question or two. Agree with them first, and then ask questions.
And, I think that's important. I think it's the most important thing. And even like in my fourth step of the process, and you're building certainty and you're asking for the business, and they say no. And you have to ask for the business 6 different times. You always go back to what you just said. You're always going to find out what's the biggest concern. Where is their uncertainty? Is there uncertainty in me? Do they not trust me for some reason? Do they not trust my company? Do they not trust my process? And so, Eric, one of the other things that you're a master at is building a team. We're going to go through a couple of different things. Cutco, lessons from Cutco on building a team. What did you take from Cutco? How's it? How have you built the sales organization? I mean, you have a big team. You're one of the biggest Cutco producers. And so, how do you get like top talent, really good guys, and how do you keep them?
Yeah. So when I'm thinking about the team, right? I'm looking at sales team and operations team, right? Like they're one unit, but it's really separate, right? It's one business, but they're separate. I would say for top salespeople, I mean, it's just recruit. You know what I mean? Sales is, one thing I realize is that sales is going to be a hard business for a lot of folks, and not a lot of people are built for it. And so, like, the first thing I'd say is like, you can't get discouraged when people don't succeed, right? Like my job as a sales trainer, as a sales leader, is to give you the support, the training, right? Support, the training, and there's one more thing that we do, but it's support, training, and systems, right? To help you be successful, right? At the end of the day, I can show you the way, I can give you all the training, all the support, right? But if you're not making the calls, if you're not knocking the doors, if you're not going out there and making it happen, like, it's not going to happen for you, right? But one of the things I'd say I learned from as far as building a team, when you do get those top performers, right, never assume, just like in sales, right? Like you never assume what the objection is or what the real objection is. You always have to ask questions. And so never assume what motivates somebody, right? For some people, I might talk to them and what motivates them is money. And they're just like money hungry. And it's because they just want to make a lot of money and they want to crush it. Some people, money might not be. They want recognition. They just want to be seen, right? And so it's like knowing what hot button somebody has, and then 2 is what's the greater vision for their life, that what they want to create for themselves, whether it's a lifestyle, whether it's something they want to do for somebody else, whatever it is, and then showing them how they can get that with what they're doing with us.
And so talk about like bending time a little bit. I mean, honestly, you're a man of meetings. You're a man of as a sales guy, I'm sort of naturally disorganized. You seem like you're very, very organized. Is that natural, or is that just something that's disciplined?
No, I'd say I don't know if it's natural or not. I mean, I got introduced to a calendar like, I don't know, dude. I think it's just habit over time. Wrestling in college, I was a full-time college student, full-time athlete. I was also selling Cutco, so I was always on the go. So I always had to be like, I got this class, then I got 10 minutes to get to this class, and then I got to go get this lift in, and then from there I got to go run this interview, and then from there I got 2 more appointments. So I was always on the go, so I always had to stay organized, really. But I think Google Calendar really just makes it easy.
Hell yeah, it makes it easy. It connects the dots, but somehow I seem to fuck it up a lot. So, more importantly, I think it's about getting your team all on the same page every day. I didn't used to do like a 911 meeting every day, and now it's pretty much a game changer for my business, and Zoom is really like how we do it. But talk to them about how you keep everybody in line and what you do to keep your sales team focused.
Yeah. So the first thing is we have an elite call every morning, right? So 8 a.m. We have it's a 15-minute call where basically we get on, we listen to a little Grant Cardone, and I'm giving a little bit of teaching on that day. And then everybody has to report their numbers. What are they going to do today, right? So today I'm going to make 50 calls. Today make 100 calls, or whatever their commitment is. So they have to say, my commitment is, bam, and they throw that in a group chat where everybody's held accountable. At the end of the day, they have to put their numbers in. Hey, this is what I actually got done, right? So, and then they have to do that every day. That's one thing. We've got one-on-one coaching. So go through one-on-one coaching every week as well. So we got a one-on-one. We got the daily calls. Those are the two main things that I would say. It's all about accountability, right? And holding them accountable before they fail.
Well, a lot of times people want to give them the meeting in the sales. They want to talk to them in an office. They want to give them the online training. They want to say, well, we gave you all the information, but they don't want to talk to them in the morning, and they don't want to follow up with them in the evening, and they don't want to basically have that contact. And it's like contact is better than content every time. And if you give people a place to hide, then all of a sudden, I think the number one enemy of sales is diddle fucking.
What?
Just, people wasting time. How much time gets wasted?
Mm-hmm.
How do you keep people focused? Is it just these daily recognition? What happens when someone has multiple days in a row where they're in a slump?
Like connecting with them one-on-one, seeing what's up, what's going on. You never know what happened. Maybe their father died. You know what I mean? You never know what's going on. So just checking in with them, seeing where they're at, and helping them refocus and get their mind right. You know what I mean? Sometimes if somebody's getting a lot of rejection and they start getting down and they start getting that negative mind state, they might need you to connect with them and help them refocus. But yeah, so I mean, besides the daily calls, the daily accountability messages, and the one-on-ones, that kind of really does a lot of it. But if I notice somebody isn't all there, I'll reach out. I'll reach out with a text. Hey, what's going on? What's up? Hey, you want to get a quick call? How's everything going? I noticed this was down, right? I noticed that your numbers hadn't been where they were. Something, is there anything I can help you?
That shows that you care. Some people think that's micromanagement, but more importantly, it shows that you care.
Mm-hmm. I'm definitely not a micromanager. Hell no, dude. I'm like the worst micromanager. I probably could be better at micromanaging.
But your sales teams produce. And, the thing is that all of these contractors want to close more jobs. They want more customers. But here you are, you're disciplined to recruit. You're disciplined to train. Ed Milet says something, the level of education in your business is going to determine the amount of time you have and how much money you're making. If you're constantly educating, then it's all going to be great. And you're doing a great job of that. And so you educated me on the value of a service in which you can send people high quality knives, but get tons of referrals and jobs, and how investing into clients is the best way to get basically a long-term relationship solidified that turns into more referrals. And it's been proven, even when you spend up to $250 a knife, that quickly and immediately you get a return on investment. And so you can go chat it up with Eric at the event. He is a combat man, so I'm going to let him say some things during the fight night. We're going to have a really fun night Friday. It's going to be off the chain. And Eric's been a part of all of our conferences. He's been on my podcast, but it's just because I really believe in him. I believe that so many contractors could learn a lot from this young man about how he runs his sales team, about how he's out there hitting all these events, and what his follow-up really is. It's called discipline to the sales game equals freedom. Customers, you need more customers. And if you want to grow, if you want a better life, it's all about being a little bit better. And that means more offers, a little bit better at your presentation equals twice as many, 3 times as many, 4 times as many deals. So Eric, how can these guys get in touch with you? And, hey, if you mention my name, then he'll give you a knife for free because I told him to.
Okay. Yeah, you can just give me a call or shoot me a text, 336-437-2102, or just see me at Lee's conference. Just come on down, see me at my table. One thing I'll leave them with is, Lee, is just that, business is relationships. We're talking about clients, we're talking about reps, we're talking about employees. What we do is help people build relationships, right? Through gifting. So you can see me at the conference, or I'll put my number there, 336-437-2102. Just give me a call or shoot me a text. And I'll give you a free knife if you mention Lee's name.
All right, find him on Facebook, Eric Chandler. Give him a round of applause. Give him some hearts. Aggie Hall, she won the knife. We're going to be giving away another knife on the next guest. We've got him in the room. He is a leader in the industry with one of the – peace out, Eric. Peace, appreciate you. This is my man that represents character. He represents fighting the toughest insurance companies, standing up for the guys, the contractors. He's worked for insurance companies, but he's got the Level the Playing Field app group on Facebook where there's a ton of activity. What's up, Natalie? How are you doing today? You coming in from your home office? Natalie's our client performance manager. We're missing you there. Scoot over a little bit. You're like, are you trying to hide from the camera or what?
No, I'm in the.
Are you going to help us do this giveaway inside of the Level Playing Field so that we can make it happen? Pull up the post.
I did put it in Level the Playing Field.
No, the post from before where you had the list of names of people that were looking for free tickets. We want to give them an opportunity to draw the list. Oh, do it live. We did a raffle inside the Level the Playing Field group, and these are the people that said they were interested in winning free tickets. Steve has been a great ambassador for not the roofing industry, but for what I'm all about, which is helping people build character, confidence, and freedom in the industry, raising the status for blue-collar entrepreneurs. So I gave him some tickets. All right, let's see this thing. Let's hit the drum roll. You got a drum roll over there? What you got? Okay.
Got my box here.
There's your box. All right, here we go. First winner, free tickets to the conference, May 27th to the 29th.
Chuck Allen.
Oh, this man gets free tickets every year, dude. What the hell? God dang, he gets free tickets every year. Last year he won free tickets. He's my dude. Keeping it Rio podcast. Way to go, buddy. It pays. He's a major supporter, and he definitely deserves the free tickets. So get Chuck Allen basically on this live stream sometime later today so that we can talk to him about his tickets. Thank you, Natalie. Okay. Hey, look, guys, Natalie's helped our RCA recruit $20 million in salespeople this last year, and she runs the recruiting coordinating for all the skydiving. She has a whole team. And one of the things is when we help contractors grow, we have to teach you how to get results with changing people's lives. And so she helps you implement that system. She grew up in the roofing industry. Her dad taught me how to measure a roof. And so we keep it in the family here. And I feel like as long as we've been doing events together, that we're practically family. It's my brother from another mother. Steve Patrick, how you doing, bud?
I am well. How are you?
Good, man. I think our last podcast went a little viral with the topic that the insurance companies are after us and they're changing the rules.
Of course they are.
and so I think this is not the first time they've done that, is it?
Well, they've got people in black hats sitting around in dark rooms trying to figure out new tactics and strategies. But you know what? We have some smart boys and smart gals as well. And so about the time they come out with something, the wise people in our industry, they come up with a solution. So.
And your group is a major part of that. I encourage everybody on this. If you're not a part of the Level the Playing Field group, there's a lot of good free information and great connections, and it's a great connection to Steve. So join the group and get his book. His book taught me a lot about the appraisal process. I, at the time, wasn't as familiar about the appraisal process, didn't know how it all worked, the details. And that book has when did you start giving that book away?
So I wrote it actually when I was adjusting claims in Hurricane Sandy on Long Island. What was that, 10 years ago?
Yeah.
Something like that, Hurricane Sandy. And I put about 1,500 hours into writing that thing. And tens of thousands of copies have been given away. I'll tell you a quick story. So I was working a claim, and my buddy Daniel Wall, who's on Level the Playing Field, he's an adjuster. He was sitting next to me. He was banging out some claims, and he goes, I think you're supposed to give your book away for free. And I said, you are out of your ever-loving mind. At that point, I'd put about 750 hours into writing. 750 hours is a lot of time. And you want me to give it away for free. Smartest thing I ever did. Because now, people who know who I am, know who Level the Playing Field is. And so I received far more revenue if we just on dollar basis, much less, influence.
I
Far
think you
more
must
than
have inspired another roofer, Eric. I don't know if you saw him. He wrote a book for homeowners, but very few roofers will take the time to create content. And it's one of the reasons why you're one of my biggest I love you as an industry because you're a leader, not just in like fighting insurance companies or selling jobs, which you're a master at, but also in this new age. And you're one of these guys that you're from the old school, but you do it new school, and you're using social media as an unfair advantage in your business, and you're using content to become the king of your space. And so I think that's hopefully what people, when you come to the conference May 27th through the 29th, get that's different than other places, is that we actually practice that and we help others practice that. And so today, what we're doing is we're doing 2 for 1. You get 2 tickets to the event, May 27th to the 29th. We match your donation 100%. Folds of Honor is a charity for Gold Star families. And, I just really appreciate Steve so much. I hooked him up with the booth. He's going to be there to answer questions, to network, to shake hands. He's like a celebrity. So everybody loves to chop it up with Steve. And he can answer any questions you have, like about specific claim stuff, about deals, and, a lot of these different things. But I want to kind of get back to this topic, man. What are the big changes, the sweeping changes that you see in the industry that could affect roofers long term?
well, they're trying to. Some of the insurance companies are trying to manipulate the appraisal process. So if you've got a client who has gone up the chain of authority in the claims department, trying to find someone that can be reasoned with, if you're dealing with a claims project where it's an insurance claim, you're trying to find someone that can be reasoned with, and you keep hitting a wall, people being unreasonable, then you're pretty much left with 6 options, and you would do well to know these 6 options. In fact, you should memorize them so that you can explain them to your client and educate them. So option number 1 is they can do nothing. I know that doesn't sound like much of an option, but a lot of people do that. They're kind of, and the reason why people don't do anything, consumers, is because they're unsure about what they should do. They're uncertain. And that's incumbent upon us to educate them about what these options are. Option number 2, they can take it on the chin. They can pony up the extra money. Let's say you're at 30,000. Let's a small residential loss. You're at 30 and the carrier's at 20. Let's just nice round numbers. They could take it on the chin and come up with the extra 10,000 out of pocket and hire you to do the work at construction best practices. Option number 3, they can hire one of the insurance company's recommended contractors that will piecemeal their roof for $20,000. Of course, they're not going to do $30,000 worth of work for $20,000. They're going to do maybe $20,000 worth of work for $20,000. And of course, there's lots of desperate people out there willing to do desperate things. So when the adjuster says, I have lots of contractors that will do it for my price, your question should be, do what for your price? You mean you have contractors that are willing to do my scope for your price? See, no, they're willing to do their scope for their price. If I was doing your scope for my price, you'd be right. I am a profiteer. But I'm not doing your paltry little scope for my price. I'm doing my comprehensive, extensive scope for my price. So those are the first 3 options of the 6. Option number 4, they can hire a public adjuster. So if your client is in over their head, they would do well to have representation, whether that be a PA or an attorney. And so I'm actually starting a PA referral service, Tony and I, at Level the Playing Field. We're vetting public adjusters as we speak, and we're looking for the top 5% of all PAs nationwide. So you don't have to run around trying to figure out a PA that's going to be able to help your client. You can come to me and I'll refer you, and it costs you nothing.
You're going to hold him accountable. That's the one thing I love about Steve. He don't play no games. Now, more importantly, he runs a really good, tight group, and one of the members of the group is in the waiting room. He just won on the live stream because it pays to be on this live stream. We're giving away a lot of shit, guys. I'm not done. I'm going to be giving away knives, going to give away shirts, hats, and tickets. But my man Chuck Allen, he's an habitual winner. He wins all the time. Bring my man Chuck on. Give us three across the screen here. He's looks like he's on a roof or he's out there. Where are you at, Chuck?
There.
Man, I am in San Marcos, Texas. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you great, bro. What you up to today?
Well, I was in this correctional facility a second ago getting ready to look at the roof, and Natalie just sent me a text that said that I won. So my dream of being on the show with Lee has just come true. What's going on, my friend?
What's up, brother? This man right here is one of the biggest fans. I'm one of his biggest fans. He's a leader down in South Texas. He's got teams. He's looking to grow and scale, but he's also sharing his journey. He's creating content. You got to follow him, Chuck Allen. Find his podcast, Keeping It Rio. And he's another one of these content creators out there fighting the good fight. And so last year, he got a free ticket. This year, he won it through a drawing. Congratulations, brother. You get a free ticket to the event, man.
I'm excited. I can't wait. Last year's event was awesome. I'm on here with Lee and my other hero, Steve. This is cool, man. I'm having a great day. I'm looking forward to coming down. Last year, it was on point from the very get. You had the best of everything, man. So I'm excited. I'm gonna try to bring a couple guys from my team with me this year.
Nice. So, hey, we have some questions that we're asking Steve about the appraisal process, about the insurance companies getting tricky. Do you have any claims, any scenarios, any denials that you could talk with through Steve? I think a lot of people love doing this. They love just kind of getting his advice and mentorship on specific deals. But do you have any specifically that you're working on? Maybe we could kind of do a little mastermind on.
I'll be honest, Lee, I don't have any that I'm working on at the moment. I haven't been selling. My sales guys have been doing that for me. So I don't have any open claims at the moment. I did talk to Steve, I think it was at RoofCon, about maybe writing a book sometime in the next year or so. So if we ever get to that point, I'm still wanting to do something like that.
Absolutely. So what when the deals are supplements, do you supplement the deals? When you don't get overhead and profit, do you take them to appraisal? What happens when you don't get what you want?
Well, we do have a supplement team at Rio Blanco. My company's tied in with another company over in East Texas. So we've got a supplement team in-house. They take care of all of that stuff really for us. So, we supplement, I'd say probably about 85% of our jobs. I think our approval rating is pretty darn good. And I think our average is about 2,500 increase from the original. So I think that's fairly decent. I don't really,
you're one of the very
I don't pay a
best,
whole
dude.
lot of attention to it. But
Keeping it Rio, man, but more importantly, the team that you're with, y'all got it together. And that is sort of the highest level of roofers. And a lot of people don't have their own supplement team. But, one thing about supplements is they've been taking longer to get approved. Have you noticed, sometimes that, they release the depreciation slower or that you don't get your money as fast when you supplement?
everything is slow right now, it seems. Across the board, you have to just kind of get ready for it. I think there's a shortage of I hate to say quality or qualified, but there's a lot of influx of new people in the insurance industry, and does it really benefit anybody to pay us super fast?
No, it doesn't. So we're going to unpack that a little bit, man. Hey, have a great day. Go sell that penitentiary roof. Glad to get you on the live stream. We got to get you here for a full episode. We're going to do that in the next week or so. You're on the schedule. Hey, Chuck Allen on the schedule next week. We'll get her on full episode. All right, Chuck. Have a good day, brother.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate you guys.
Excellent.
Hey, so he talked a little bit about this, and everybody thinks we all got all the answers, and we always want to give you the exact good answer because I got a supplement department too, but my supplement department, a lot of times it's the length of how long it takes me to collect the depreciation. It's the strategic reassigning of adjusters. It's the strategic not answering or picking up the phones or giving you an answer for 90 days. It's the strategic denial through really kind of I consider that just really, I don't know, bad faith type practices. Now that's kind of an industry standard that's happening as there's more and more insurance roofers.
Yep, it's funny. So my son Dominic, who started a roofing company last year, we were visiting with one of his clients yesterday, and the guy has Mercury Insurance, and they will not return his phone call. For over a week, he's been calling every day, been texting the adjuster. He's convinced that they put his number into a phone system so that when he calls, it automatically goes to a voicemail instead of to the desk adjuster. I mean, what kind of bad faith is that when they refuse to answer the phone call of one of their clients because they want to be paid properly?
That's crazy. That is absolute nuts.
They're just not answering his phone. Back when I was adjuster back in the day, nothing, well, hardly anything, would get me in trouble faster than not promptly returning an insured's correspondence, phone call, email, whatever the case may be. Man, I would get in trouble like that if I didn't return their phone calls right away. And they just blow people off nowadays. It's just incredible.
So, what do you think? I mean, for me, I've kind of moved to the solar insurance retail model. We're offering an 18-month zero interest loan. We're rolling people into when there's supplements, making them wait. I used to build the jobs and say, we'll do the job plus supplement. And then it would take my depreciation when the supplement was settled. But then it's like I'm building the job, I'm incurring the cost, I'm holding up my second check. What I started doing in my company is I stopped building the supplemented jobs, even if they were somewhat profitable, even if they met my minimum profit margin. I just said, look, if there's a supplement on the job, if we're asking for more money, I'm not gonna incur costs at all. And why would I go and incur costs to be delayed on payment? I don't make money on the first check. I make money on the last check. And so it took a while for me to understand that the way this systematic denial and slow pay was working, it was bleeding the growth of my company, and it's limiting the amount of growth that I can sustainably do. And so at this point, when you hit some of these walls or ceilings, and you got to say, okay, make the people wait. Say, look, your insurance company paid wholesale pricing, and I'm not a bank, but one thing's for sure, I can show you how to get this approved 100% of the time. Here in your policy, it says that if the cost is incurred, it's covered, and they've already agreed your roof needed to be replaced. The market's changing so fast with crazy market conditions, they don't know the price. Here's the price. Here's the signature. I'll offer funding with 0% interest up to 18 months. It costs you nothing. Once we can get started on your roof immediately, the insurance company will be sent an invoice, not an estimate. They will have to pay that invoice. And here's the thing. If the insurance company doesn't pay my invoice, I'll refund you the difference. Just go ahead and fill out the paperwork right here. When I'm finished, I'll be able to be paid in full through my funding partner. You can keep your check, and thank you very much. Now, that's what we've been doing. Sometimes, like, I think I probably would say 10 to 20% of the people that we have, I'm not to a 50% close rate on that yet. I still have about 70 to 80% of the people that say, you know what, I'll just wait for my supplement. But at least I'm not incurring the cost. And I stopped counting revenue when I just sold a job. I stopped counting a $20,000 contract as revenue, because a lot of times they pay you $7,000 up front, and you count all that revenue in your accounting. Well, I stopped counting that in revenue. I started only counting the sales for the back end when I built the job. And so what this does is it helps me grow at the speed I need to grow, and then make the customer cash fund my growth. And so there's a lot of people across the country moving to this insurance retail model. What do you think?
I think you're spot on. That's what I'm teaching Dominic, my son, to do. That's what I'm going around the nation teaching people to do, because it simply makes sense. Even Steve Badger said at Jen Silver's event a couple months ago that once the consumer has paid you, whether that be through obtaining a loan and then you get paid, or out of pocket,
Just don't.
that the insurance company owes you cost incurred. Now, you have to make sure that the client looks at their loss settlement provision in their policy, make sure it says that. 95% of the policies do, but there's a few policies that don't, so you don't want to presume that that's going to be the case. But But if you explain things right and you sell financing correctly, what's the downside for the consumer? That their insurance isn't going to pay? Well, if they're not going to pay, they weren't going to pay anyway. No matter whether you finance and get the work done now or not, they still weren't going to pay, and you still have options. Options number 4, 5, and 6 is what I was talking about earlier. PA. Option number 5 is an attorney, and you have small claims court and lawyer up. In Texas, they just raised the small claims court to $20,000, which is nice. And then the final option is, of course, appraisal. So the consumer does have some options to be able to get a fair settlement on their claim.
And look, I mean, people can think about all's like doom and falling down, but the truth is we're still getting the claims paid. Everybody's still getting the right margin. It's just taking a little bit longer to work through the process, and so people really just have to learn how to cash flow that whole process a little bit more. And so it's not that the model is dying or that there's too many roofers out there or that roofers are putting the insurance, or is it? Is it there's bad roofers out there putting the insurance company out of business, Steve?
Well, there are about a bunch of bad roofers out there. People running around looking at clay tile roofs that aren't damaged. And because they're discontinued tile, they're trying to get like this huge complex, apartment complex or condo complex that doesn't have damaged roofs replaced. Of course, that's wrong. And man, you do a few $20 million projects like that, you're $100 million. That puts the pinch on an insurance company. Even if they're a $1 billion company, $100 million is no small amount. And so that's wrong. If the roofs, if the property is damaged by a storm, then that's perfectly legitimate. But trying to get roofs replaced that don't have legitimate damage is. So the other thing about the insurance companies in Florida, the entire premise of the argument that they're making, they're essentially saying that their underwriters are incompetent. Their underwriters didn't assess the amount of risk being transferred from the consumer to the insurance company, how much risk they're taking on. They miscalculated the risk, and so they're going under because of that. These guys that are the underwriters at these insurance companies make the bookmakers at Las Vegas look like children. I mean, they can tell you how many 5-year-olds are going to die from a bicycle accident this year to the number. I mean, they are experts at knowing their numbers. So to presume that the underwriters are incompetent and they're accepting far more risk than they had anticipated, and so their payouts are a lot higher because of that risk, is absurd. Their underwriters are very competent. That isn't the reason. Poor business practices is the reason. And guess what? So, how many companies go out of business every year? Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions, maybe. So how many insurance companies go out of business every year? A couple. And all of a sudden, you have a couple, 2, 3, 4 insurance companies going out of business, and oh my God, there's a crisis. Maybe they didn't run their business properly. That's the number one reason why most people go out of business is they didn't run they don't know how to run a freaking business. They're not a businessman.
Hey, your audio went out for some reason. I don't know what happened. As Steve gets his audio fixed up here, still can't hear you for some reason. I don't know what. Maybe connection. Maybe log in and try back out. For some reason, it I can't hear. But guys, here's the deal. Steve is an absolute expert when it comes to this stuff. As you can tell, the insurance companies are changing the rules, but you just have to be realizing that there's always an answer. And if you just stick with it, stick to legitimate losses. Here's the thing. In my life as a young man, I would work more marginal claims. And here Steve's back joining again. He knows that salesman is always going to be really kind of put himself in tough positions when you see a roof that could go either way. I mean, basically you're always going to want to make more money. You kind of have like incentive for the roof to be damaged. And so I've had to learn over the years, like, dude, it's just not worth the time. It's just not worth the energy. It's not worth any of like, look, I've made mistakes. I've pursued roofs that shouldn't have been pursued, but across the board, my company, you know, what we do is we focus where there's actual damage. And, you know, luckily there is a lot of damage in Florida. And so that's where there's a lot of gray areas for the insurance company as well. So, you know, you were talking about profitability, you know, and I think a lot of it is once you start getting retail approvals, you open the conversation for upgrades. And one of the things that the owner of Sumo Quote, he said is that whenever they have a roofing company, and it was like, I don't know how long ago, a few years ago, they had one simple form that they offered every single customer after they signed a contract. And all the form did was say, here are the upgrades, check which ones you want. And they said, here's a class 3 roof, here's a class 4 roof, here's a high profile ridge, here's an upgraded high end, whatever. So they have 5 different options to check. He said, you wouldn't believe how many people checked every option. We'd had to tell them, you can't have a class 4 shingle and a class 3 shingle. You have to pick one or the other. You can't have all the boxes. And the people would say, well, we just wanted the best roof. We didn't look at it. And you just don't realize how many people want the best. Me, I want the best, you know? And so basically, people, I see roofers, they don't ask for upgrades. And so, you know, if you're always doing insurance money and even if you're collecting the deductible, I see all the time you throw in the architectural upgrade, you throw in the ridge vent. And really what happens is when you get approved for funding, you get the opportunity to get the right margin right now, but you get the opportunity to sell an upgrade. Now that gets us into the profitability conversation. In Texas, it's too low. It's 35%. If all you do is stick to the insurance and have to compete against the roofers, it's too low. And, you know, you prescribe a book to people. And what's that book for profit that you tell everybody to read?
Well, I got it right here, so you can see it.
All right, great.
Got it right.
Tell us what you learned in that book.
Markup and Profit by Michael C. Stone. Ed Faco, I'm sure you know Ed.
Oh, yeah.
He turned the book. And so this guy, Michael C. Stone, the author, he's a 3rd generation contractor. His father, his grandfather were contractors. He's been a contractor for 54 years. I mean, heck, the vast majority of the people watching this podcast aren't 54 years old. And so he's helped over 1,000 contractors that were on the verge of bankruptcy not only be profitable, but be significantly profitable. And the very first thing he tells people to do is raise your prices. And guess what everyone's response is?
People can't afford it.
What's that?
People can't afford it. I'm going to lose customers.
I'm going to lose customers. If I raise my prices, I'm going to lose customers. And they're right. Henry Ford says, if you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. This is the issue. If you believe that you're bringing great value, and you are, then the consumer will believe that too. If you believe that you're overcharging, then they will too. So it's all your mindset. And so he would get their mindset straight. Over 1,000 contractors become significantly profitable.
Give them that bomb. Give them that explosion. Hell yeah. That's a bomb. And in retail, you should start. You had a good number. I liked it. You start, you know, here, you drop here. I know the number. I just want you to go through it and tell them.
So one of the things he teaches over and over and over in his book is stop being competitive. You're not supposed to be competitive. You're supposed to be profitable. Do you see the difference? So you got the one guy who's selling on price and he's trying to compete. And then you got this guy who's selling on value.
We got to get Donnie
and
on here.
All the difference in the world. The guy who's selling on value never sells on price.
Send him the link. I'm going to get my dad on here. Just is going to be entertaining. This is going to be so much fun.
Very on level the playing field. He's been doing lots of.
He loves to talk about. He's been telling me to do lump sum for years. He's been telling me Xactimate's stupid for years. Basically, his software, Claim Express, we would put
He's right.
the Xactimate numbers in, and then the jobs wouldn't make minimum profit. So we would just change the numbers a little bit here and there. And we've been doing that for a really long time. And so it's funny that this has become more of a trend, this lump sum estimating. And, these OGs, my dad in the business, I've been saying that forever. God almighty, I've been saying that. Why don't nobody listen to me? You didn't listen to me now. It's something cool. You could, some, father son type thing. But, okay, he can't be on for another hour, but we'll hear from Pops later.
Well, he was right all along.
He was right all along, for sure.
Yep.
And so, tell them about what lump sum estimating is versus using Xactimate and how that all works and how it fits into profitability.
Well, it's real simple. Every company out there, if you're relying upon insurance claims for a significant amount of your business, you'd better start working on getting a retail division, whether you do commercial, residential, both, a retail division, and start actually teaching your professional salesmen how to sell financing, because you got about 5 to 10 years and the insurance companies aren't going to be paying for roofs anymore. About 5 to 10 years.
Oh my God, come on. Give me an air horn or some bullshit. God dang it. I don't like that. Give me a boo. Boo. Give me some sad faces on the Facebook live stream if you can't stand that. See, you got roofers booing you everywhere. You're saying the industry's changing. They're not going to pay for roofs.
The only thing that doesn't change is that everything always changes. And so, if you're ahead of the curve and you build a robust retail division now, when that happens 5 to 10 years from now, the same number of roofs are going to be damaged.
Yep.
But because insurance isn't paying for it, they're going to have to find somebody to buy a roof from. And then if you have a really well-trained staff of salesmen selling your retail roofs, so this method, all it's doing is selling a roof exactly the same as if it was a retail customer rather than an insurance customer. It's exactly the same. So you come up with the price exactly the same, and you don't handle it any differently, except you do the initial site visit with the adjuster to point out the damage and explain your reasonable method of repair, and then you educate the consumer. Otherwise, which is what I've been teaching all along, otherwise, it's not really that different than a retail project, a cash job. And so we're going to have to learn how to sell financing. You were mentioning earlier about people giving away upgrades. There's a prime example that a person doesn't know how to sell. Why in the world would you give away a deductible or an upgrade when you could actually charge for these things?
Well, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you, just to give you the devil's advocate answer. If you're in Texas and there's 17 people knocking on the door and the customers are going up against 3 other people that say, I'm going to cover your deductible, and then this guy gives a quote for $265 a square, here you are, $5,000 more expensive. They're paying their deductible, and you got to tell them why they got to spend even more money. Now, this is where sales are made, but are you going to be able to do that easier if you're going to tell them to just keep the check and that really the upgrade only costs $7 a month?
So I tell you what, you had mentioned Eric Obrandt and his book that he wrote. Right. So I was suggesting, I've been teaching this for quite some time, and Eric actually took my challenge, and he's written 2 books. One residential book on how to select a contractor, and a second book, which is how to extend the life of your commercial roof, which is essentially the same thing, is how to select a commercial contractor. And in fact, I'm helping my son, Dominic, here in Dallas, because Dallas-Fort Worth, you have more roofers per capita than anywhere in the world. And the competition is fierce, so I'm helping him write a book with the same title, Insider Secrets to Selecting a Contractor. And these books, we're going to order about 1,000 of them. It's going to cost like $3,000. We're going to get them published. They're going to be on Amazon for $19.95. He's going to be giving them away to prospects. All of a sudden, Dominic is now a published author. right? And so he's giving them a free book. So what sets him apart from the competition? If he's a published author, he must be an expert. He's a published author on the subject. He's a subject matter expert. I didn't know that would happen to me with my book, Level the Playing Field. I never had any clue that would happen, but people attribute expert status to me because I'm a published author and I've written that book, and all of a sudden they're like, "Oh, Steve Patrick." And
let me help them real quick because I know a lot of them are watching this and they want to write a book, but they're thinking, God almighty, it takes so much to write a book. And I'm going to tell you, I did the book the hard way like Steve, and I wrote out every word, and I had an editor, and it took a lot of time. It took a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, and it's been worth it, just like Steve says. But you don't have to do it like that. There's a lot of different ways that you can do it. As a matter of fact, I know a guy that you can pay $3 to $5 grand. He'll do an interview with you over an hour and a half, 2 hours. He'll ask you a series of questions, and out of that interview, he'll get a book. And you'll have a published book that you can put in someone's hands. And the truth is that Steve's answer was correct, that people will pay more when they know, like, and trust you. And I'm going to take this opportunity to give away a few books. So if you don't have a copy of my book right now, I want you to type in Contracting Growth Secrets. I'm going to send you a free copy. Inside of this book, you're going to learn how to create video ads that sell, how my recruiting funnel separates the serious from the curious, like our buddy Scott Edwards was talking about. And the truth is, it's about building your brand, learning how to message in a new marketplace. And the basics are you need more leads and more salespeople, and you need a proven sales system. So it goes through the 5 eyes of the blue collar close. And I think this is just all tactical, meaty type money-making information. And so if you just type in Contracting Growth Secrets into the comments, and I got a bunch of books to give away. So just type in Contracting Growth Secrets into the comments. I'll be happy to give away the books. One of the biggest ways that you can get away into selling more retail roofs is by offering people to go green, to save money on their power bill. You know, we start talking about these. All right, buddy, we got you. I can't pronounce your name, but I'm going to try. Maltis Urbanak. Yes, we got you, buddy. I tried. Contracting Growth Secrets. You the man. Trisha Grabert, Contracting Growth Secrets. You're the woman. So, Steve, thank you for coming here. And real quick, guys, I want you to know one thing. Steve's going to be at my event. I gave him a booth because I want him to be there to shake hands, to answer your questions. And so if you text in 239-537-2251, get your tickets to the event. You get a 2-for-1 special. All the money goes to Folds of Honor. What we're about to do next. Bye, buddy. Go ahead.
oh wait, I'm ghostwriting these books for contractors that don't want to write their own book.
Oh, nice. Get that plug in there. Go ahead and plug that.
Yeah. So if you're interested in having a book that you can hand out to your clients about $3 a piece, it becomes your business card. And if you're interested in me ghostwriting it for you, give me a ring.
Man, awesome, Steve. And I can't wait to see you in Miami. And so thanks so much, brother. Bye, buddy. Appreciate you. All right, so this next important part. Man, isn't this fun, dude? This telethon is just getting started. Give me some hearts, guys, if you hadn't shared this with me. Everybody wants to learn how to make 7 figures as a solar sales rep. Everybody wants to add double the profits. But, you know, selling roofs is different than selling solar. You know, I'll share a little bit about my struggles. You know, everybody needs a roof. Not everybody needs solar. Sometimes when we don't sell the roof, we can follow up on them, sell them later. Oftentimes, that's not the case in solar. Sometimes when someone needs a roof and they have damage, they have to call me. They need me. And it never happens on a solar deal that they call us back. You have the opportunity to get in and to get in where you fit in and to make it happen. And people really buy when their emotion is bigger than the resistance. The resistance in solar is the big cost, but that's also the reward because there's big commissions. And the most beautiful thing about solar is there's ways to do it that all you have to do is sell. You don't have to take on overhead. All you have to learn is how to sell it. And so my man Sean here is an expert at selling solar. And he works with SIRC, USA Solar Networks. And I've partnered with them, and they're able to be the install organization, the training organization, the team in which they could help me, you, implement a solar company in your business. And so today we're going to talk about how to earn 7 figures as a sales rep in solar. the perfect solar pitch, what roofers have problems implementing their solar businesses, and the opportunity between roofing, solar, and selling retail roofs with solar. So what's up, Sean? How you doing, man? Where's your background? Where'd you come from? Give us the quick little backstory.
Sure. Lee, nice to see you, man. Happy Cinco de Mayo. So my name is Sean Land. I work for the Solar Integrated Roofing Corporation. I'm based out here in Phoenix, Arizona. Yes, everything Lee just said is spot on. We're going to be partnering up with him and his massive network that he's built, and we're going to see if we can have some synergy and yeah, make seven figures, more than seven figures together, right, Lee?
Amen. I know we got one monster deal here that there's multiple seven figures just in one deal, but that's what's cool about Sean. He does commercial, and there's not very many options for commercial. Sean's got a great solution. We're already closing deals. So, how'd you get into solar? What were you doing before solar?
So, well, I come from a marketing background. I used to do business development for a marketing company called Sonder in Tucson, Arizona. And then after that, we had a family business where I was a recruiter. We had a talent acquisition business. So both of those things have helped me a lot in the solar industry. I used to own gyms out here in Arizona. So I owned a couple gyms out here called Land of Fitness. So Sean Land of Fitness. That was kind of my pitch there. The fitness industry is, it's a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. I still love the fitness industry, but I'd rather make, $5,000 in 2 hours than, in a sweaty, smelly gym all day and just barely scraping by. So the solar
what you
industry
just said was so important, bro. It was so fucking important. And I'm going to unpack this because it's one of the biggest mistakes that roofers make. Roofers have an easier sell. And I like to do something. Dave Chappelle, I'm not even gonna repeat that. He used to have this skit, and this is just not for TV, and I hope my kids ain't watching. But Dave Chappelle said, "I'm a speed fucker, dismount. I'm a speed fucker, dismount." And so he would say that dumb shit. And what does that mean? It's dumb. But it's basically like if you try to quick close a homeowner and you're trying to go in there for like a insurance deal that you can move in and out of 15 minutes, 30 minutes, you don't really spend any time with them. Sort of kind of gets you in because you're going to be coming back there for multiple appointments. If you don't want to waste too much time, and it's just different. It's way different. Okay. And so basically a lot of times I can close a deal without spending an hour with the customer. And I honestly can do it without spending 15 minutes. I've done it in 6 minutes. That's why I say I'm a speed closer, dismount. But the truth is that in solar, it's not a good solar presentation. I heard a buddy of mine who makes multiple millions a year in solar. He said, dude, if you're going inside the home and you don't spend an hour and a half, you didn't do a solar presentation.
Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. Because you got to remember, just like roofs, and I know that your team is very aware of this. There's an emotional connection to somebody's home. So even like that's why the alarm industry's had so much success. Because they're pitching security to someone's home. Now we're talking about getting control of someone's energy. This is your home. You own your home. Don't you want to own your energy? That's one of the biggest selling points when you're presenting solar to people, especially in states like Texas and Florida and some of the states that you guys are extremely strong in. That's a different mindset there. You tell someone, hey, you own your car in your driveway, right? Okay, you own your home, right? Why don't you own your energy? You're going to let someone else tell you how much you're going to pay every year, and oh, by the way, they're going to increase it on you every year, and then they just start shaking their head like, no, I don't want that. But yeah, you're totally right, Lee. About a 90-minute presentation is a pretty solid time. I mean, we've had guys in the home for 3-4 hours. Depending on how much questions the homeowner has, whatever they have to do to get that person, to get that person, feeling comfortable. It's also extremely important that you have, if it's a husband and a wife, you want to have both of them there. If any good husband knows that you don't want to make any major decisions without your wife there, so that's a good way to be sleeping on the couch, right? So,
yeah, I know what these
totally
guys
agree
want
with
to
that.
see. These guys and gals want to know how to do it. So we got to get into how to do it, and we're going to. And this is
Sure.
probably, guys, we've been going for 2.5 hours. So I know a lot of people have been here from the beginning. People are coming in and out. But this might be the meat that everybody wants to hear is how to sell solar. And so I think another mistake that people make in solar is they don't realize that it's oftentimes a two-step close. They basically, a roofer will come in and they'll try and do the whole deal. They'll try and sell solar at the doorstep. They'll try and sell solar in the first appointment. They'll try and sell it in the first 15 minutes. They'll try and sell the concept in 5 minutes. And it's a lot to sell in that short amount of time. And so, what we've learned, and we've learned this a lot. This is the hardest thing about it, guys. This is very hard. We all have egos. Myself, I personally thought I did not need help closing my first 5 solar deals. And it's not that I couldn't overcome the objections or didn't know the objections. It's that I was pausing a little bit when each individual objection, and each time I would talk or I would come across a customer, there would be this one little objection that I didn't know about. Oh, I'm going to sell my home. Oh, I'm building something new and I don't know how much my bill. I just moved here. There's a lot of different things that come up, but the reality is it was just a small hesitation. And so what I found is that if you watch someone else close 5 deals, if you focus on just the one thing that matters, and I'll kind of let Sean I'm not going to steal your thunder. It is
go ahead.
It's a 2-stepper, but I mean, I don't know if you agree with this or not, but tell me how you do it and how it's different than the 1-step roof close.
I mean, that's not necessarily how every sales guy has his own
Well, tell us how you do
pitch.
it, big dog.
I mean, yeah, I basically I'm just super transparent with them. I let the solar sell itself. It's depending on what markets you're in, it's a very much a no-brainer. And then the more, we're lucky to have a lot of lending options. We also have lease options. Lease options are going to be great especially with people that have some of those questions that you just
Okay,
said,
perfect.
Lee.
I got you. I'm about to put you on the spot. Knock my door. Sell me a solar.
Not knocking on the door. Well, I'm a business development guy, so
Perfect.
I'm actually not
That's
one of the
perfect.
residential
You're
sales
knocking
guys.
my door. Come on.
Yeah, and if I'm knocking on your
I'm
door,
not the solar guy. You got to sell me a solar. Come on.
I got to sell you some solar. All right.
Yeah.
Well,
Here we go.
I'd find out.
Knock, knock.
Are you comfortable? Are you comfortable with how how much you're paying your utility company every month?
Hold on. Sir. I'm sorry. Who are you?
Oh, I'm Sean Land from the USA Solar Networks.
Okay.
And I think that your house is perfect for a solar proposal. If you have just a few minutes of time, I can show you how you could be saving money.
Okay, great. It sounds good. Sounds great. I don't know though. Can you give me a business card, man? You seem like a nice guy. Maybe I'm kind of busy right now.
Yeah, I mean, I could give you a business card. I'd love to set up a time. Are you the homeowner or
Yeah, I'm the homeowner. I'm here.
You're the homeowner. Yeah, I'd love to set a time and maybe sit down with you for an hour. All I need is your utility bill, and I can show you how Mrs. Fields three doors down is I have her saving 30% up to 30% on her utility bill. She loved my proposal. I thought that maybe you'd want to check out what Mrs. Fields three doors down is doing.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, we'll set up a time. Are you single? Do you are you single or do you?
Okay, so now you get to bust my balls.
Now I get to bust your balls?
Now you get to bust my balls. It goes both ways, all right?
Okay. Well, all right. Who's there?
Hey,
Who are
what's
you?
going on, bud? My name's Lee. I'm with our RCA. Have you seen what's going on around here? You seen these solar panels getting installed in the neighborhood? Do you know what's going on?
Yeah, I've seen a few of my neighbors get solar.
Yeah, it's net
What's
metering.
that about?
About a year ago, they came by here and they changed out your meter. They changed out the mechanical meter for a digital one. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I think I remember that.
Yeah, what that means is that we can actually get paid to create power. You can eliminate your power bill. Has anyone ever showed you about solar or showed you how much money you can save?
No, I've had a few people contact me about it over the phone, but I've never really seen the savings.
Oh, I figured, man. It really doesn't make sense unless you look at it with a true professional. Your neighbor, Joan, up the street, she said the same thing. And she went ahead and let me do an evaluation on her bill. Now, if you don't really make any savings, solar doesn't make sense for everybody, okay? It looks like you have enough south-facing sun. You may be a good fit. But the truth is, Joan was actually over the whole lifetime able to save like almost $200,000 Her monthly payment was about $350 a month. We dropped it to about $250 a month. There's zero money down. Now, you may not qualify for this program, but all I need is a copy of your energy bill. And if we can't save you a lot of money, then it won't make sense. I just want to see if you're a good fit. Can I get a copy of your energy bill?
Yeah, I think I got that laying around somewhere.
Okay. Do you get it in the mail or do you get it online?
I get mine online.
All right, great. And so there you go. Just two different ways to get to the energy bill. When you get to the close, it gets a little bit different. It gets a little bit more difficult. And one of the things is this is where we're at the kitchen table. And so I'm gonna, because listen, guys, here's the deal. Sean's the installation partner. I'm busting his balls. I'm the sales coach. We're partnered up because I teach you how to sell it, and Sean installs it. He teaches you the basics. He teaches you all the scaling secrets, and all you really need to learn from me is how to sell it. And so the reality is that, you know, getting the power bill is the first step. And I think that a lot of people, like, they go through the whole process of selling solar at the doorstep. And what you got to do is you just got to sell the power. You got the evaluation. You got to sell the appointment, not the solar. When you're knocking doors, it's a little different. So we get to the kitchen table, we do the proposal. Now you can do the proposal. The way it works with Sean's company is it's automated. They have basically a technology, an inside team that will complete the proposal for you. And they'll complete it sometimes. Sean, I've seen it within like 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Yeah, 10, 15 minutes is all it takes. Yeah.
I mean, sometimes it's a little longer, but it's really cool because it means that unlike roofing sales, you have to learn how to measure a roof, estimate it. You don't have to do that with this. It literally just comes like an automated proposal. And so now I've got this automated proposal and I'm knocking back on the door to sell Sean. So,
Hi, how's it going there?
hey, Sean, you got a place that we can sit down, man? I'd like to go over this with you.
Yeah, sure. Come on inside.
All right, great. Now, here's really where I go into the rapport building. So I have to really speed this process up because I want to give you the details of just making a friend. You ever heard the term make a friend, make a sell? It's almost more important in solar. And you want to find like things in their house that you can relate to, whether it's sports teams or it's political views. And I'm not saying switch political views. I'm just saying get them talking about themselves. People love to talk about themselves. And so ask them questions about their life, ask them questions and get them going and get their minds really in a real like alignment that you're a good guy. Because the most important thing is that you're not going to sell this person solar if it doesn't make sense. And so, you know, I think it goes a long ways just being able to sit down at the kitchen table. You know, pretty much a customer that asked me for a glass of water, that customer is, hey, do you want a glass of water? Yeah, I'm probably going to close that customer, you know, and they're pretty nice people. They're trying to be accommodating. If someone's nervous and doesn't want to sell, they're not trying to be that accommodating, doesn't want to buy. So, you know, I'm sitting down at the kitchen table. I built rapport and I'm not in a rush. And the first step, you know, I interrupted them at the kitchen table. The second step, I'm going to ask them questions. I asked the questions about getting to the power bill. Now, here's the deal. All right. And this is how solar's sold. It's like pretty simple. Look, I don't know. Have you seen what Biden said about greenhouse gas emissions? Do you know what's happening with the Paris Climate Accord?
No, I haven't. I haven't been up to date on.
Well, look, man, I'm not
Mr.
selling.
Biden.
I'm not selling climate control, bro. I'm not getting into the political side of things. I'm not selling climate control. But you know, as you can see, a lot's changed since Biden's been president, and he said he's cutting greenhouse gases 50%. So that means that all the power that's on coal, that means, look, the prices are going up. The prices of energy are going up. And, you know, you see the price of gasoline and you see what's happening right now. Look, Biden says that half the cars out there got to be electric. That's why the price of a gasoline is so high. And it's the same with your power bill. I don't know if you've noticed, how long you've been a homeowner here? How long you own your home?
This is my 5th year.
Okay, great. This is your 5th year. And so, do you remember what you were paying for power 5 years ago?
Yeah, it was considerably less.
Yeah, and if you roll that back to 1985, you're looking at $20 a month. And systematically over the last 5 years, 1996% growth, maybe it was about $75. You go to 1995, you're in the $100. You get to 2000s, you're moving to 200. Average power bill by the time you get to 2022 might be $250 to $280 a month. Now, what we've seen strategically over time, and this is the map here, is a 6% increase over time. Now, what's your current bill so far? What's your current bill right now?
It's about $250.
Well, here's the biggest thing that really would alarm me is that, over time, you have no control about who you choose for your power. You don't get to choose, do you?
Nope.
And so chances are on the same path, your power bill is going to be maybe $700, $800 in the next 5 years. And so the biggest thing there's 3 reasons why people go solar. Why do you think people go solar?
To save money, it's good for the environment and locks in their utility rate.
Those are all great answers, but that's not the number one reason why people go solar. And I appreciate that because actually it's what I was looking for. People always say to save money. Save money on my electric bill. Save money on my this. And you know what? Maybe they're right. Maybe that is the second reason why people go solar. The third reason is that the government's going to pay you. I mean, if this is a $40,000 system, the government's going to give you about 10 grand just for going solar. It's going to be great, but that's not the number one reason why. That is the number one reason why. Canon Cantelano, you get yourself a free book, get sent to that person. Message me, address, and we will send you a free gift because that's the number one reason why people go solar. All this money that you're paying your power bill, you could be paying to own your own home. And it's not only owning your own power, like you're renting your power, you know that the rent's going up. Not only are you going to own your own power, look, your bill's not going up. So when the price raises on your electric bill, you're putting all that money into the equity of your home. You're building true wealth. And so if you're in Florida, you've seen how much property values have gone up, right? So what's it gonna feel like when you don't have a power bill and all that money's used to pay off your home?
It's going to feel like I got a raise.
Okay, so look, man, your current bill is about $300 a month. We've got you down at $230 a month. This is a 25-year loan. It's 1.5% interest. This payment's never going to go up. There's zero money down, and total savings over the life of this whole thing is about $176,000. So if you don't do anything, actually the cost of doing nothing is more like $210,000. Every single person that I show this to goes solar. So are you ready to own your own power and build equity in your home starting today?
Yeah, this sounds like a great idea.
Okay, here you go. See, you didn't bust my balls. You're supposed to bust my balls a little bit there.
Oh, well, you just did too damn good.
It's okay. That's okay. I just wanted to let you know that, guys, it's all you have to do is learn how to sell it. And the thing about it is that the biggest objection most people have is the cost. The biggest objection people have is they're going to sell their homes. The biggest objection that they have is they don't want to get a loan. And the truth is that, all you have to do is ask. And, that's how you sell a deal. What's even cooler to me about solar is how you scale it. Because basically, right now we're in about 40 states that we can sell in. And a lot of people aren't nationwide. Like Donovan, he actually sold a solar job. He actually for your company. Basically Donovan can now sell solar jobs all over the United States. And what's cool about that is like if he recruits somebody, has a family friend, he can basically be selling projects all over. And the real cool thing I think about solar is that when you have a partner like SRC to do the installation, then all you have to worry about is sales, and it's almost easier to scale because you just focus on closing deals, training salespeople. You figure out how to structure a commission plan so that the sales trainers, the boss, everybody can get paid on the team's effort. And why do you think solar is easier to scale than roofing?
Well, I mean, just like you said, I mean, if you're just worrying about the sales side, you don't have to worry about, equipment procurement and all the logistics involved, and finding good man labor that actually is qualified to get up on somebody's roof, and all those things. Being a sales guy, you just got to learn how to sell. So if you're an expert sales guy and you get the right training, with an entity like Sky Diamond University, or something like that, you get to do what you're best at. You don't have to worry about all the upfront costs that come with, you have to chase down insurance companies. I mean, there's a lot of things that go into anytime you're a contractor. Any contractor that's on this call just knows how much it goes into everything from getting the license up until materials involved in the actual installation portion, and just finding good labor. When you're a sales guy, you just get to be a sales guy and reap all the benefits. So it's really it's amazing industry on the sales side for sure.
Yeah, man. And I think the biggest thing about it is that whenever you are able to knock on somebody's door, offer them a free energy evaluation, and you get on their roof, they could have a roof that's already installed. You can go to all your old customers. Now the door knockers can knock on the roofs that are new and the roofs that are old, and the guys can work everybody in the field. But it's like, 40% of our solar jobs have retail roofing deals. And before, Steve Patrick, he was talking about how everyone needed to build a retail roofing division. And the truth is, if there's an 8 to 10-year-old roof and you're a roofer, and the cool thing is, here's the opportunity. All the solar companies don't know roofing. And so they don't even try to sell them a roof. They don't do them a favor. And if they have a 7, 8, 9, 10, 12-year-old roof, most solar companies, they're just putting that solar over the top of their bad roof. They may cause problems, cause leaks. They may have to detach and reset later on. It kind of offsets some of the savings. They're not doing the customer a service. But as a roofer, you can stand behind the warranty. You can help them understand they need a roof. And you can, because they need a roof. And what happens is you roll it into their payment. And in that same scenario, Sean, he might have had a $300 a month electric bill. And on solar, we might be able to save him $100. But let's say he had a $20,000 roof. Well, that would cost about $176 a month. So Sean would have saved $100 on solar, but then he would have got a new roof for $76 a month. And so the beautiful thing is that's not even all the savings. He gets 26% back on the roof. He gets 26 back on the solar. And so we have started going back to our old clients and people that have gotten roofs. And it's like, hey, what's up? My name's Lee. You may qualify for roofing tax credits. I don't know. Oh, you've heard about solar, but have you heard about the roofing tax credits? Well, let me show you how you qualify for that. Because I had somebody do that to me in Pensacola, and that's what I used. And he didn't realize, the guy didn't explain to him that his roof had been installed within a year so he could get the 26%. And so he thought that was a great way. It ended up getting us the deal. So the point is, guys, the next person that we have on is selling solar under Sky Diamonds. He's learned it from our system. He's learned it from our training. He's getting it installed, and he's an example of a work. I think his first commission was a very big kilowatt system. He'll have to tell us all the details. Hey, what's up, Donovan? How you doing, buddy?
What's going on, guys?
I figured we'd have a three-way solar conversation here, brother.
Absolutely. I'm glad to be on here, buddy.
All right, so tell me a little bit about your background, where you're coming out of, and we'll go. We'll talk solar first, and then we'll let Sean go. We'll get into your story.
Perfect. I'm in Oklahoma, office out of Norman, Oklahoma, and been in Oklahoma for most of my life. Originally from Austin, Texas. We got into roofing in 2004, working for a lot of other companies, several large companies here in Oklahoma, and been down in Florida chasing after hurricanes. We did a lot of that, and then a few years back, we kind of had some disagreements with the owner, and so I started up Arbuckle Construction, and that's what I'm doing here. And
hell yeah, he's a salesman, and he's getting big quick. Some owners, they're afraid to invest. This man, even when he was new and he's working one or two people in his company, working out of his truck, he said, I'm going to join this elite mastermind. I'm going to get a marketing system, a coach. I'm going to get the full thing. And he got a solar platform too. And what's happened since then, Donovan?
Well, since the solar, or since I came on with you?
No, just since you came on with me in general.
Man, since I came on with you, I was the secretary. I was the sales guy. I started out as the getting the crews lined up. I was ordering the materials, now I got a recruiter. I got 3 sales guys that hell I just had to fire 6 of them, but I was up to 9, and I think I've got 5 more coming in next week. I got
oh boy, I like how you're
yeah,
running there, boy, shaking and baking.
yeah, we're trying to get them. I'm trying to go big, man. It's go big or go home. And I want to be the biggest and the best roofing company in Oklahoma. That's
I'm
the
telling you
goal
what,
that
you're
we're
one of
on.
the most coachable guys in the program. You got the first solar deal. So tell us about landing that. I mean, you have a really good process for upgrading to metal roofs. We'll talk about that later. So you're good at selling upgrades. Steve Patrick earlier talked about selling upgrades. This is the
Right.
ultimate upgrade. An upgrade that costs 3 times more than the roof, is more profitable, and pays you up front. So how did you do
Absolutely.
that? How did you do that?
It was I I mean, I just asked. Just ask the question. I was already there on the roof. I was already their roofer, and I said, "Hey, we got this new product, solar. Maybe you've heard of that, but in Oklahoma, it is a new product. There's not a whole lot of people here that have solar, and the thing is, I mean, the guy had a very high electric bill, and he's an older gentleman. He's leaving his house to his daughter." And his idea was he wanted to be able to save a little money, build a little equity into his home, but also he wanted to leave his daughter with no electric bill whenever he passed on and she took the home over. And so that was the thing, and it turned out to be a very large system. And I mean, the commission on the solar was twice as much as what I made for the roof. So it was perfect.
It was perfect, and you alluded to everything we just talked about. I told y'all that people buy when the emotion is greater than the resistance. I told you with solar, it takes a little longer, an hour and a half. I told you that basically you really have to find an emotional connection with these people to make them make this. I mean, that was a 100K plus system. How much was the system?
It was 20. Was it 24? It was 24.
24? Oh, man.
Yeah,
Nice
yeah,
one.
it was big boy.
Nice one. So basically, you know, everyone in roofing isn't really taking the exact time. They're not going about it exactly the way. They're not asking for it. And one thing about it is Donovan already had that genuine relationship built with the guy. So the thing is, when you have the relationship and it's good, that's when you strike when the iron's hot. And so what I found is going back to the older customers a year or two ago, we can still recreate that, but it's not as good as it is right then. There's nothing that is as good as when you right then sell it. And so, what we've started to do is get the power bill with every contingency agreement. And we're going to talk a little bit about that. But Sean, how can these guys connect with you? Sean's with SIRC. He's going to be at the event. He's a sponsor of the Blue Collar American Dream Conference. Guys, we're doing a training, how to make 7 figures as a solar sales rep. We've got Michael O'Donnell. We've got Titan, SIRC, Sean. There's going to be a team of people there to train you and connect with and teach you the solar business. Sean's network is in states other people are not. Sean's able to give you coaching. He's in a lot of different areas. And more importantly, together, we have a solution. And so, thank you, Sean. Hey, how can these guys get in touch with you?
They can get in touch with me by, they can always reach out to Daniel or Natalie, of course, and pass over my information. They can find me on Facebook at Sean Land Circ. And then, whatever's easiest. I wish I had a way I could type my contact info on here, but the best thing to do, you guys could probably just get them in touch with me, set up an email, and we can have a chat. Whether it's
Maybe a good
residential
thing
or
to do
commercial
too
solar.
is when we get off the stream, drop in the comments all the info for everybody on the stream, and then we've got my man right here. If you find him, Sean Land, SIRC on Facebook. All right, we're going to talk more solar. We're going to pick the brain of Mr. Donovan Raven. And thank you, Sean. Appreciate you, brother.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Hey, now we got the man, the myth, the legend, the big KW solar system for the first deal in Oklahoma. We lost him. That happens. Technical difficulties every once in a while, guys. Y'all having fun with this telethon? We've got a live guest in the other room, my man Vinny Grant. Let's bring Vinny in here. Come on, Vinny. Come on. Bring him in here. Is he in? Huh? I know, but let's get Vinny set up. There's no reason for him to wait. He can be color commentary. Tell him to come on in here.
Hey, I don't have any
What up,
volume.
man? Hold on, Donovan. I got my buddy just showed up here, and hold on 1 second. Just give us a second, just a second over here. What's up, buddy? You didn't know it was gonna be like this, dog. We put you right on the fire.
It's all good.
Grab a seat, move it over. We're gonna have to sit real close for comfort because we're on half a screen, and all of a sudden we're brothers from another mother. We already know each other through Facebook, social media. This may be the first time we actually hang out in person. Scoot it over. Come on, keep coming. This is Vinny Grant. This man founded the Commercial Roofing Network. He's a pimp. He's a $1 million roofing sales stud, and we're here to network, to collaborate, to dominate. This is Donovan Raven. Donovan Raven landed the first Sky Diamond solar deal, and just sort of like your Commercial Roofing Network, my network of clients, we're taking over the world with this solar thing. And the thing is he earned about 3 times as much on the solar commission as he did the roof. And one of the things, I wanted to continue to talk about was, Donovan, what were you most concerned with, afraid of, or what was the biggest challenge with you in your mind about learning solar?
Just that it was a new product and I'd never done anything like that. I mean, roofing to me, I don't know. I think I was a lot younger when I learned the roofing, and so it worked out. It seemed to come a little easier. The solar, I still got tons of holes in my game, and so do I do with roofing as well. But I with solar, I recognized that it was a great extra income, and it was just I think said the other day to my sales guys that it was just a perfect way to. Have a second business, and when you get into this with Sky Diamonds, there's no real, other than the investment of time and actually asking the question for that bill. I mean, there's not really, we're not out the labor, we're not out trying to bring guys in to we don't need electricians. Whenever you first brought that up, I thought, well, hell, now I got to hire electricians, I got to hire this, I got to hire that. I had no idea what it was, and it's just, to me, it's a perfect deal. It allows me to do what I love, and I love being the owner, but it allows me to do what I love and be the sales guy, and I can go sell, like was previously mentioned. I can go sell this deal, and I can make a very large commission off this, and we have less.
And save people money. It's a win-win. If it doesn't make money, if you don't save the customer money, it doesn't make sense. So I want to. My man Vinny here, he's a salesperson. He created his own business, but he's created his own independence working for companies. And I think it's really cool when you build a business within somebody's business. But also, everybody's out here, as blue-collar entrepreneurs. He's a blue-collar entrepreneur. We're going to hear his story here in a little bit. But you're a salesman that started his own company recently, and now you're running full speed as an owner. And I think there's so many people that watch, so many people want to make that transition. So many people started off as top salesmen, and they started their own company. Now it's so awesome to hear, you had 9 guys. Now you got 5 more coming next week, all this recruiting stuff. But, let's talk a little bit about, when you were first getting started, what was your biggest pains, even before you got to me, with transitioning from sales rep to owner?
I think my biggest thing was trying to get the leads all the time, because all I knew was door knock, door knock, door knock. I'm in a heavy insurance market. I did not have any financing options. Now I've got 2 for roofing, and I've got so the financing thing was there. Also learning how to get my leads, and really how to be a manager of. And I've managed people in other industries, but never managed roofing salespeople. Never managed just the whole thing. So as far as the roofing company aspect is, so. I mean, I'm grateful for that. I'm getting to learn that from you.
Nice. Let me tell you a little bit about my man Vinny.
A big guy.
I don't want to interrupt you here, but he also started a business. It's called Commercial Roofing Network, and he started doing some different things. They're pretty interesting. More importantly, I want to ask Vinny the same question. What were the biggest challenges becoming the owner? But quickly explain to him what the Commercial Roofing Network is, what you did, and what you were doing before.
Yeah, so I came down here in 2017, and a property manager gave me an opportunity here in Florida and gave me about $5 million worth of business. And it sparked, all kind of ideas in my head. It brought a lot out of me, like, stuff that was in my past, like learning how to run telemarketing companies, learning how to cold call, learning how to do business development, and creating systems that made things a lot easier to be able to get a hold of people without, I mean, obviously getting in their face, 12, 13 times, follow up with, multiple different streams of marketing. But um, what really sparked this was I was just sitting around for months on end. I just lost my parents. My brother was missing. He was, an addict of opiate at the time. And, I was usually that top 20% guy out there selling, being, top 5 guy or whatever. And I ended up not being able to do that. I was not able to perform, but the creative part of my mind kind of took over and helped me survive through that depression period of me being here in Florida in the beginning. And thank God it did, because it sparked this whole idea. We went on to build, how Tony Robbins says to just change it, like just a notch.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just like the most simple thing that you can possibly do to just make your business explode.
Yeah, like walk into my office.
Yeah.
You could have done that a long time ago.
Yeah. Well, that too. I mean,
I'm just fucking with you. But this man is a fucking dynamic guy. He walks in here, he's already got goosebumps. Sorry about your
Thank you.
loss,
Yeah,
bro.
appreciate it. And the reason I want to tell this story is because anyone could make it to that next level. Anyone could be pulled out of the dumps and, quantum leaps. They call it quantum leaps. So, make a long story short, basically, we went on to generate over $1.5 billion worth of leads here in Florida, 2.5 years after the hurricane. And this was all by just taking what a normal telemarketing company would do and just tweaking it a little bit to the right, just a little decimal over, and loving your people and showing, the care to your people, that you're here with them. You're gonna bring them through this. You're gonna build something, and and being there every day, being committed, being enthusiastic, and never backing down to those negative intuitions that we get sometimes that we think are real, and they're not.
I heard an
It's
analogy
fake.
in business. It went like this: we do business. That's a fucking applause right there. Give him some hearts. This man has got the heart right here. I'm glad you're in here, buddy. But in business, sometimes we think that we're playing baseball, and we think that basically you can go out there and you can hit a single, a double, a triple, a home run. Maybe you could score 4 runs. And you think, oh man, if I do really good and I step up to the plate, dude, I'm gonna knock a fucking grand slam out of the park. We call it a grand slam, multiple jobs or whatever.
Yeah.
But what he talked about wasn't a fucking grand slam. Okay, what he talked about was you can score 1,000 runs in one day in business. The
Right.
optimal leap, the exponential growth, the stupid, retarded one thing that makes everything else unnecessary, it makes exponential difference in change. And reality is it's hanging around us. This room got smarter when he walked in, and it elevated. And so that's what the spirit of the conference is. Vinny, I want to give you a free ticket to the conference.
Thank you very much.
But
I'll be there.
No problem, brother. But more importantly, it's through sharing experience, strengths, hope, sharing what works. I'll be picking his brain about his telemarketing pitch. We'll be talking about different things. But the biggest thing is it's like that's why you got to surround yourself with this mastermind. And look, today what we're doing is you come to Fort Lauderdale. I'll give you my complete scaling roadmap. Guys like Donovan, there's lots of them that we've been able to generate $200 million worth of results for, and you can meet them, and they're going to tell their stories from stage. But you're also going to hear from Ed Milet, from Jocko Willink, you're going to hear from Dustin Poirier. There's going to be incredible people in the crowd, incredible vendors, and you're going to be vibing on a different level when you leave. When you're there, it's going to be a lot of fun. And so anyways, what I'm saying is, guys, look, if you were thinking about coming, I don't care if you weren't thinking about coming. If you've been sitting on this thing long enough, here's the deal. You need access to this event. And if you text 239-537-2251, every single dollar you donate goes to fallen soldiers' families. Every single dollar. Look, you're a blue collar. You get to wake up and go to work. Here's the deal, man. Everything goes wrong, you go bankrupt. Nothing else is wrong. You can declare bankruptcy and start again the next day. There's some people that said, you know what, I'm going to fight for freedom. I'm going to fight for my brothers. They didn't come back home. And so we as Americans don't control all the forces of oppression. As a matter of fact, the middle class is being smushed. It's being smushed right now. And you know what? If you're not making 300K, if you're not making $1 million, I feel, it's tough. And it's not. Look, here's the deal, man. 100K isn't what it used to be. I'd love to tell people like 100K a year, you're going to be good. But if you don't do other things, I'm not going to guarantee even that's going to get you out of the middle class. What I'm telling you is you need more money. You need more customers. You need to learn how to brand. You need to surround yourself with people like us. And you need tickets to this event. If you don't want to come to the event, get virtual access. Text 239-537-2251. Live tickets are going 2 for 1 today. That means $1,000 gets you 2 tickets, and all the money goes to Folds of Honor. All the money goes to families and their kids. They get scholarships, $180 million in scholarships. And why am I doing this? Why Folds of Honor? Because Dan Rooney is my homie. Dan Rooney was a regular guy. Not really regular. He was a PGA golf professional who became an F-16 fighter pilot, who did 3 tours in Iraq, who then created a fucking fundraiser that raised money, $180 million for families. And he risked his life for America now. And so I just want you to know one thing. You're going to get a chance to meet Dan. But when I learned about Dan's mission, I wanted to give back. Okay? And I wanted this for an opportunity for blue collars to stand up and say, you know what? We are the American dream. We are going to save the middle class. So look, dude, you need to learn how to advertise on social media. You need to learn how to sell solar. You need to learn how to land these multi-billion-dollar opportunities. Okay? Donovan's real, his ears are perked up about this commercial, property managers. How do you get in? How do you get in? What's the secret sauce? We're going to get into that. But I guarantee you come to this conference, you get $1 million in value. What this man's going to share with me is going to be $1 million in value. I'm going to make millions of dollars what this man's going to share with me. I'm going to implement it, teach it to other people, give it back to them. That's why people are scared of me. I just let you know I'm a vehicle. My job is to help. Yeah. So I don't share a lot of secrets. I'm not very good at it. Ask my wife. I can't hold a secret. But here's the deal, guys. Come to the conference. Can't wait to see you. Donovan, let's pack you up a little bit about what you were talking about, because I wanted to get him on the show, get him his little moment in time so that people knew who he was. He's a real fucking deal. We're gonna talk some more shit here later, but here's the deal. Tell him about how I get the leads. Now, this man, he depends on storms a little bit, so it depends on telemarketing a little bit, and I was that guy. As a matter of fact, I'm the Wolf of Roof Street. No one's got a better cold call pitch for commercial customers. Okay? Nobody. And so the thing is, though, sometimes that can be inconsistent. Like right now, we're hitting the phones. Our call center's pounding the New Orleans market. We've been through the list a lot of times, and we're having to stretch. We're having to stretch the area. We're having to go outside of the zone. My sales people are bitching because they're having to drive more, but we're still generating leads through his method. Telemarketing now, not necessarily telemarketing just property managers, but a lot of times mine's directly to the customer. But Donovan's got leads differently. See, it's digital door knocking. It's using video to get people to know, like, and trust you. It's using leads for residential. It's the scalable system. I could go to any retail residential roofer, and I can help you get tons of roofing leads. You could close them. Then you sell 25% of those people solar because you have a relationship and you're doubling profits. And this is the part where we can build wealth for anybody. So tell them how that works, Donovan.
Man, it's been great. I think I don't know. I made a video the other day just talking about the lead system with Facebook and the marketing, the media marketing deal. And I think I had 16 sales that I attributed to your team and the stuff I learned from you. And I've been on since the end of October, and that was like 2 weeks ago. I don't know. I've had a few more since then. But man, it's the best thing. I mean, I can put in, I think you say, you put in $5, you get $15 back or so. I mean, or how, whatever the ratio is. I mean, I'm making better than that, but
no, it's pretty,
but,
that's probably pretty close. If your ads are really, really good and you're right after a storm, it could be as high as 5-1. If you're working and you don't update your ads as much, they're not as high quality with the hook story offer, you're probably running 3-1. Sometimes even on a bad case, if the appointments cost you $500 a job, $500 a lead or appointment, that's way too much, but it could cost you that much per appointment. and you
Right.
go to 4 appointments, that would mean it would cost you $2,000. Now the reality is, like, if you were landing $20,000 roofs and you were selling the jobs as the owner yourself, you might make $8,000 and the return on investment's worth it. If you're sending a sales rep out there, you might only make $2,000, so you're getting a 1-to-1 return. So you have to know what that dollar amount is when that appointment's costing too much money. Do you know how much it costs you think, per appointment?
Per appointment, I think I'm at $200, and then per sale, I think I'm at $500 per actual ones that we close and we get the business on.
So whenever I do business with someone and I ask them about the program, they might scratch their head and say, Lee, it's too much. And I say, hey, if I can show you how to buy roofs for $500 a roof, how many roofs would you buy? How many roofs would you buy?
As many as I possibly could afford.
That's what any fucking good businessman says. And then I'd say, would you go get someone else's money? Would you use Warren Buffett's money to do it?
Yeah.
If it worked.
Yeah, of course.
So the truth is that what he's saying is that his cost per job is $500. Now, Donovan was a salesman. He became a owner. He's not a guy that had an office with 20 guys, bought my program. He was just the guy that said, Lee, there's no way I can buy your program. I don't have an office yet. I'm just a salesman. But he invested big money. He got a marketing team. He got a recruiting team. He got a CEO coach. He got a solar department. He got my business in a box. He got me on his side. And so look at him now. And so, 16 jobs, but he's only been in since October. Those 16 jobs are in 16 different neighborhoods. Those neighborhoods can be worked. Salespeople can work those neighborhoods. He can work those neighborhoods. We teach people how to send direct mail out to the 50 homes that are around each of the customers, because direct mail still works. And so, Donovan is doing the videos, but I think the main thing is like, some people are not comfortable on video. They don't have the courage to do it. They know that they don't really know what they're doing, and they don't want to sound stupid. Did you have any of those fears before you were going to create content?
No, not of being on video. Being on video for some reasons never bothered me. But and I do want to say this: the 16 jobs are just the Facebook marketing that I've learned from you. There's also been the postcards. I've done those. The telemarketing. I've done those. I mean, we've sold way more than 16 jobs since October. But that was the one little aspect we were talking about. So I do want to say that it's the whole program that's been beautiful.
Well, and really, like, honestly, it's 18 months that we can see how much exponential growth and what your true potential is. We just got done with Scott Edwards, and he said, basically, he's very strategic about bringing in cultured, good people that align, and he's very selective with who he brings in. So his growth was strategically. He wanted to strategically grow, and it's all up to you, because if you strategically grow at the right rate, you're a little bit more profitable. And so that is the right way to do it. And I applaud Scott for doing that. But he said moving into this quarter, he's moving at a different pace. Moving in this quarter, he's tripled his sales team. Catch him 18 months from now, and whenever y'all say, Lee, why do you have all these promises that you could double, triple sales? Are you full of shit? Well, I'm very enthusiastic, and I believe in everything I can do. And yes, I'm an optimistic human being. And I'll be honest with you, about 10% to 20% of the roofers really, really apply themselves in my program. But I'll tell you one thing, 100% of them get a return on investment, because we make sure they get leads that turn into jobs. We make sure they get sales recruits that show up. And even if they're really not the best business owners, our program is enough that you can pay for it with like 10, 15 jobs. And really, most people can get that knocked out in like the first 2 weeks. And so that's why, if you are struggling with lead generation, you're struggling with recruiting, you don't have the systems for grow, you don't have a software, you don't know what the job descriptions are. Dude, here's the thing. My company's going to build $100 million in roofs. And it's not $100 million on estimated roofs. It's not the exactimate number. It's built roofs, and it's sustainable. It's in all 10 different locations all across Florida, Louisiana. And, sometimes transitioning to this solar insurance retail hadn't been easy. I've carried a lot of overhead that others haven't. But I use the money to love the people, and I want this system to work. And so this year, last year, biggest growth year, one of my slimmest margin years. This year, we're going to hit $100 million in roofing, $40 million in solar. 100 million in roofing, 40 million in solar gives me a scratch at having a company worth $100 million. And that's 10% to a B. And that's where I'm going. And that's where I'm taking people that are coming with me. And so, guys, if y'all are a part of surrounding yourself and just hooking on and learning from and just getting what you can take, really, guys, it's tell them about what we do at our blue collar church. Like, what is that? Why do I call it that?
Because it's I mean, I kind of was kidding around, but I mean it's like you preach at us, but you really don't. I mean it's a beautiful thing. You coach us up, man. And so it's these, and the thing is, you've got these guys, including me, but I'm probably one of the smallest roofing companies in your organization, but you got these guys that are way larger than me, and they are listening to every freaking word, and we're taking it in, man. And that's the thing, and that's why I love it. But it's sales training every darn week. We're learning something new. It is, but that's what I get out of that. I mean, I love going to it. I love attending the meetings. I was late a little bit today, and I hated it, but I like the church.
Yeah, man, and I do too. It makes me stronger. I mean,
Yeah.
look, in Alcoholics Anonymous, they talk about if you do not help other drunks get sober, you can't stay sober. So if I'm going to get to $1 billion, I cannot get there if I don't make the most blue collar millionaires than any other blue collar entrepreneur ever in the history of this earth. I want to be the best in the world at making blue collar entrepreneurs wealthy, happy, healthy, and alive. And there's a lot of forces out there trying to take from us. The insurance companies in the insurance world, yeah, they're tough. But you've got my man over here commenting, and he's one of the heartbeats of our team, and hope to see him. He's got a brand new baby here. Eric Vecina, he's out of Canada. He's one of our first elite groups that came into an event, I think it was 2 years ago, at the Eden Rock. See, we always do luxury hotel. You notice, I think that's one thing that's different about mine is I don't cut corners. I've spent $1 million on this event. Literally, this is the same room that Trump was in and Grant Cardone did 10X Growth Con in. Like, it cost me a fortune. And so Eric came to the first one. It cost me a fortune too. That one was at Eden Rock, and it was a great time. He's from Canada, and this man, he has balls. Eric was just like you, Donovan. He was basically, I mean, look, he had a business and he had people, he had a team, but he didn't have an exact sales team. He was doing a lot of the different jobs. And, the reality is that, he's up in Calgary. It's a different world up there. It's like, does the American stuff work? Does it work in my market? And so he took the video ads there. It worked. Lots of leads, lots of deals. He invested over the winter. It was frozen, and he's paying out big dollars for training. And he's got a new wife, a baby on the way, and here he is. He spent this money, and it's frozen. And then springtime comes, hail hits Calgary. He's trained up. He's generating leads. He's got a team, massive growth. And, it's just like now he's got a freaking business that's booming. I'm very excited to check in with him. But, when you meet Eric at the next event, the thing is that it's just going to inspire you to continue to dive in more, because I'll tell you, Donovan, what do you think the biggest enemy of success is?
Oh man, it's fear.
Yeah,
It's
fear.
fear.
Fear is probably the biggest enemy of success. But what I actually meant was the biggest enemy to my success is drinking too much to my accomplishment. It's not literally drinking. I do like to have a beer. Okay, that's not what I mean. I mean celebrating my accomplishments too much and resting on my laurels, and just always, like, when I have a win, instead of going like balls to the wall, focused in, and sometimes I pull off a little bit and it hurts me, And so Eric had a massive success. He's grown 300% year after year. That investment into training, how much do you think it was? And so when Eric came down from Canada to Naples, guess what? I took him fishing. Just like when you come down to Naples, I'll take you fishing, brother. Because
absolutely.
You know what? And we had a good time. We caught some fish. It was kind of a crazy day. We made a little fun out of it. It was a great bonding experience, and I can't wait for Eric to come back down here, do a follow-up episode on the Blue Collar Boardroom, share a little bit more. Donovan, it's been epic. It's been great. How can these guys get in touch with you?
405-990-6033. I'm Donovan D. Raven at arbuckleroofer.com. And you're looking for a job in Oklahoma, give me a holler. I'm here to put you to work. We've got leads. We've got fresh hail. We've got tornadoes last
Fresh
night.
hail. Tell me about
We
the
got
fresh
we
hail,
got
buddy. Tell me
roofs
about the
ripped
fresh
off
hail.
the houses here in Oklahoma, and I'm ready to put you to work. Let's go.
All right. You are learning, big dog. Hell yeah, dude. All right, man. We'll see you on the next call.
All right, brother. Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. All right, my man. Real quick before Ricky gets in here, we gotta dig into Vinny Grant's story. I don't know if y'all heard, but he would you write out $1 billion in estimates?
We did $1.5 billion in inspections 2 years after Irma.
And he created a network called the Commercial Roofing Network. We've got our buddy here, Ricky Southers. Ricky Southers. He's here, and this my man. What's up, Ricky? Let me tell y'all a little bit about Ricky. Ricky is a man from New Hampshire. He was a Marine. His nickname is the Marine of Sky Diamonds because he's definitely the few and the proud. The proud being the man that is getting massive results. The first year he tripled his business and tripled his income. The second year he blew things out of the water and almost hit $20 million in sales. And the thing about Ricky is that he is one of the most caring, genuine, and give back persons in the mastermind in our community. And he's really made the training better. He's got retail closing. And whenever Ricky came to my event, I'll tell you, I didn't know Ricky whenever we first met. Ricky was the last person to join the mastermind. Him and his wife were a little unsure about making a big investment in training. He was at the same event that Eric Vizina was at. And, he made the leap. He jumped in. He got all in. And here we are like 2.5 years later, still in the program. This man is becoming like the largest roofer in the Northeast, and he's going to tell you all how he did it. He was a really successful, good guy anyways. He already had a couple guys. He already was selling. He sold $1 million on his own, but his couple guys together, they'd sold about close to $3 million, like $2.8 million. And so we're having a little technical difficulties here coming on board, but he's in New Hampshire. New Hampshire doesn't get hail. Vinny, how do you help a roofer grow if they don't get hail?
Got to figure out how to get it. I don't know. I mean,
You're right. I didn't know either, dog. You're a road dog. How long you been doing storms? How long you been doing storms?
2010. October 5th, Phoenix, Arizona.
So you're an OG in the storm game. Ricky is an OG in the retail game. And so like when I met Ricky the first time, I didn't know how my system was going to apply because I hadn't helped that many retail roofers really scale. And Eric is a retail roofer, but he lives in Calgary. There's a lot of hail. He got a really big hailstorm. And so with New Hampshire, there's not the kind of big hail, and you really have to depend on some different things. And so what Ricky was able to do was he was able to take the lead generation. He did more educational style videos. He expanded it from just roofing. He did decks, windows, all different kinds of stuff. Main bread and butter is the roofing, but it was really hiring a sales team, building an employment brand, having a culture in his company that created a company that went from 2 million to almost 20 million over a 2-year time period. Now he's getting awards from the supply companies, being recognized across the industry. And a lot of people are turning to him for retail training. So, man, thank you for coming on this telethon, Ricky. How you doing, bud? Oh, he's frozen, buddy. He got frozen, man. It's all right. It's all right. He's frozen on there. You might take him off the unfrozen channel there, and we'll go live with Vinny until he gets fixed up. But, Vinny, while we wait on Ricky, okay, so how'd you get started in the storm business? I was at that storm in Arizona. It had massive storms. Did you do any commercial roofs in 2010?
No, actually, I barely really pursued it full time. I just kind of dipped my toes, and I learned a little bit through Abelard and a couple other people that were in the industry. And then, a couple years later, went down to St. Louis, And yeah, I mean, I kind of just worked like one storm a year, you know, got to my 6 figures, and
that's what I
was
did.
content, you know.
And it got to be where my 6 figures was like 250, but the reality is that once your lifestyle changes, that still can go pretty quick.
Yeah. Yeah.
As a matter
Absolutely.
of fact, my fucking Rolex is broken right now. You have the same watch I got. You know how much
Yeah,
that watch
master.
is selling for right now?
30?
No.
More?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's selling for like 42. I bought mine for 27. How much did you buy yours for?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Who gives a fuck, he says. But the point is you know he's got good style and he can sell roofs if he's wearing a $40,000 Rolex. But this is the truth, guys. You're only one big roof away, and you're only one big marketing campaign away. And we talked about how in baseball we think baseball, hit a home run, hit a grand slam. This man hit the ball out of the park with 1,000 runs with one stroke. And so how did you do that? Walk me through that play. What you told us a little bit about the struggle earlier. Now tell us like how you started with Commercial Roofing Network, what it was, how the offer worked.
Well, you hear so much about data. You hear Facebook stealing everyone's data. The government's got all these things. So I was like, you know, I got to master this data thing. And I did some, you know, email marketing, selling email marketing to car dealerships all over the country over the, you know, few years, like and when there was not a storm, I'd be at home, you know, dealing with, you know, the car dealership selling email marketing. And I learned a lot from the guys up in Oregon, that Washington, Oregon area. A lot of those tech savvy people are really big on data. And, you know, like I just kind of put everything I learned together because I knew that there was only 2 more years to sell in that storm. And I just combined everything. And I'm like, I just made 500 grand, you know, off $5 million in deals. And I'm like, how do I just blow this up? I went to GrowthCon in 2018. I got, you know, all those happy, exciting, motivating feelings. And I just like launched this thing. And we went out and we did events to the property managers. We went out and it cost me a few $100 grand to realize like, those aren't the people I want to even contact. So then we went out and we just built data. We built the best data that you could possibly build in the entire industry. And, you know, it's like you said earlier, it's the secret sauce. Like you don't want to give up that secret sauce. Like I do want to give that up.
You did.
You know,
I always give people enough.
Yeah.
But make them work for it.
Yeah.
So you don't have to give away all of it.
You know,
but the idea is that like I have a data source and I share it with people, and it's changed a lot of people's lives. It's called Reonomy. It's been basically, and before that we use Prospect now, but Reonomy, out of all the little data tools, basically uses the satellite roof measurement tool. Like the satellite roof tool, you can just go property to property, and like if you're driving around door knocking,
yeah,
and you just want to know the owner right then, and you want to see the cell phone, and you want to know who's associated with the file and who the person is, and who Reonomy will give you the most accurate information with the best way to look at it.
Right.
But it's not the best data.
Yeah.
I got the best data.
I'll give you the secret sauce.
Okay.
All
okay.
right.
I was waiting for it.
So, yeah, I mean, I could do this for a lot of people. I'm only looking to do it with a few because we're rolling out a new system here soon. But basically, it's all about having the manual team.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You got to have, it's that one little thing that Tony Robbins talks about. Just move
manual data searches.
Manual data. Okay.
God, dude, it's a fucking cheat code.
So it's a cheat code.
Fucking cheat code.
I
God
just
damn.
exposed that.
Fucking, it's not exposed. It's like, Lee, you're an idiot. You're trying to automate.
No, I mean, listen, people are like, dude, no one's going to trust you.
God, out of pee. I drank 5 fucking waters.
They're like, no one's going to trust you. It's that easy. It's that simple. Like, it's so simple that no one's going to want to buy your system for millions and millions and millions of dollars. And I'm like, okay, well, maybe they won't. But, you know, that was the one thing that I realized was that, you know, like there's, when you're on that path, Lee's on this path, he's trying to grow something amazing for blue collar people to get out of that 9-to-5, to get out of that, you know, debt-minded lifestyle that so many Americans unfortunately are living in. And, you know, he's been knocking at that door for so long, and yeah, he's busting through, but like, he's going to turn the knob and then boom, like the guy's going to blow up to the very next level. And I believe that in every aspect of life. So if you're at it and you're just constantly working, even though you're not working the right way sometimes, eventually you're going to hit that little knob one little way and boom, your music is going to sound beautiful and you're going to go places. And that's what it's all about. It's all about like striking that nerve or obviously like gold strikers or oil wells, stuff like that. Eventually you're going to hit oil. Eventually you're going to hit gold. It's just all about continuing to dig and dig and dig and dig. And it's your why, it's your why. It's what you want to, how big is it? What do you want to do? Do you want to make a difference in people's lives? Do you want to bring people that are, off the ground, on the ground, off the ground? Do you want to, what do you want to do? Do you want to have a family? Do you want to change their lives? What kind of education do you want to offer them? Your kids, all that. There's so much why, and it's all your why. It's what it comes down to. So yeah. But Commercial Roof Network was, was one small project. I guess it was big, but it was one small project that I put, the feather in the cap. I learned a lot. I made some mistakes. I definitely sold it short. Probably could have sold it for, multi-millions. And I got, 500 grand for it and, some royalty stuff. But yeah, the next project here, Silver Platter Marketing, is going to be very similar to Commercial Roof Network. We're going to be able to do a lot of the things that we did with the Commercial Roof Network. But we're going to team up with a lot more roofers than just one. I was an intrapreneur with CMR, and now I'm, a free agent moving
and
away
you're in the
from
right fucking spot right next to me, dog. Because we
Yes,
gonna
sir.
plug you in, and you know what? There's one thing that man loves to do, and that's hire my people. And that's why I invited Aaron Mick to the fight. Daryl, his dad, is vice president of sales over there. He goes way back with my family. I respect Aaron as a fighter, and he's actually bringing a lot of fighters to the show. And so he works for CMR. And I said, dude, put all the bad blood aside. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Daryl, come on, watch your boy fight. I want to give him a platform. I'm a fan of his, and I want to see him fight. And as a matter of fact, I'm paying him. Right. So here's the truth, guys. Sometimes all that bullshit, you just put it down. And I don't really care. I don't care if someone likes me, hates me. What I know is that I respect good competition. And so I respect my competition.
Yeah.
And I know how they operate. And I'm going to hit you as hard as you hit me. So just know that the truth is, the truth will set you free.
You know what I liked about you too, Lee, is that, you're the kind of guy, like, you're a leader. That's there's no doubt about that. But you're also someone who's coachable. You allow yourself to be led by others, and that shows me wisdom.
Well, this man's taught me a lot. Bring him on. Ricky, we got your cell phone up?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Hell yeah, man. So this is the Marine, Ricky Southers, and he's on his way to 40 million this year. Where are you at right now? Where are you coming in from?
So right now we're on the road. We just left the job site. We're headed back to another one, and we're up here in New Hampshire. We're not on pace just because we have the winters up here, but our goal is to get to 30 million this year, maybe 40.
It's not really about what we sell. We've talked about that. It's about how to make our customers happy, how to stay in alignment, and it's really about how much we keep and about the waste along the way. And it's not like there's not going to be mistakes, because Ricky's not afraid to scale fast and break stuff. Remember Facebook, it's a multi-billion-dollar corporation, and their goal was to scale fast and break stuff. Now, sometimes, scaling fast and breaking stuff, you got to clean it up. But, one thing about Ricky, he's a Marine, and he ain't afraid to clean nothing up. Are you, buddy?
Not afraid to break stuff either, there, Lee.
Oh, no, you're not.
And so, because some of it, like you say all the time, commit now, figure it out later. And that's something I think I've always lived by, and I think what's helped me to be successful in the program. But the more people I can get in and on my team, train them what I know to start implementing it in their own way, is how we've been able to grow. I'm not doing this by myself. It's by getting a team of animals on my side and learning from me, learning from the stuff that you've taught me and I've learned along the way. And that's really how we're doing it.
Hell yeah, guys. I'm going to get into Ricky's personal story, great story. And, but I want to explain to Vinny something, man. He said something. He said, you're coachable. And Ricky's very coachable. And it takes a humble guy. You have to put down your ego a little bit. And, Ricky's success in retail with my system has humbled me, because he's just doing things that I'm not even doing in a lot of areas. And so basically there's a principle, and it came from Frank Shamrock's, where I've heard it quote. Now, if you know who that guy is, he's an old MMA guy in UFC. Frank Shamrock, he said, jiu-jitsu, mixed martial arts, combat, like, you need 3 different types of training partners, because basically you need somebody that's better than you, that's going to whoop your ass, that's going to teach you along the way. You need somebody that's just as good as you, that's going to basically, it's you versus them in a competition. You want to both win. You want to see each other both win, but we all want to win. We did an event. Ricky was on the winning team with the guns. They were shooting and basically won a contest, won an axe. He wins every fucking contest. But dude's competitive. It doesn't matter if we're in the woods doing crazy shit or if he's trying to sell the most roofs. And so you put him in an environment where he's trying to compete with a bunch of roofers. And like I said, I underestimated Ricky, and I'm sorry for doing that in the beginning when you were retail and had a couple guys, and like he will tell you he got a little slow start in the program, but then went through the roof. But it's this other thing that being willing to mentor, being willing to give back, to where I've seen Ricky really exceed. He's really exceeded in this calling to train, to be a mentor, to share everything he's learned. And since just now everybody heard how important it is for you to build a retail division, it's an important time for you to know Ricky's story and get to know his system. And Frank Shamrock says it's from people kicking your ass, people competing with you, and you mentoring people. It's that cycle of learning that makes you like really understand things, and it educates you faster. And so my mastermind is a jiu-jitsu gym. My mastermind is like Ricky's went from a person that I was mentoring to he does retail better than me. So now I'm like, okay, in that department, I got to do this. At least in the sales department, in the closing department, and no, the lead generation department, that's only half the battle. Ricky's the close master when it comes to retail, even without a storm. And so, Ricky, tell us a little bit about how you became this guy. Where are your roots from? You know, start with the beginning.
Yeah, so beginning would be high school skateboarder, football player. Thought I was going to be a football player from day one. And then once I got to high school, getting there, didn't really know what I was going to do. Joined the Marine Corps, loved it. I still didn't think I was going to be a roofer at this point. In fact, my first time I even dealt with a roofer came out and told me how easy it was, so I did it myself, and he wasn't too happy. But then getting out of the Marine Corps, going to college, I started to roof part time because I got bored. I had the GI Bill paying, and then I started learning that I loved the hard work. I loved roofing, and then I knew there was a better way to do it from what these guys were doing. So I started knocking doors, finding repairs, building myself up. But the first 6 years, I thought I just had to work hard and make more money. I thought I could work, and I could outwork anybody. It's just my mindset. But it wasn't until 3 years ago when I started reading books and trying to level myself up to you, and surround myself with people that are already doing it or at a higher level. That's really changed my life.
Well, how about whenever you had kids, a wife, you got two guys, y'all are doing 2.3 billion. You're probably burning a candle at both ends, running around like crazy.
There was certainly a lot of that. We did some math. We were making $2 to $3 an hour, and we didn't really know it at the time.
That was after bonuses.
We didn't really know it at the time. But
who's with you? Who's with you?
I got Phil with me.
Oh, what's up, Phil? Hey, how you doing, bro?
Yeah, pretty good. He actually walked off the job the same day I walked off the job when we first started.
Hell yeah, Phil. Love it.
So yeah, now I got 4 kids. My wife, really, she's a saint. She's a saint and a half, actually. Really puts up with my when I say bullshit, I mean working. But it's better than my last job. I'm not going to Afghanistan or doing long deployments and stuff. So she really
now she's just sitting in the car while you're doing estimates.
And you know what, guys, you're right. I mean, Ricky, you were there, man. Thank you for your service, dude. That's what this is all about. I mean, when I read Dan Rooney's book and I heard about, literally this one story, it really kind of struck home to me that not only did I want him to speak at my event, but I wanted to get behind Folds of Honor. And so, Ricky is going to be sharing his story at the conference, but you need to be there around us because he's going to share with you how he closes even without storms. It doesn't matter. We use financing, but a lot of his customers pay cash. Look, right now you got to go ahead and grab tickets. 239-537-2251. Just text Tanya. She'll get you all set up. We're doing 2-for-1 tickets. We've sold about $7,000 worth of tickets today. I had a goal of 100 grand. I'm not working the sales hard enough today, guys. Guys, here's the deal. Buy tickets for your friends. Buy tickets for your family. Bring them. Bring your new recruits. This is going to be off the chain. If you want to watch virtually, you can get virtual stream access to the Blue Collar Fight Club and all the training, all the days. It's $250. But Ricky, so the first time you saw an ad for my event, how did you hear about me?
So that was I went about you. So I'd been following you for a while because once you touch Lee, I mean, you just don't go away. So, and I knew you had something figured out there, and I knew that you did things a little different than I did. But I went to visit you, did be at the level that I wanted to be at was what we actually signed up.
Yeah, and while Ricky drives down the street and we get back service, let me finish the story there for him, because when he started with 3 guys, basically it was 90 days into the program and he was still like the same thing that we all do. Sometimes we get trapped with work, trapped with grunt work. And I'd say insanity is repeating the same things, expecting different results. Sometimes we pay attention to what we pay for. And I guess maybe his wife reminded him of the investment. Maybe he was reminded from his own internal conscience that he had made the investment. And it was after 90 days that he started making his first videos. And that's when basically the leads started coming in. And, do you remember the first video you made?
Testimonial video.
Okay, great. This is the one that I say is the easiest video. If you want to become a digital door knocker and you want to make the most money, this is what you want to do. You want to get a client. You want to find out the 4 simple questions. What are you most afraid of? What happened in the process? What did you love most? What do you have to say to your friends? You hook their attention. You make them an offer they can't refuse. And that's how you do it. But Ricky, tell them about your testimonial video and what happened when you did it.
So there was a gentleman there. We did some siding windows and a roof for him, and I remember stumbling through my words a little bit talking, but the guy just said some things on there that about Southers and about what we did and about warranty. I'm like, dang, he's saying it better than I am, just like Lee was telling me. And we sent that video out, and then and again, this was the first one we sent out, but the leads that we had started getting from it, that's when I realized, this stuff really works. And I know you said maybe my wife got me onto it, but what it really was is I had a salesman leave me, and when he left me, it just like it's like telling me that I'm not good enough of a place to work. So then that creates a fire like you wouldn't believe. So it made me double down, and that's when I've already invested in it. And it's not just paying that's going to get me there. It's actually doing, and that's where I started asking a lot more questions. You pushed me onto the Facebook Live challenge, which is really what got me into it, because I didn't need all the fancy tools. I just needed to do it.
And that's what we did. We said, you know what, Ricky, go live from your job site and then promote it after you leave. And this will help get your practice. And instead of overthinking it and having to edit your videos and wait for it to be produced. And what do I say? And can I get a cameraman? And what equipment do I have? None of that. Just do it. And don't overthink it like I need to do it 5 times, 10 times. Figure out how to do it live so that it sort of helps you find your message. And so it's one of the exercises that we do. And I honestly, Ricky, we need to get back to doing that a little bit more. It's funny you say that. In interviewing people, I've heard a lot of stuff to improve. It's always improving. But I think the most interesting thing is that, it wasn't just about roofing with you. You had a lot of different types of sales through the leads. You've been able to get leads through the wintertime. And what do you do during winter? I saw y'all keep hustling. How did you keep it alive up there? It looks like it's spring and it's happy and all the weather's good now, huh?
Yeah, we try to eliminate seasonality as much as we possibly can, but we do have the winters. We'll go shovel the roof, and we'll shovel 10 feet out, and we'll put the roof on. But what we really do is we try to eliminate that fear. How do we eliminate that fear? We do it through education. It's not a fear. Like, you can't not lay shingles in the winter. Granted, there are degrees, but through the videos that we do that educates the homeowners that you can get the roof done through the winter time, we're still able to pull in leads.
Yeah, and
Basically,
really it's the ability. and Vinny here is a top sales guy. He's been in business since 2000. How long?
2010.
And so when you're a salesperson and you go to a company, and they build your jobs and they pay you, but they're the same as this company, and this company has leads, like I'm talking about leads on demand, like the good stuff. How does that play into who you're going to go work for?
I mean, to me, it really comes down to production and getting paid.
Right.
You know, because obviously, if you go work for someone who you know is going to do a great job at producing, you know you're going to get paid. You know, so yeah, that's what it comes down to. Like for me, like if I would go into a new city, I'd probably try to look for someone who's local.
Plus, you
And
generate your own leads. You don't care.
exactly. I mean, that's
so
really
he's a little bit of a freak there. But here's the deal. Ricky was a master at production, and then that's the real reason why once he had all the leads, that it was really unstoppable growth. And basically, it was crazy, man. What happened was he had already started running the leads, started doing the videos, and this is the thing. I teach people a format. It's hidden damage, build, and testimonial video. And there's 3 types of videos. And basically inside of each video, there's a framework. You got to hook people's attention. You got to tell a story. You got to make an offer. Your job is to entertain and educate, and your job is to create more emotion than the resistance to buy into the lead. Okay? And so we teach people exactly how to do that. And the most dependable way to build wealth is the ability to advertise for profit. Like the guy said, I put $1 in and get $5 out. Ricky experienced some of the same growth. The difference between Ricky is what happened when you started experiencing high levels of success with your ads?
Once we started getting the success with the size of my crew and my team, I wasn't able to service as many. Well, we were, but we were working some crazy hours as far as the amount of leads that we were running, not being able to do them as efficiently as we should have been because we were trying to service so many. So essentially, we grew from the 3 guys we broke. We needed more. So that's when we started using the other side of your program, which is the recruiting event, recruiting and bringing more soldiers into our platform.
And you have an amazing place to recruit. You've got a great talent pool up there in your area. And it was amazing. The energy in the room, it was a day that changed everything. Guys, you're only one badass recruiting event away. And that's the Blue Collar American Dream Conference. Guys, use my conference as a recruiting event. Give people free tickets. Donate to people that gave their life. All you got to do is buy a ticket today and give it to someone whose life you might be able to change. And it's really cool. If you just text 239-537-2251, you can get a 2-for-1 deal and 100% go to Folds. More importantly, we're going to give a bunch of scholarships. Anybody that served in our country can get a free ticket. Any firefighter can get a free ticket. Any cop can get a free ticket. Any teacher can get a free ticket. All those people can get free tickets. Why? Because, look, I want to show y'all that my purpose is to help others get into the business, facilitate their success, eliminate the problems with people being stuck below middle class or in the middle class. And that means you need more money. You need to learn the skills that pay the bills. We got the vehicle, the modern day gold rush and roofing and solar. And it's your ability to sell it. That's really what scales it. And when I went to Ricky's office, he already had momentum, but it was crazy what happened. What happened?
You came to visit us, and it wasn't, but the first day you were here, we had a hailstorm.
Fucking Sky Diamonds. Wow. Hail Magnet pulled the shit with me.
And that's coming from a guy where I said, Lee, we don't have hailstorms. We don't have wind. We don't have
it. He did, dude. He's like, we don't have fucking hailstorms. I can't afford this shit. I was like, dude, don't worry about it.
Sounds like we need to visit again.
We got about 58, 59 roofs out of just that one storm where they were plowing in July.
Nice.
So coming to visit?
Yeah, I'll come back for sure. More importantly, I really was asking for once his marketing really started working, he started spending more money. And at the first recruiting event we did, I flew up there. Not only did a hailstorm happen, but we had this day. His office, it was a shared space. Of course, y'all probably moved on, right? Are y'all still in the same space?
No, we upgraded.
I figured. But basically, it was a really cool office as long as everybody else wasn't in the office there with you. and it looked like we really were big time over there. But what happened?
So through that, you're right. Through the footage that we were able to shoot, it looked like we had owned the old building. Sometimes when you're smaller, or you're just starting to get pushed out. It ain't like we were lying. I mean, that was just an assumption from the people that were watching. We were just shooting a video.
That's
But
right.
we were through the Indeed ads, we were able to get quite a few people in there. We used some different techniques. Natalie was an animal with it. She maybe roofing's not as sexy as it should be, right? Because they don't know yet. So using some terminology to get them in there, we filled the room with, I believe we had somewhere north of 30, 35 people, and we were able to maintain or pull into our network 6 of them. Yeah, I mean, that basically reinvigorated my thought process into the recruiting event. Like I needed to focus and follow the framework a lot more to get more people in. Because sometimes I would do. I've done live hires where there were nobody that showed up. We just ran it as a mock live hire, and it really comes down to the amount of effort that I put it in, and also asking questions and through training. Because I didn't bug you as much as I probably should have. I didn't jump in. I get one ticket. I'm like, all right, I'm going to go do that. And I didn't really I didn't follow the whole 30-day recruiting challenge. I got 5 days and I had enough information and I just jumped on it. That's that commit now, figure it out later mentality, but it worked.
No, it did, man. And so, basically, how many guys you got now?
Now we've got sales reps. We got about 32. Employees, we got 87.
87 employees. You had 3 people when we started. Give him some crazy stuff, Nick. We're just falling down. Come on, you're falling down on our. Give me some crowd applause. Give him some hearts, guys. This guy is really what the example of the American dream is all about. People say this guru stuff, this coaching stuff, this stuff you're giving away, Lee, you're full of it. No, it's about lifelong relationships with people, making lasting change, and me making a big difference, not just in Ricky's life, not just in his family's life, not just in a few people, but it's the whole community of people that are being impacted. Now, 87 people have jobs just because of some education and sharing best practices and us being committed to being the best blue-collar Americans we can be. And hopefully this inspires you to want to spend more time with not just me. I'm not trying to sell you anything because I'm giving away all the money. All the money goes to Folds of Honor today. Get your tickets. But more importantly, it's like, Ricky, when you were coming to the first event, what were your biggest fears?
I think my biggest fear, Lee, to be honest with you, is I knew that we were going there and was going to be sold. I just felt like
you were worried you were going to get sold some shit.
Right. Right, and like only because you only catch the nuggets, right? When you're in the email campaign and following on the groups. So my thing was that I knew I was going there, no intention of buying. More so, I was there to learn and be around other people who wanted to learn, and that was kind of my goal of going to the event.
Yeah, and good thing you came. A lot of people say, "What's the worst that could happen if I don't go to the event?" And I say, "Well, someone like Ricky could show up. And if he's in your market, better watch out because he applies the system. He goes all in. And the thing is that Ricky took his money, put it where his mouth is. He reinvested in the leads. The thing is a lot of greedy home business owners, they love the money and they use the people. You know that?
A little bit.
Boo. Won't call anybody any fucking names, but I want to. But here's the truth. Ricky doesn't do that. Ricky uses the money to love the people. Give him. And it's in the form of sometimes $100,000 a month in marketing budget. Sometimes it's in the form of hiring a whole bunch of new staff to support the problem. Sometimes look, his customer care and customer service doesn't drop. They got 5-star reviews. His production is always going to deliver on its promises. Everybody's going to get paid, and he's always, no matter what. And if you're that much growth that fast, there's been times where he's had to address this cash flow or fix this job or do this with accounting or change this with follow-up or hire this person or fire this person. But guys, this is the deal here, man. I really, really think that you are the next Ricky Southers, and if it's not you, it could be your freaking mortal enemy. And if it's someone that you're a hater on, man, there's no reason to hate on people. I've never had anybody more successful than me hate on me. But for instance, let's say you are a hater. That was my nickname in high school because my last name's Hate. You're only going to get to hate Ricky more because he's going to blow up. He's going to go from 3 guys to 87 guys in 2 years. He's going to become a juggernaut, a force in the marketplace. How many locations you got now?
3.
That leadership team, that management group, your stud club, and your smart woman there and all the rest of them. How many in your leadership team?
On our leadership team, we have 12.
And so, guys, this is what it's all about, man. To me, that's the American dream. It's not about how much money you make. It's about making a difference in the community. The business that Ricky's doing, look, blue-collar businesses, it's shown by Wall Street that they're worth more money. Right now, because we've been proven to be pandemic-proof. We've been proven to be recession-proof. There's a lot of money going into solar, but now they're also realizing roofing's valuable. So here's the thing, man. Private equity, they offered me a lot of money to buy my company this year, almost $30 million, and I turned them down because I'm building a company worth a B. And the truth is that I think it's great. I think SIRC is a company that's bought a lot of different roofing companies. They were actually on here before. And the truth is I think Ricky Suthers could take his business and he could sell his business. And, you know, whether his business is worth $5 million, $10 million, or $15 million. It's happened so fast in 2 years. I mean, it's amazing to see your work, Ricky. I'm telling you, dude, it's an honor to have you in the program, and I'm so grateful that you came up on here on this deal, man. And I just think so many people, they have the same thing. They're worried about being sold something, so they don't come to the conference. And look, guys, it's Memorial Day. We got time. You can get back on Monday. The deal is it starts on Friday. We're going to have fun. It's not like you're missing out on the fun. We're going to do a fight night. And me and BDR are doing a submission grappling match. Then we're having real fights, like real hardcore. I'm paying some badasses. My friend and student of Sky Diamonds University, Muhammad Ali, is a world jiu-jitsu champ. He's going to take on his first cage match, his first real MMA match. And I'm putting out Fight of the Night awards, cash money. So there's going to be good violence. And we say that because, dude, we live in a violent world. And if you're going to fight for your dream, you better be ready for some resistance. And I just get inspired by guys like Dustin Poirier, get inspired by guys that are willing to be the man in the arena, guys like Ricky. And, you know, the truth is like getting through the retail sales process is something that I think I want to talk about, but I want to introduce our next guest and bring him on board as well. And let me tell you a little bit about our next guest. I think it's a great conversation for all of us to have. This is my man, Sterling. Sterling is from Detroit, Michigan. And Sterling actually started on the roof, working on the roof. He built the roofing company from doing a good job, learning good communication skills, and getting his first truck and trailer, figuring out how to scale his retail roofing company. Before he came to me, he was successful, but he was burning a candle at both ends. He had a team, but he was doing a lot of everything. And I think the main thing is, Sterling, welcome to the show, buddy. You've been one of the most impactful students in the university. More importantly, you came here and you spent some time with me. We connected, and it reminded me how important that really it's not about the money. It's not about your results. It's not about how much we make. It's about one thing. It's about the fact that me and you are here to make each other better, and you make me better, and I'm grateful to be your friend. So glad to have you here, bro. Glad to have you here. Give a shout out to Ricky about what it's like seeing someone like Ricky, his success, how it's impacted you, what you've been able to learn from Ricky, how it applies. Oh, you're on mute over there. I didn't mean for Ricky to take off. Just hit the old unmute button. Maybe it's the microphone. There we go. Yeah.
Sorry about that. I'm actually sorry, man. I'm at a Owens Corning event, and I have to break off into the corner.
Oh, you're cutting in and out a little bit. Oh, we got bad sound. We got bad sound at the location. You might chop in and chop out. We'll chop in and chop out there, Mr. Chapo. We'll call you Mr. Chopper Man. You over there? You good? You good? What you got?
Yeah, when I
Oh, there
first
we
bumped
go.
into
There we go. We're
Ricky,
working out at Tavern Vision. We're going on 5 hours straight of live streaming here. We ain't playing around here. What do we got here? Guys, give me some. Tell me where you're coming in from. Trisha's been here. We got Valerie Grant here. That's
My
Vinny's wifey. And we've got famous Santiago family area. There's your wife is beautiful.
Very much.
So Mr. Sterling,
echoing,
brother,
dude.
can you hear me?
Yeah, it's echoing real bad.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
do you basically, man, tell them about what it was like whenever you were on the roof doing a couple $1 million, had a crew. Before you came to me, what were you doing? What's your background? What's your story?
Just started off laboring, man, and work our way up from there. You know, you get to a point in life when you're gonna you're gonna need some help. You're gonna need somebody to guide you in the right direction. I mean, there's only so much you know, and you know, this roofing industry and any business is a constant growth game, and you got to hire this coach, you got to hire this bookkeeper to teach you how to run your books and all that. But I got to a dead end. I was like, dude, I need help. And in the Metro Detroit area, it's like there's no camaraderie. There's none at all. So I
Dog
had to
eat dog,
outsource,
huh?
and then yeah, I had to outsource, and then I got a glimpse of the blue collar conference. I went there, and I was like, this is God sent.
Hey man, so whenever you came, you were a retail contractor. You had to be a little hesitant that my stuff was about. You thought I was door to door in storms, and it may not work for you.
Yeah, 100%. I was definitely skeptical on that.
So what did you find out?
That your program pretty much is tailored to anybody in the construction field. If you need to recruit, hire, train, if you need leads, because if you ain't got no leads, you ain't got no business. So those are the two. Those are the two main factors right there that contribute to anybody's contracting business: roofing, insurance, retail, whatever.
And so I know you were not very excited about making video content to create leads. Were you a little nervous about going on camera, looking stupid, saying something wrong? Were you a little hesitant to do the video?
Uh, that was the biggest, impactful portion of the whole Sky Diamonds University, man. Really taking myself out of my comfort zone. Oh my God, getting in front of a camera, what? But I mean, it was
Tell
tough.
them
But I
about
mean,
your
you can
first
throw a
build
camera in front of
video.
me right now, and you know, if you ask me about this, that, and the fourth, it's like second nature.
Tell them about
Really
tell them
grown in that aspect.
tell them about your first build video.
First build video there was no framework. You know, I just haven't embedded that into my processes at that point, but I got exponential amount of leads out of it with no framework. So it definitely worked.
The concept behind the build video is that you're the Bob Villa in the neighborhood, that you demonstrate your actual work and that you create neighboritis by showing them that you're working. It makes referrals go up even if you don't follow the framework. The framework, have you done any ads that didn't work or that didn't follow the framework?
Um, no, every video that we did that we stuck to the framework, it was successful.
So
There was one. Go
talk
ahead.
to me a little bit about like learning that, applying it. When you're talking about framework, knowing it, not knowing it, can you explain that to them and how it's improved
Yeah, I
your
mean, you
videos?
could jump in front of a camera and not know the framework. You could just ask your customer on a testimonial, you know, hey, how'd the bill go? You know, that's the easy way out. But when you stick to the hook story offer, the hook's what you're offer. You know, the hook's the issue at hand. The story is the problem that the customer is going through, and then the offer is what you're going to provide to the customers that click that link below. And that's the hook story offer. That's going to get you leads right there.
And so tell us, like, once you started getting leads, were you nervous about hiring salespeople? What was the problem you had with hiring salespeople before?
The problem was I was always committing now, figuring out later. It's really growing in the department, but before I dove head first hiring guys. I had immediately. One of them had a lot of experience, and the other two I kind of had to school them along, the sales process, but they didn't really stick around because one, I have a sales system and process in place, so there's no
Okay, it
accountability.
looks like we got a chopped chili sandwich over there coming out your mouth.
Yeah.
Dude, here's the deal. Try again. See if we got sound.
How about now? Can you hear me okay?
Nope. We got a chopped chili sandwich still. It's all right. Here's the deal. Eat lunch, come back, hit us up. We're here. We're not leaving. Guys, this is Sterling. Tell them about your business growth. Tell them what you did. Tell them about your company. Tell them real quick.
If it comes out without chopped chili sandwich,
That ain't going to work either, big dog. It's all good. It's choppy, screwed. Give him a round of applause, Sterling. All right, now it's back to Vinny Grant, and we got to really get into this story. He's been hanging around here, but this is really our first time to hang out in person, and he's a multi-million-dollar closer. Dude's wearing my exact watch. My watch is in the shop, but he's wearing my exact watch. There must be some synchronicity or whatever the heck is in Dan Rooney's book, but synchronicity, there it is.
Yep.
So tell me a little bit about your story, where you come from.
South suburbs of Chicago.
Nice.
My dad was really successful car salesman.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of that unique upbringing, like all the people around are blue collar, like union, firemen on one side, and then the other side is like attorneys. So it's like, there's that, and very segregated, I mean, you had your Arabic communities, your, Hispanic, Italian. So a lot of culture, just a lot of variety.
Nice.
And, but I left home early. I left home at 15. I was that guy that just was trying to find myself, trying to hustle, trying to be a man before I was a man. And, so, I dealt with a lot of, just people around me being addicts, alcoholics. And I just felt very, connected to, I guess you could say, the higher power, God.
Nice. Love it.
And and that's kind of what led me on my journey to go out there and to make something of myself and to become, successful financially so that I can make a difference and I can get to a level where I'm talking to guys like you or being able to get on stages and stuff like that and really make a difference. I made my first $1 million 2 years ago and I donated the first 10% to St. Matthew's House.
Dude, that's badass.
Yeah, and it's like that right there. I just want to keep doing it. You know what I'm saying?
That's awesome. Give this guy a round of applause. Shout out to Chris Baker. Saw y'all last night. Awesome show. Can't wait to do it with you. Do the show, man. Maybe we can get you on here on the live stream, work you in. But Vinny, man, dude, you if you were sitting next to this guy, man, you could feel it. This man is really doing good things. I think that everyone wants to know the secret of hitting the blue collar lottery. That is landing a commercial deal, and doing it on the phone or knocking doors. What's more efficient?
I mean, I think whenever you can meet with people face to face, it's always the best way to meet because it's the real deal. But I mean, let's face it. I mean, you could literally cover the entire United States or the entire globe by B2B phone calls. And Grant Cardone's got it right, man. I mean, it's 12 to 13 follow-up calls before you can actually close a deal. And that's what we focused our entire business on with Commercial Roof Network was 12 to 13 follow-up calls. And how do we do that? And how do we make it sound right? And so, yeah, I mean, phones, if you're trying to grow nationwide.
Did you build an automated system?
Everything was built automated. Yeah. I mean, it was B2B calling.
Do you remember that nonsense in the middle of the year when Lindsay was like, ah? Do you remember that when she was throwing names and calling me and all that crazy stuff?
No, tell me about it.
I don't even want to get
so they're going to use.
Oh, here he is.
I test it. Go in there and test it on your phone or something. So, long story short, this girl came to work with me, and she's a public adjuster, and we gave her a job. We built a system, and it was text message, email, but it was the first time that we ever got basically automation and follow up on a list after a storm.
Yeah. Okay.
And what you're saying is true. Most of the time, even through cold calling, we found even text message would be the most effective way.
Right.
But it's setting up that system.
Yeah.
So you got a team in there calling. You got people working from the phone through.
Yeah, multi-channel media marketing. I mean, everything you could think of. So
Mhm.
first is data. How do we go out and get that best data?
Right.
Everyone has a solution. I talked about mine being manual.
Oh, nice.
It's like, dude, what are you doing? Why are you doing this like
Well,
they
there's
would
one-
do in
there's-
1995?
There's one.
You know?
There's one piece of data that's always hard in Florida. It's like, who is the board president now?
Right.
Is that
Well,
is that
figure
the,
that all out.
I know, but that's the hard part, right?
Yeah.
That's the manual part, is it
Right.
not?
It is.
Now,
But
I do a dumb thing, and I don't know. I've never really found anything better.
yeah.
Okay, but I go to this homeowners association Florida,
Yeah.
and I'll look for it, and it always has like, sometimes it's right, but it's usually like the last board president.
Right.
Is that usually what happens? You find the information, but it's maybe a year old, and you get the last board president.
So we can get into that a little later.
Okay.
But no, I mean, I think, like it is that like doing the grunt work that like it's actually not like you're saying that I think that your way is actually more smart, but we went out and we did that like animalistic work. Like, dude, what are you doing? You're like going in and you're hiring people to work for $5 an hour, offshore.
Still getting it done.
But we got it done, and that what I realized was like, dude, I would never buy a list ever again. I'll create my own list
through virtual assistants.
Damn,
And
I think that this is the multi-billion-dollar secret.
Give me a
Now, I don't think I'm a rocket scientist.
It doesn't take rocket science to get rich, guys. That's it all.
I probably just gave you like billions of dollars in marketing. But
who all we got here? We got a lot of people here. Chime in where
Yeah.
you're from. All right. Cool. Keep going.
No, I want to give like that. That's fine. Like I'll unlock those things, but like that is like the secret sauce, and I guess like I was saying earlier,
we'd use this group called $5 Callers, and if y'all want people that I've used outsourcing to get commercial leads, I've given them my script, I've given them a list, and they've got me commercial leads for $5 an hour.
Right.
But here's the thing. It's really not that scalable. You got to really train them. My method.
Yeah.
Your method of having them go find the data. See, I wasn't doing that.
Yeah.
Oh, you gave me a little cheat code.
Yeah.
I was trying to have them call.
Well, that's what I came here for, man. I just wanted to give you the cheat code. We're all playing in a game, man. Money ain't real.
What I learned is you can tell everybody your cheat codes, but they won't execute them.
Exactly. No, I know. That's why
I've told everybody my cheat codes all the time.
Yeah.
And some people execute a portion of them, and I celebrate it. But I love how basically it holds me accountable to level it up, because I know, look, if I put it out there and there's someone out there taking it to the next level, then I better figure out how to make it better.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree.
All right, so what's your plans for the future?
So I'm thinking about launching a new marketing company.
What are we doing together? This is me and him.
I think we could do a lot together.
Live.
I mean, I think your synchronicities, like the fact that you went to New Hampshire and a hailstorm happened, I don't believe that that's like a coincidence at all.
No, I was on purpose.
I think that we're energy beings, right? So I think that there's a reason we're here. I don't know where it's going to take us. I mean, I'd love to, team up with you in one way or another and go and launch something huge.
I mean, the main thing is you want a lot of commercial roofers. I know that basically I have the guys that'll cover the entire network.
Yep.
And I know that I think that you being able to be your own blue collar entrepreneur and have your own brand is great.
Yeah.
And so I think that if you need marketing support or lead support, that we could collaborate there.
Yep.
But I think the main thing is that we might trade. We might trade because the really thing I'm looking for is roofs.
Yeah.
And you know, when it comes down to it, roofs for me and the people on my network change lives. And so
I could help all of the roofers out there basically, structure this entire thing that I did. I'm no longer I'm a very fractional part of what I built. That was handed off to CMR.
Nice.
And so I'm a free agent, and the last 2 years since I sold CRN, Commercial Roof Network, to them, I've started a family. I focused on that. I got into crypto. I've done some things. I built a healing center at my house. My wife is a health coach. We're going to help people that have cancer and Lyme disease and different kind of things, and bring them to our house and do a 3-week cleansing. And we have all kind of plans, but I'm still a blue collar marketer. I'm still a blue collar roof salesman. That's I grew up in this industry. You know
who else will vibrate that we know that you might want to spend some more time with? Billy. He's a law of attraction freak, man. He's my
Billy Lyle.
coach.
Yeah. He's a great guy.
And Nick, camera guy, trains there too.
Nice.
And so like
I put on we had 2 babies in the past couple of years, so
we'll work
I got to get in there and
you come
crush
in there
it.
with us and it's fun.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like it's just fun. Like we have fun. Like
absolutely.
Even, like to have the energy to do this podcast. I had a 10 o'clock coaching call. Well, basically I have Natalie and my solar guy covered the first 15 minutes because I went to train first.
Yeah.
Because I got a 5-hour live stream. I got to get a little juiced up.
Yeah.
And sometimes that might, whether it's a hard sweat, for me, lifting is great, but I like the adrenaline rush of combat sports. So, I'm very, once a week or once a month, twice a month in my sparring in Billy's gym.
Nice.
Most of the time I'm hitting the pads, having a good time. Anyways, do you know Joe Dispenza does events here?
I know, yeah, Marco Island, right?
Yeah. So one time I talk about crazy law of attraction stuff. I sat down at Ed Milet's house. You a fan of Ed?
Very much so.
Okay, great. I'll hook you up. I'll take you around.
RAS.
I'll take you around back and get you a picture.
All right, let's go.
All right. So the bottom line is that I went to Ed's house, and dude, I don't know anybody, and I paid $70,000 to be a part of this mentorship, and I still feel like probably everyone else feels when they come to my stuff. Like, oh, dude, I don't want to go up and talk to that guy. What does he do? There's so many people there that made more money than me. I mean, I'm definitely not the biggest dog in the room by any means. Maybe one of the smaller dogs in the room. Truth is that I sat down next to dinner, and I'm in that like almost like high school, like weird, feeling. I'm sitting next to Dr. Joe Dispenza. I had no clue.
Yeah.
No clue, man. Rob Deerdick's behind me to the left, and I'm basically, before the night's over, though, we start having a conversation, and he looks at me, and he's like, you have to kill the old you to become the new you. Wow. And then he spoke the next day, and I realized who he was, and I read his book, and has he influenced you? What are the books you've read?
It's The Miracle Mindset.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at it in a while, but yeah, I think that, we could heal ourselves just through our thoughts. We're conditioned as children in our home. No one is going to be a perfect parent. I don't care how good of a parent people are. We're all going to mess up our kids one way or another.
Mm-hmm.
So like we have to reparent ourselves at some point in our life. We're all going to go through trauma, all these kinds of things. So what Joe teaches and what I'm big on, and sounds like you are too, is we can heal our traumas through the inside of our mind, through, vibration and by, the law of attraction, writing things down. And of course, being with people who are on the same page. Mm-hmm. Like people come into this event, whenever you go to an event like this, it's people that are a mastermind of people that are on the same vibration, that are looking to go somewhere. Mm-hmm. So
let me tie this to Billy.
Power.
Let me tie this to Billy. So you've seen when I started going to that gym, and I don't know if you've seen. I mean, I saw you. You inspired me to go in the gym. I knew who you were. I saw you went in there with Sean, and I was like, I want to go in there too. But I started coming in after you left, and for me, anchoring in my positive thoughts. It's all about the feelings. It's not just the thoughts. So the feelings come from championship things that you do.
Right.
It also comes from like being true to who you are, and it's not always easy. So so we always cancel out our good thoughts with the wrong feelings.
Yep.
Whether it's anxiety, fear, thinking in terms of scarcity, jealousy, resentment, whatever it is. When we're in that realm, we're not vibrating at maximum frequency. We may be creating cancer. We may be creating high blood pressure. We may be creating all these problems.
It's that fight or flight response.
It's that fight or flight response. See, the thing is I thought my whole life that I was an adrenaline junkie and that I ran better off of that response.
Right.
I liked conflict because it created me to have more energy.
Right. Absolutely.
You ever felt like that before?
Like I drew that into my life.
I thought that was driving me forward.
Like, for instance, I was probably addicted to like conspiracy videos. And I'll tell you a quick story.
My dad's struggling with that right now. He's coming on next. Maybe you can tell him how you fixed it.
Yeah.
Oh, Billy's coming on. Nice.
Nice.
Oh, we got a surprise guest right here?
I just seen on his Facebook, I think.
Oh, yeah. What's up, Coach?
Hey, how you guys doing?
My man Billy just had a brand new baby girl, man. Congratulations, brother.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm feeling very blessed.
Hey! No, Billy's changed my life, man. And I actually saw Vinny when he came into your gym the first time. I'm friends with Sean with both of him on Facebook. And me and Vinny never hung out together, but he's a badass and he could definitely bring millions of dollars into the company. More importantly, I got a platform that'll really help his brand and mission. We should have connected a long time ago. I told him, I'm like, yeah, I got to get back in the gym. We got to go to Billy's gym. It's not just, we started talking about law of attraction before you got here, talking about Joe Dispenza. And so here we call you, we get you in here. And I'm like, hey, look, once you fucking think about it and you're confident from the workout, you're thinking about it during the workout, you're vibrating on a different level. You got friends like Billy in the gym that are helping you really manifest. Tell them the story about your picture that you had in the gym and what happened.
Yeah, so I created a little vision board, and a couple of things that are important to me. I had, obviously I'm a boxing coach and trainer, so I had Lee on there. I enjoy training him. I want to be a great trainer. I had
It
something
was
I
a
always
picture of me
wanted.
fighting.
Picture you fighting with me in the ring, holding the hand pad. So that was something I wanted to kind of help you with, and at the same time help myself. I had a couple of guys, Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich, on there. The guy that wrote As the Man Thinketh, James Allen, was on there. And one big thing that was on there, I had a presidential Rolex. This is something I wanted kind of since I was a little boy. Where I grew up at, you just seen those presidential Rolexes on TV. I didn't know anybody that had them, but to me, that was kind of like the threshold that, you made it in life when you get that all gold Rolex on your wrist. So it was something I was thinking about for a long time. And I put it on my vision board because I wanted to look at it every day. I knew if I looked at it every day, what would happen is it would get in my subconscious mind. So we have our conscious mind as our thoughts, and then really deep down is our subconscious. And we can get things in our subconscious just through repetition, repetition, repetition. We keep repeating what we want, it gets in the subconscious, and then it's going to come to you. You never know exactly how it's going to come, but trust me, if you can get your want, your desire in that subconscious, it's going to come for you somehow.
So what happened, Billy?
So I just,
tell them about your gym first. Tell them about where your business was, what it was doing, all that.
Yeah, my business was doing good. I thought I was doing good. I was making, a decent living. I was doing all right. I had never really known any big successes, and
no, don't let him lie to you. He was a championship boxer. He got paid a lot of money to fight. Okay, a lot. He turned down $50,000 to fight on his last fight, and he fought world champions. He fought 2 world champions, and his definitely accomplished a lot.
Yeah, I guess I look at that athletically, but I guess in the business world, I didn't know anybody that owned their own business. I never really knew how to do it. I didn't go to school for it, so I was just making a living, getting by, doing all right. And then thank God you came into my life, and we just hit it off immediately. And really, I'm just really grateful you took me under your wing. You kind of helped me. I think you must have seen some potential there, and you got a big heart. And you really just helped me out so much. And yeah, whether it was bringing Nick in to shoot some ads, whether it was giving me advice, always being accessible to talk to, someone to lean on, just always being that kind of
giving
positive.
You books too, boy. Giving him them books, them heater books.
Yeah, give me the books and giving me, kind of that a good example of what to do. Not just talking it, but doing it. And you gave me a lot of great business advice, and I really just kind of followed your plan. I started getting more comfortable in front of the camera, and just telling my story. And the great part about it is, you don't tell anybody to do anything that's not them. There's no bullshit involved. You didn't tell me to go be somebody else. You didn't go tell me to do something that wasn't in alignment with myself. You said, listen, this is who you are. I love you, but if you don't tell the world who you are, no one's going to know. So, you kind of gave me that confidence to go out there and just basically tell the truth, tell my story. And it kind of resonated. And, get involved with the ads. Sometimes you got to spend a little bit of money to make money. I had to get rid of that communion money I had hid under my mattress. But yeah, and one thing took off, and, here I am a year later, and, I was doing good last year, and, my business doubled, more than doubled in the last year. And, you're a huge part of that. So I really want to thank you from the bottom.
Hey, you got the Rolex on right now?
No, I didn't.
He bought. Okay, so what happened? Tell him the culmination of what happened with the picture and when we took a picture.
Yeah, so I finally just
I guess there's times in my life where I could have bought a Rolex, but I'd have been flush, I'd have been broken. I really never had the confidence that I had a system to make the money, you know. And now it's like I don't care. I'll spend what I got because I know I can make it again. Once you know the cheat code, once you know how to do it, it's going to keep coming to you. So I don't worry about spending money nowadays. So I just made the decision. I called Lee. I said, Lee, I'm going to get this Rolex. He said, buy it. He said, buy the Rolex, man, get it. So I said, fuck it. I went out. I got the Rolex, and I said, you know what? I don't want the 36 millimeter. If I'm going to get it, I got to get the 41 millimeter. I got to get the big dog. So I got the big one. And just so happened, Lee called me up. He's in my gym training for his fight. And, you know, I had some other guys working there, wasn't there. He called me up. I said, he said, I'm down here. I'm ready to get some work. And I said, man, I just got the Rolex we talked about. So I came down there. Nick was there. I actually just got the Rolex out of the box. You know, so I was really proud to show you the Rolex and wear it. And, you know, it's when you wear it, you feel like you deserve it. You have to live up to that expectation when you have it on. It's like you can't wear a Rolex and be doing bullshit things. You got to do things at a really high standard.
Amen, brother. Y'all don't realize I spend every morning just about, or every other morning, or every other day. I don't know whether it's 5 days a week, 6 days a week, 4 days a week. Me and Billy are seeing each other, and it's the energy, it's the connection. When two people level each other up, you want to spend more time and figure out how you can make that work better. And so,
Absolutely. One thing I think about, Lee, is when I think about getting things, you know, obviously there's work involved, but if everything's at a different frequency. If we all have our cell phone out now, we can all call a different number all around the world because there's a different frequency. So kind of in that same way, if you want something, you got to vibrate on the frequency that's at.
You
If
won't
you
believe
wanna-
what happened, guys. Hey, what's up, guys? Shout out. Well, I don't know where you're coming in from, but we're talking about vibrating on a different level. We just shot up hundreds of viewers, and it's crazy. It's the energy that we're speaking about here. Billy's my boxing coach. I'm just a blue-collar businessman. My name's Lee Haight. I help people build character, confidence, and freedom, but you know, it was actually a story that we were talking about. This man just manifested a Rolex, a $50,000 Rolex in his life through a lot of hard work with a boxing business after being a badass boxer. But I came to his gym because I was a fat dude with a dad bod and a little bit of a bad attitude. And there was a lot of shit going on in the world. And I was pissed off about the forces telling me to wear a mask, telling me to take the jab. And I wanted to do something about it. I didn't want to take the jab. I wanted to fucking make my body a defense weapon. I wanted to be impenetrable. And also, I wanted to be able to knock out any shit talker that ever came across my path if I needed to. I wanted that confidence. I don't know if that makes me crazy, if that makes me mean. I don't know what that makes me. But a lot of people talk a lot of things and say a lot of things. And I just wanted to know that I can handle anybody at any time and have a puncher's chance. And so I started training. I started training with Billy. And I met Billy, and Billy really changed my life because not only did he show me I didn't have a fucking clue how to fight, I couldn't really I mean, I might have had a little bit of athleticism, but it's funny. It's like 99% of people really don't know how to punch and defend themselves. And he kind of showed me quickly in the first week or two how little I actually knew, and it was quite humbling.
Well, you had balls. That from day one, you always had balls, and that's the most important because if you're scared in anything you do, you're not going to make it. So even if you came in and you didn't know how to box a lick, when you got whacked in the face, you didn't quit. You kept coming back for more, and that's something I don't know if you could teach that or not. I haven't figured that out, but you definitely had that from day one.
Well, that's true. It's just really it's being sold on yourself. It's being sold on the reason why you're there. And I basically was motivated by some of this Jake Paul stuff. And I wanted to train myself into a real boxer. And I figured that I could bring eyeballs to my platform. And I figured maybe it would be an opportunity for me to bring more people into my business. And I don't know how that has all worked 2 years later, but I'm going to tell you, because the same time that he got the Rolex, I had my fight. And it was a real deal, man. It was 3 rounds. I can remember right before I went into the cage, Billy was wrapping up my hands. He went and took a peek at the guy. He's like, dude, he's left-handed. We didn't really practice for that. So sure enough, the dude's left hand was square in the middle of my nose in round 1. Dude outweighed me. He was giving me some heavy shots. And, we actually got fight of the night. I lost a split decision. I think I won the fight. I landed the bigger blows. Either way, it doesn't matter. I answered and checked off the box the one thing, just like Billy's Rolex. I wanted to know that I would fight to the death, that literally I would stand up and go. And, now, of course, it's changing. And I wanted evolve and take it to the MMA level is, how far as it will take me, because I've kind of been hooked. So that's what happens sometimes. You get hooked, and I'm hooked by the adrenaline rush that I get when I leave Billy's gyms, because my best meditations, my best law of attractions, my best energy and vibrations, they happen after that hard sweat, after going rounds, after even maybe going into the ring. And dude, Billy, were you scared as a boxer going into the ring?
I tell you the truth. I mean, it's nothing people want to admit to, but I would say I was. There was times I was. You want to be a little bit nervous, but I would say there was definitely some fear in there. Especially as you just get started. I mean, I'm sure most people have been in a fight before, a fist fight before, and if there's no one even watching, that could be a very scary situation. So imagine that and compound it by thousands of people watching, and sometimes cameras in your face, and you're expected to fight.
Let me tell you about the first time. I don't know if you remember, but I had my son with me. I brought him to the gym. There's this college football quarterback dude that had been coming into the gym a little bit, and I had my son there. So the dude had a camera, and anytime that you're in the ring, guys, in boxing, you got to be careful with cameras. You don't really know what can happen, and if you start putting a camera on a fight, you're gonna get some violence. And basically, I didn't want to get beat up in front of my son. And I didn't. So I realized, holy shit, yeah, I was scared. Yeah, I could have looked stupid. But that was a really good feeling. And it was really just about every time you walk into the gym with Billy, you don't know when you're going to be summoned to war. So you go in there with a little butterfly in your stomach. And it's cool because, after a while, I began to crave getting that work. And I began to crave it. And so the reality is now it's like, why are you doing this $100 million business? Why would you take shots to the head? But the truth is, as an amateur boxer, what's the risk, Billy?
I would say, the short term as an amateur, obviously you're going to have the nerves and, people do get hurt. I would say it's relatively, safe as an amateur in the short term, but every time you're getting whacked on the head, there's going to be a consequence. And, you might not see that consequence the next day or the next week or the next month, but each one of those shots kind of stays with you. I haven't got hit in the head in probably, 10, 11 years, but, I still, they're still in there with me. So you got to be careful. And, I don't know, Lee, it's in your blood. And I guess
Billy always tells me that if you fall in love with it, it'll really hurt you. It is the hurt business.
Yeah.
And
it's like a bad word or something, just it's tough because it gets in your blood and you can't find it anywhere else, whether it's alcohol, women, drugs. That the high you get from it, it's something special. And
no, it was crazy. We landed a multi-million-dollar deal the week after your event or my event where I fought, and I'm like, dude, making $1 million. I didn't even win the fucking fight. I lost the thing, and it still was a better feeling than making a lot of money. And so, the deal is, guys, it was the same week that he realized his goal to get a Rolex that I realized my goal to be a cage fighter, to stand up and answer that test. And, we've obviously grown our business and made a lot of money along the way. Here's the thing. Right in the first 6 months, I went off to a hurricane, landed big jobs I would have never landed. It was in Lake Charles. We documented the whole thing. Then Hurricane Sally happened. I needed more energy for back-to-back storms and landed more multi-million-dollar jobs. And it was manifestation and attraction, just like how we started talking about this stuff. We had 20 people on the live stream. And then we started talking about it, now we got 236. So y'all comment in where you're coming in from, guys. My name's Lee. I'm from Texas. I'm in Florida now. But we got the Blue Collar American Dream Conference. And that's the modern day gold rush in roofing and solar. We got Jocko Willing, Dustin Poirier, me, Ed Milet, and my boxing coach, Billy. We're doing something nobody's ever done before. We're doing a charity for Folds of Honor, but we got a blue collar fight night. Everybody, who doesn't want to see blue collars beat on each other a little bit, man? I mean, everybody loves that. We live in a little bit of a violent culture. Mississippi, what's up, my man, Tony Evans? Type in where you're coming in from, because at Blue Collar Fight Night, we have blue collar guys with regular jobs that are really professional, amateur, trained MMA fighters, boxers. And we're going to have opening night be a fight night. And there's going to be a DJ. There's going to be a lot of fun. The proceeds are going to go to Folds of Honor. It's a charity that benefits fallen soldiers' families. And so at this conference, you'll learn how to sell roofs, how to sell solar, how to become blue collar millionaire, like that's very, very rare. It takes a really rare specimen and breed. But the truth is now it's what is the problem is gas prices are so damn high. You see people coming in there, Billy, and you hear people complaining. Guys come in there when they work with you and they start that complaining shit. How long do they last at the gym?
Not long. It's that negativity. It's contagious. It's like a cancer. So as soon as you let it in, it's going to start multiplying. So, even if you have every right to complain, a wise person will never do that. A person that knows the rules will never complain. You might have been screwed 25 times, but you won't say nothing about it. You're gonna think and put yourself in a vibration that's gonna attract more positive things.
Yeah, guys, and I'll be honest with you. Thank you so much, Billy. Really appreciate you. I know you got to get back to your gym, but it was vibrating at a higher frequency. It's when you're more confident with your body, when you're more confident, when you have better meditations, and you have the action in business. This is when you have that extra multiplier force. And Ed Milet's going to talk about that multiplier force. I don't know if you know Ed, but he's the one who turned me on to it. He's got that max out. I don't know if you know his strategies, but he told me, he's like, there's something about when you're working out, when your endorphins are going 100%, that if you're able to anchor in your vision board while you got your body moving at full cylinder, and it's almost like the feelings that you get when you win the fight, the feelings that you get when you land the deal. How do you give yourself that championship feeling? And a lot of times for me, it's going into Billy's gym. Go ahead and let Billy go. Peace out, Billy. Appreciate you. Have a good day, brother. And Billy's going to be speaking at the Blue Collar American Dream Conference. We got Dustin Poirier. And it's about, the reality is, guys, we're all in a fight for our American dream. Inflation is out of control. A lot of the hourly jobs are never going to get you out of the trapped paycheck to paycheck world. We're not a network marketing company. I work in a family business. I grew up in this business as a second generation guy. And my whole life, I was a little ashamed of what my dad did. What did my dad do? He was a roofing contractor, but we don't do the roofs. We sell the roofs, and insurance pays for them. Sky diamonds, hurricanes, and hailstorms damage $100 billion in roofs every year. That's how I got into making money. And guys that did this were my heroes. And recently, we've got into the solar business. Solar is changing the world. Recently, Biden said he's cutting greenhouse gases 50%. Well, solar makes sense now more than ever, and it's expensive. It saves people a lot of money. And we have one of the largest solar opportunities and organizations, and we're the only person that can offer both roofing and solar solutions for people. And you don't do the jobs, you sell them. And so if you're interested in free access to this Blue Collar American Dream Conference, I'm giving free tickets to firefighters. I'm giving free tickets to coaches. I'm giving free tickets to teachers. I'm giving free tickets to anybody that served our country. And that's because I want to change your life. That's really what my mission is about, is helping regular people that are struggling with this inflation the most. If you're not making $300K, you're getting killed. And, I want to bring on my biggest influence in my life, the person who's been my best coach. This is my dad, Donnie Hay. What's up, my man? How you doing, Dad?
Hey, man, you guys hear me?
Yeah, buddy. I was just telling stories of where it all started with us. My dad was also a used car salesman, and we had some challenges in the family. He was at a time in his life he was finding himself, and my mom kicked him out of the house, and so he a couple times. So he had to make money. He had to straighten up his act. And, my family was in disarray, but I saw my dad as a big star at the car lot. And I liked the energy of the car lot. We talk about energy. Woo! I love that energy, man. And I actually was sucked into it at a young age. And so when my dad quit the car business and got into roofing, that's kind of when he won my mom back. He really turned his life around and was pioneer in the industry. Him and his brother, they really changed the industry for insurance restoration and scaled it. And then him and his brother broke off. And my family didn't have as big a roofing company, but always wanted to. And my dad worked on technology. He worked on an unfair advantage. He worked on a bigger plan. He seeded some big ideas into my head. And he told me I could do it. As a matter of fact, then he told me I couldn't do it. And I actually think my mom told me I could do anything. My dad always inspires me by saying, no fucking way you get that done. So, Dad, I want to say thanks for being on the show. We're raising money here for Folds of Honor, and we want everybody to come out to the event at the Blue Collar American Dream Conference. And so, if you're not a teacher, you're not a veteran, you're not a coach, you're not a firefighter, you're not a police officer, you can get 2 for the price of 1. If you text 239-537-2251, all proceeds go to benefit Folds of Honor. And so, Dad, we've got Eric Vazina in here, man. He said, we need his secret on his system, his process. Sell, build, collect. Enlighten us.
Okay. That's a good one. So the most successful guys that we have over the years are guys that we force. We don't call them sales guys. You don't hire rookies and give them a card and call them a sales guy. I mean, we do it. We keep doing it. We keep teaching ourselves that maybe that's not exactly the best way to do it. The best way to do it is to hire them as lead originators. And
that means if you're watching this from all over the country, we teach you just to sell the jobs, and we have a team that will build them for you. You make a commission through a simple app. It was a dream by my dad to make it all automated. And he really innovated the industry with this idea to connect the insurance companies, the property owners, the contractors, and he started to create a CRM. And we've continued to expand on that over the years. One of the reasons why people would do business with us is because we're known as the most innovative, and we're game changers and set the standards for roofing, service, and growth since '93. So, Dad, we're known for creating guys that can do the real deal, that can build their own $1 million restoration business in 1 year, in their first year. And people they want to all look. There's people here who wants to build their own $1 million construction business this year. If you do, type in where you're coming in from, and I'll give you all the tools that you need free on YouTube. If you just type where you're coming in from right now. But here's the deal: the cheat code's always been, there's $100 billion in storm damages that drop from the sky, hail and hurricane. And so, my dad's niche was building sales teams that would go after these areas where roofs were paid for by the insurance company and doing millions of dollars in jobs. And over the years, we've built this incredible network of roofing professionals. And so now my big thing was with this book right here as the next generation, digital door knocking. I'm the guy that made social media the unfair advantage to our business, made virtual training the unfair advantage to our business, added solar to our business. And so here we are trying to change the world, create the most blue collar millionaires out there. We're not network marketers. This is my dad's family estate. And so he says, look, we teach you how to sell, build, collect, which means if someone's brand new, we got 300 people on here that never heard about roofing, Dad. They don't know anything about, yeah. So perk up there, brother. All right.
Quit cutting me off.
Yeah, get fired up. Get fired up, dog. All right. So sell, build, collect.
Question, let me answer it, okay?
I'm trying to get you sell, build, collect. We got 300 people here, man. Come on.
Anyway, you teach the people how to do it at one day at a time, and the whole idea is to finish today's work today. And that means that you get the pictures and you get them uploaded in a system and you get it on a piece of paper along with the brochure so that you can sit down and have a quality presentation. And if you can track 2 quality presentations, 2 complete files, and whether you close them or not, I can guarantee how much money you're going to make. How about that?
And it's usually about $300,000 a year. If you're able to sell 1 roof a day, if you go and work 10 months out of the year, there's some of the roofs maybe you won't get. It's about 3 a week. 3 roofs a week is 12 a month. 12 a month times 10 is 120. Average roof commission's about $2,000. That's $240K for residential roofs. The big game changer is that we sell 1 out of 4 people solar because they qualify for more federal tax money, and we get them a really insane offer on a loan. We save them money, 0 money down, and we sell them like this $50,000 solar. The commission sometimes doubles, sometimes triples, just because they added solar to their home. So we get in the door because the insurance company paid for the roofs. Then we double and triple commissions when we add solar. And so if you're wanting to know how this works, we're happy to give you more information. As a matter of fact, you can find me on YouTube. We're going to put some links to the YouTube in the comments. But Dad, as a car salesman getting into roofing, like what was your biggest fear about working outside, going door to door versus having people come to you at the car lot?
Well, there wasn't any fear, absolutely none. I was so happy to be able to earn a living driving my truck around in total freedom. I mean, I got stuck in the car business and didn't know how to get out of it. And luckily, my brother got started, and lo and behold, once he got up and running, he called and said, you got to come. So, and that's typically what happens. A friend will work on you for a whole year, sometimes 2 years, seasons. It's this is the time of year where you can take a gamble, okay? And if you're in any other business, all you have to do is start this time of year, start at the first of a storm, hit it hard, and finish your work. Now, Lee will let you turn in a lead, but that doesn't teach you anything, okay? What you got to do is force yourself to do the work. Even though he has a system set up that you don't have to do it, if I went through the guys that we have now and I said, let me look at your files from last week, and if they
How
can't
do they
show
compare
it
to the
me,
old school roofers?
do what?
How do those new guys compare to the old school guys?
I don't think anything changes, sir.
I'm just messing with you.
Huh?
How would you do it differently?
I wouldn't do anything differently. I don't. If you can build it, you can build it. Okay. And if you can't finish it, it's not finished. That's just. I'm going to file a claim. How about finishing a claim? You file one, I'll finish one. That's the difference.
All right, guys. So that's the beautiful thing is that insurance companies pay for the jobs. You don't do it, you sell it. And it becomes great because the domino effect changed my family's life. My dad was able to build in Houston, Texas. I think it was like, whether it was 100 or 200 roofs in his first little storm, it expanded. Then they did multiple storms. There was a storm in Fort Worth, 1995. Hails came through the roof. Was that the first time you did $5 million in sales?
Oh yeah. We did. I don't think we did 5 million. 1996, Indianapolis was the first time we did 5 million.
Nice.
It's the first time we worked out of town.
We've been called storm chasers, gypsies our whole life. What happened there with the police? What did they do to you?
Oh man, I told that story on my Facebook page, Donnie.Hate. You can find it in the last 5 days. So we went to Indianapolis, rented an office, ran a direct mail piece. We had unlimited leads, and we had sold 100 jobs or more. And probably, we start building, and we build fast. So we had 20 or 30, 40 jobs built before anybody recognized that we were from out of town. And lo and behold, they sicked the Indiana Department of Revenue on us. So the lady came in one day real peacefully, asked us everything she could, wanted to see the checkbook. And my brother showed her, spent the time, spent an hour with her, and she went through the checkbook. Of course, we'd only been there for a few weeks, so there wasn't a whole lot to look at. But the very next day, they raided us with like 6 squad cars, 4 guys, all drew their guns down right there in the office in the middle of town. And they forced Marty to write a check. And it kind of freaked them out a little bit, but we know how to fight that. So we hired the right attorney and got that monkey off her back. And then it was about 3 weeks later when the number one agent in town ran an ad and said, "These guys are from out of town. You can't use them. Be careful." and called us out. And of course, I went right up to the office and walked in and put a little. Mojo, voodoo, whatever it was, but they retracted that in the paper, and we were off and running. So
hey, that's free publicity right there. Look, here's the thing: if you're ever gonna do something out there that makes something big happen, you're gonna have people come at you. They're gonna say names. They're gonna have haters, and this is one thing. I was a kid at that. I was skateboarding at like 12 years old at that office, and I heard about that. And I even heard how the salespeople's morale was affected and how they're, we're back in the deal. And, the thing is that Not much changed. That time there was no websites, there was no GPSs. Cell phones were completely, whether it was walkie-talkies that y'all were using and not even cell phones, things were completely different.
Pagers.
My
We
my
had pagers.
my
We tapped
family's
in.
been
We
doing this
tapped in
stuff
the
for a long
message.
time, running sales organizations in storms, hailstorms, windstorms, hurricanes. And so the cool thing is anybody can do this. It's all over the country. The roofing business is recession proof, pandemic proof. And look, the thing is, you don't have to like be a roofer. I've never been a roofer. My dad wasn't a roofer. He was a car salesman. I'm second generation roofing salesman. And you know, when he came back home, man, he bought my mom this car, and then he bought my mom a new house. There she is, right there. Hey, mom. She's really the smart one who gets it all done. She's really active in coaching in my business. She owns a counseling practice. And what kind of car was it, Dad?
Oh man, it was a Mitsubishi 3000 Spider. It had a hardtop convertible. It was killer. And I did a one pay lease. It was incredibly cheap to be able to drive that car for a couple of years. But we were really,
Well, it was a
really
fun
just,
car. I was really proud of you. I can remember the tears of joy. It was like you made a comeback. You bought a house, paid for it in cash. And I was in high school. I got to go to my high school basketball practices, go to my games. And growing up, you know, I was actually in the roofing business. I failed out of college, and you know, my dad he prevented me from going to jail. I really was an asshole kid, and I wasted money at college. And I came back home, but I didn't come home. I just fucked off in my hometown, and I did something really bad. Like I needed money, and I pawned something out of the garage at the pawn shop, and you know, I was dead broke. I was an idiot. I was on probation. And, you know, I was 18 years old and I went into the probation office with my dad thinking I was getting off probation. And, man, I mouthed off to the probation officer. They had me in handcuffs. They were about to pull my probation and my dad begged for my life. I didn't have to go to jail. I got straight. I got in the business. I found a higher power, and from that moment, like me and my dad started sort of a personal growth mastermind and a conversation about growth in roofing. And for the longest time, he was my coach. And you know, now it's like I get to coach others and pass that along. But thanks, Dad.
so whenever hey, there's a bunch there. There's the only opportunity in the world that's a commission job where we will hold your we'll hold your hand, we'll give you money, we'll do everything that it takes to get you from point A to point B to where you're in control of your life. Okay, and that's the hardest thing to do for people that's never been on commission. And that's what we give people. We'll give you that crutch, okay? But we know exactly what it takes for you to be successful, and we can put you out on the street, and you can sign up three or four deals that you know nothing about, and all of a sudden you're going down the street like Deion Sanders, and that's not exactly going to get you to where you need to be. You're going to have to learn how to do some things, and then do it at a pace that we know you're going to cash flow, okay? Because we can't just keep giving you the advances and have you not finish the work that makes you a professional, okay? So you're going to start out as a rookie and you're going to get paid, and you're going to get paid well, but by goodness, if you don't keep learning and growing and learning how to finish these files the way they need to be finished, well, we know that you're not going to make it, and you know, sometimes people just have to go at a quick enough pace so that it doesn't affect the rest of their life. So this is something you can come and try.
That's the best advice I have for people that are under the age of 25. Don't get Wikipedia. Don't do something that gets you on Wikipedia. I was able to escape any crazy Wikipedia stuff, even though I did a bunch of dumb shit. But ever since then, I definitely repaid Pops because I went on the road, traveled across 40 states, and what he's talking about is we teach you how to man up, how to be a contractor. Vince, what's the roofing business taught you about being a man?
Man, you got to do whatever it takes to go out there and feed your family and to build your legacy. And it seems like your dad did that. My dad was a car salesman too, and I know the grind, and but it is that excitement, you know, that we get drawn into. But yeah, I mean, people are going to beat you up, man. People are going to beat you up at the door. You know, this industry moving around is going to beat you up, but at the end of the day, like being a contractor, being put in these kind of environments, they just make you a better man. Iron sharpens iron. And I mean, like I said, I came here with nothing. You guys know. I mean, a lot of your salesmen, they go across the country or they start right where they're at with nothing. And now look, I mean, I've been able to make a couple $1 million and been able to bless my family and been able to, just open up doors for my kids that I never had. I just brought my kids to Puerto Rico last week. They got to see old San Juan. My parents weren't able to do that. So yeah, I mean, it's yeah.
That's what it's about, guys. And what's funny is that I've seen women. You don't have to climb a roof. I've seen any nationality. I've seen any denomination. I've seen shy people. I've seen quiet people. All you have to have is a good attitude and a good work ethic. And we have the easiest sell in America. We sell roofs that are paid for by the insurance, and then we save them hundreds of thousands of dollars on solar projects. And we don't sell solar to anyone that it doesn't make sense for. And right now, government's paying a lot of money for solar. Let's Go Brandon says he's cutting greenhouse emissions in half. And let's bring this on to a lighter thing here. We've got all the conspiracy theorists on one call. We got all emotional for a while, and now we got Lord Big Time in here to get the tears out of the room. Oh, my God. Contractors over here raising money for fallen soldiers and crying over here, tears of joy. But, I was just thanking my dad for being a good coach. And we've got Lord Big Time, Best Damn Roofer. You may see him. You should follow him on Instagram. He's one of the biggest characters in our industry. And he makes funny-ass skit videos on YouTube. He's got tons of followers. He's also known as Mr. Freedom. And so, Dad, I mean, we've all kind of seen the world change, and I don't want you going down the flat earth field, but we could keep it on to just normal freedoms. Josh,
how about this? It doesn't matter how long it takes. It doesn't matter how much money it costs, and we don't need permission. We're going to create these alternative systems that control our destiny.
That's it. Alternative systems like storms paying for roofs, like government paying for solar, like us being able to fix big problems for big paychecks and fund it with unlimited leads.
Back.
There he is. Big Time, Lord Big Time.
Big Time. Sorry about that. I got bad reception here, I guess.
Where you at? What's going on, buddy?
I'm in St. Catharines, but I don't know.
We got a freedom fighter here, Donnie. He's schooled up, man. If you aren't aware, Mr. Big Time is from Canada, and obviously there's been a lot of freedoms inhibited there. And so we talked a little bit about your fight, but more importantly, how do you continue that fight?
Up here in Canada, right now we're keeping it pretty peaceful. We're doing it by protesting every weekend at different places, trying to cause awareness. Some people don't even understand really what the Bill of Rights was in our country. Everyone's pretty ignorant to the fundamental rights of human beings that that were in a legislation back in 1960 that was placed in government, and during the pandemic it was infringed upon. And some people don't even know what we've lost so far over the last 2 years and what we're continuing to lose every day. So every day the government pushes further on these mandates and restricts the people of its own country. So we just like to bring awareness to the people and stand behind their truck drivers that made it possible for us to actually do this, because it was at one point they had it protesting was actually made illegal during the pandemic. It was a fine. Some people are getting fined up to $400,000 for leading protests. So,
wow. Yeah, and can you imagine if being a business owner trying to employ people, talking about the American dream, being able to give back to your community, but the government says shut your business down. You're not allowed to be open. A buddy of mine, Ian Smith, kept his gym open, was fined nearly $1 million by the state of New Jersey. And he's really an example of the American dream for me, someone that's willing to fight for our freedoms. And at my event, that's really what it's going to be about, dude. Inflation's out of control. These rules are changing, and you got to figure it out. You got to figure out how to build wealth, how to get you got to have these tools. Otherwise, you don't have a lot of options. And so roofing has been a great tool for me, but even in Canada, roofing's a great tool for you. I mean, You've been able to provide a great life for your family, enjoy a high quality life. You create a lot of content. What do you love most about your job? Best damn roofer.
Well, I used to enjoy it a lot more. As I get older, it's not as fun as it used to be. You know, you're getting older, and but I like being outside a lot. I like being outside. I like working with clients, getting to know the clients, working with people outside. It's mostly being outside is what I really enjoy, and the hard work. I like sweating every day and getting to feel get something accomplished. I know the money's nice too, right? So we do a lot of steel roofing. So right now I'm working on a big steel roof right now. I don't know if you can see that puppy. Working on a
Nice. Big time with the
big house.
diamonds.
That's actually a standing seam, sort of snap fit. So
Oh,
I'm
nice.
not. Not doing a diamond today. This will be on here for another week or so. I'm working alone. A lot of times I work alone on metal roofs, so I'm always alone. Um, so I always like to have a challenge, right? So
Well,
it's a big challenge when you
you're
do
gonna
like
take
a
home. You're gonna. How much you gonna take home off of that metal roof?
for a metal roof you can take home. Um, Depending how big it is, say it's like a $70,000 job, you're probably taking half home, right? I
Nice,
mean, but you got to think of your
35K. You know,
vehicles and
that's not a bad week. 35K is not tough. That's not too bad.
2 weeks.
that's about 2 weeks, 2 weeks or so, right? So
Okay,
it's
17K a week.
Wow.
That's tough. That's real tough.
yeah. Well, it gets worse some days. Some days you can't make it. Some days it's hot, you don't get as much in. So some jobs are better than others, right?
Yeah. No, you're
Yeah,
right.
and
That
some
looks like
days
a
you
good
just
job.
go
Hey, but
fishing, right?
listen, guys. My man, dad's gonna be the referee. We're salesmen, and the cool thing about like the way Best Damn Roofer does it is he works with the customers, does it, makes a lot of profit, and has a little bit of overhead, has a lot of fun, creates a lot of content, makes a lot of money, makes a lot of friends. I'm a salesman. I sell it. Someone else does it. Two different styles, two different ways. But we're doing something at this event that's never been done before, a cage and a stage. We're doing cage matches. We got blue collar fight club. We got MMA trained blue collars that are going to go toe to toe as a warm up, as a introductory fun time for all the hugs and camaraderie to start with great violence. And me and Big Time are up first, and so we
We're gonna
have.
hug it out, bro. We're gonna
Huh?
hug it out, jiu-jitsu style.
Yeah, we're gonna really hug it out. Hopefully your nuts don't get in
Yeah.
my face. Otherwise you'll be getting a neck hug. A neck
Yeah,
hug
oh
go to
yeah, that's what
sleep.
we're gonna go for.
Yeah, you're gonna have to
Well,
go.
I got 24 gauge steel all day. They're gonna be the strongest hand.
Yeah, that's right. 24 gauge steel.
Uh,
That's right. After this telethon, I'm gonna go get some 24-year-olds that choke me out. I don't know what's gonna prepare you more. Because
24-year-old girls, right?
no, that's not allowed in my household. But here's the deal, guys. We are going to go to war. There's going to be a submission grappling match, but BDR is very entertaining, and Big Time. Give us a little preview of what we can see on the content. What's the plan for the Big Time character, Best Damn Roofer?
Big time character is probably going to chug a beer before he gets in the octagon just because I have to. It's just part of my character. Might light one up. And then after, I'm going to be act like a complete fucking idiot, as I usually do. I'm going to be calling you names. I'm calling myself names and making a bunch of stupid jokes, a bunch of stupid songs about roofing, make people laugh, make people feel good. And we're going to enjoy some people getting their asses kicked. I'm looking forward to the night, actually.
Me too, man. And so's Dustin Poirier. He's going to be there. So is his coach, Tim Crater. And, we have Jocko Willink, who is a man who practices jiu-jitsu, is one of the biggest thought leaders and leadership experts. He's speaking on extreme ownership, but he's also speaking on how martial arts, jiu-jitsu has made him become the man who he is. And hopefully we help men, tackle their demons in some of these ways. Like we were talking about vibrations. And for me, I have, resentments, anger, and, honestly, you look at me and my dad, we cause each other a lot of anxiety. We cause each other a lot of stress. Just who's right? I'm right. You're right. I'm right. And the reality is, it's like father son from American Chopper. But one of the ways that I've really got to a point where I don't let it bother me so much is going out there and training hard. And I don't care what it is. If you get a hard sweat and you're able to really get the work in, then you do. You feel like $1 million. And so, Dad, tell them about your newest conspiracy theory. Get Big Time going up on some conspiracy theory crap.
Hey, big time. I don't know. I actually cannot repeat the latest.
Don't then, goofball. I'm just messing with you, dudes. I don't want to go off into that tangent, but listen, if y'all haven't seen the social dilemma, it's a real deal. The algorithm can get you, and I don't know if you ever struggle with it big time, but you create content. You don't let it suck you in, do you? Do you sit there and scroll your life?
No, I make it and just put it out
I
there. I just
know it.
kind of
I
like
knew
shit
you
on
were
the
like
world and
that.
let them have it.
I knew you were like that. There's two types of people. You got my dad, and he does create content, so he's not just a sit on the sidelines guy. But you got Big Time, and Big Time is he's not consuming the content. He's not sucked into the algorithm. Now, I get sucked into the algorithm. I get sucked in a little bit, probably more than Big Time. But the reality is that it's being able to create the content, make time for yourself, limit the amount of time that you're on the apps, and you can keep your sanity. And I think that's a good tip for anybody. But more importantly, if you're on social media and you're connected with me, there's a reason why you're here right now. And it's because maybe you're wanting the American dream. What is that? It's being able to do what you want with who you want, how you want it. Maybe you know about there's a lot of money in construction. Maybe you know that there's a lot of blue collar millionaires in contracting. Well, it's not easy. It's not for everybody, but my mission is to make more blue collar millionaires in contracting and construction, specifically roofing and solar, than anyone else. And Mr. Big Time here, Lord Big Time, best damn roofer, we're going to take him from 1 million to 10 million with my system. But if you're just watching this and you want to know, like, dude, everybody needs more money. Everybody needs to figure out a good vehicle to get into. And everyone's got a roof. Everyone's got a power bill. The reality is, guys, the skills that pay the bills. Let me go over 4 different types of income. Okay. 4th level of income. You can work with your hands. You can make to make 17,000 for that. You created a relationship. You sold the job. You were a part of the whole
I'm
process.
also a sales rep for some companies too, right? Like most people, like what I did with my media kind of grew me into a sales rep for a major tool company. So we manufacture tools. I manufacture my own tools, work on ideas with these companies. I'm bringing one of those companies down to the blue collar comedy. It's Prime Grip. You might have heard of Prime Grip Tools. So we're kind of
Fuck
launching
yeah.
that into the States. So by doing the media, it can a lot of opportunity comes out of it, right? It's not always just making content. You never know what happens when you put yourself out there and you try to be yourself and don't try to be something you're not. But if you be yourself, you never know where it'll take you, man. That's just what I've done. Right now, I'm a sales rep for Diamond Steel. That's my diamond product. Every roof I sell through Niagara, and there's a couple people that are selling under me throughout the states. I get 10% of the sales, so I'm making passive money every day selling. If people are selling for me. So kind of you can also you can grow just by doing your social media in ways you could.
Amen. And let me tell you something about Best Damn Roofer. He loves to drink beers on roof, make fun of customers, make videos that are really not appropriate to what anyone would say was even R-rated content. Some of it's pretty vulgar. It's funny. It's great stuff. But
It's R
more.
for roofer, brother.
Oh yeah, it's great. It's R
R
for
for
Roofer.
roofer.
R for Roofer. That's right. But more importantly,
Yeah,
guys,
that's right. It's
this
rated R.
crazy content.
Why not?
He has customers that watch the content and then they specifically want him. They ask you to come do the work, don't they?
Oh yeah, they don't want it. They'll pay extra.
They'll pay extra to
I've
drink
gone
beers
far.
with
I've
Big
gone. I've
Time.
traveled hours to get people. It's funny.
That's hilarious, guys. So look, the truth is that roofs are just real expensive. Everybody's got one. You can use social media to sell them. I'm the guy who teaches people how to do that. And what we want to do is show you how you can get free tickets to the Blue Collar Conference. So if you want to type in the words free because you're broke, I don't want you to miss out from learning. I want to give you a scholarship. I want to pay for your tickets. And more importantly, we got virtual access. If
Yeah,
you're
just
in
don't say no, folks.
Hey,
Just don't say no. This is
let them say no because it's not for everybody. It's really not. What it is for people that want to make change. And one thing about it is, Dad, how many people have you see come into the business and they want it to be easy and it doesn't really work for them? What are the characteristics you see from people that this works, and then what are the characteristics where it doesn't work?
being able to listen. Can you listen? Listen to people who will tell you what it takes. And what's going to happen is if you're independent at all, after a week or two, you're going to say, this guy's nuts. Hey, look how easy this is. And it's going to come back to bite you. So just listen and do what the people that are where they are that you want to be, do what they tell you that it takes, because trust me, that's what it takes.
Well, what that means is, guys, duplicate successful action. You don't have to overthink success. And I see so many people in the society that we live in. I have to build my own business. It has to be my brand. Well, you can build a brand within someone else's business. Like Josh is actually building the Prime Grip brand, getting paid. And I was talking about the levels of income, and basically, you know, he's at the highest level income, and a lot of it does come from his love for working outside and the real results that come from a sweat on your brow type work. And so, guys, that's why it doesn't matter if you're on the roof trying to build a great business. If you're trying to get in the business as a salesperson, you want to learn more about this roofing storm business with $100 billion in damage in America, and how insurance companies pay for free roofs all around America, and people. Or if you just want to come and surround yourself with people that will lift you up, that will inspire you to take more risk in your life, to live a higher quality life. Dan Rooney has a book about faith principles. And, you know, my man over here, big time, he was maced. He was sprayed. What did getting maced in the face, what did that do for you as a human?
Well, just to be honest with you, it wasn't the first time I've been beaten and pepper sprayed by the police before. I
Okay.
am a roofer,
Okay.
so
But this was a more
I put that
spiritual
shit on my
awakening.
bacon and eggs, buddy. Yeah, I put that stuff on my breakfast when I get up in the morning, right? But to happen in my own country, to peacefully protesting, and it was pretty sad. Like, a lot of people were upset. And when I go as Mr. Freedom, my goal is just hug people. So, like, I was on those front lines with the individuals standing for their country and their beliefs as they get pepper sprayed. I just kept hugging people, and I really don't get there's certain individuals in the world that don't get bothered by pepper spray as much as others. I happen to be one of those people, so it doesn't really bother my eyes that much. So I just sat there and got hit a bunch, kept on hugging people, spreading the pepper spray around, you know.
Dude,
And
that's
I mean, it
fucking
was
epic. What I was saying though is, like, you actually said it led to a spiritual awakening. How did
I
that
did.
happen?
It literally just happened when I finally realized that the devil exists. It literally took me that long in my life when I realized how evil the government is, and there's no other way to describe it. Like, I finally looked at the parliament buildings in our country, and I seen all this satanic architecture. It's called Gothic Revival. The Ottawa symbol is actually looks like a six, and they have it all over the country. It's 666. It's literally written everywhere. Like uh, the satanic
Very
government.
disturbing.
They're there. It's real. And it's like, it just hit me like a rock, man. Sitting on that Parliament Hill, and there's little old ladies and people with their children, and I'm like, holy Christ. You know, you need to find. We need that when you find the devil, you only have one choice: either join him or you pray to God, man. And I mean, it was a time in my life that is totally unique, and it's made me a better person. I'll tell you that much.
Well, we're fighting for freedom, and freedom from the rising gas prices. Look, you need more money, you need more customers, you need a good business. Whenever you can build a community and help them, you really can have what you want. The American dream is not just about money, but it's about the experiences that come with that freedom. And the thing about this is, our conference, the Blue Collar American Dream, is that, you know, our whole society's looked down on roofers. Like, literally, whenever I was in high school, I would, like, not tell people my dad was a roofer, because I was a little bit ashamed of that, because it's like, you're up there dirty with your hands. And, you know, the reality is guys, I don't know what happened with our country when we started looking down at the trades, when we started looking down at people. I mean, I don't know, it was when shop classes was taken out of high school. It's been a systematic way to almost demasculate people. And the reality is that, guys, they want you to be inside. They don't want you to be empowered. And, you know, for the longest time, even Jesus was a blue collar. He was a carpenter.
That's
And
right.
you know, the reality is, guys, there's something about the feeling from a sweat on your brow, whether you do it with your hands or you do it out there in the field selling and you're fixing big problems for paychecks. Here's the deal. The deal is that homes, America's homes, that's where the wealth is, really the opportunity. Banks will always give people a loan for their home. And so improving people's homes, more saving, more doing, Home Depot's, that is where the opportunity is. And so all you have to learn is the skills to pay the bills. The easiest thing to sell is a roof paid for by the insurance. The second easiest thing to sell is a solar job to someone you got the insurance company to pay for the roof on. And actually, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the easiest person to sell is a customer that comes off of YouTube that watches Best Damn Roofer, that's a fan of a beer drinking, shit talking roofer, that calls that roofer and says, I'll pay double to come have you roof my house, and you better bring the beer.
Well, you know what? You can even use my videos to sell your other. Say you have a roofing company that don't drink. You'd be like, "This is who you don't hire," and you can use my videos to show the homeowner this isn't the guy you want. So you got to hire us because we're clean and we're we're not the drunk pot smoking guy. So you can also use my videos for leverage that way. They're multi-purpose these videos, man.
Well,
They're like
ironically,
magic.
Jocko's Mr. Discipline. He was a Navy SEALs leader, and he says his discipline equals freedom. You wouldn't look at Josh and think he was disciplined. You wouldn't think he was disciplined, okay? But, for one, training for this fight, he's let the booze and pot go to the wayside because he's training for a cage fight. He knows it's serious. For two, he also has this movement on his shoulders, a spiritual awakening, this freedom movement, and he has a higher purpose. He's also got a family to feed, and he knows that he's got to take it to the next step. And so he's ready to make a change. He's coming to the conference for the same reason many of y'all are coming for. And so right now what we're doing on this telethon is everybody that wants tickets is getting 2-for-1 tickets. All you have to do is text that number. And if you text the tickets right now, 100% of tickets go to benefit Folds of Honor. If you are looking for a scholarship and you're looking for an opportunity to get in the business and you're broke and you have no money, I don't care. Just text broke and we'll get you a way in. The reality is I want to help people raise the status for blue collars, fix big problems for big paychecks, do the jobs, but all you have to do is sell them to do them. You don't even have to do the hard work with your hands if you don't want to. And you might get paid more, and then I'll show you how to put that money into real estate, build real wealth, and then go back to those same people that are controlling the world with actually some bullets. Because if you don't have money, you're not going to make a change. You need more money to fight this inflation. If you're frustrated not getting paid what you're worth, then you got to do something about it. And, one of the guys that's coming on next, guys, this has been an awesome call. We got somebody in the guest room. I really appreciate you, Dad. Appreciate you, BDR. Give
All
these
right,
guys
man.
a round of
You're doing a
applause.
great job, Lee. Keep it up,
Appreciate
buddy.
it.
All right,
5.5 hours in a row. We're going straight. All right, this next guy, and before we bring him in, let me introduce you guys. Before we bring Evan in here, let me introduce Evan. So basically, there was a job, big time, where we went into the hurricane at ground level. All right. And so at ground level, I was there. We contracted the deal. We talk about this opportunity. It's called the blue collar lottery when you land one of these jobs. And we met an HOA president. The HOA president, he trusted us with the work. We did a great job. And what happened with this property was the roof got blown off like a tin can. The windows got blown out. Water flooded 68 units. It was at the epicenter of a Cat 4 hurricane. And we were there to help make the emergency not so bad. And I was hired. Once I was hired, I had to bring in some support because the insurance companies are tough. And I want y'all to look on my YouTube or my Facebook. There's a video, Roofer versus Adjuster. It's me in a fight with an insurance company over about $10 million. And it's a really good video, and it's going to probably help secure about $20 million in awardings. And Evan is the attorney on the case. Evan is one of the biggest insurance litigation attorneys. He helps the people, but fights the tough people behind the rooms. The same people that control the government are actually insurance companies that donate to the government because it's part of the biggest scam in America, in the world, actually. So welcome, Evan. How you doing, brother?
Hey, Lee, I'm great. How you doing, Lee?
Hey, I'm doing great. And so I'm telling them about this property, and whenever you see a hurricane do that kind of damage, every once in a while you get good. When do you see an insurance company actually take care of people?
I'd say about 2 or 3% of the time.
Now, it seems a little bit more percentage of time whenever it's a smaller claim.
Yeah.
Like if it's a $20,000 claim, what do you think the percentage of the time that they're pretty fair?
Well, it depends how you define fair. I
Right.
mean, are you talking about that?
Like if you have somebody that asks for more money, they give it to them, they're fair. They're just they maybe they don't give it all to you up front, but then you work it out and then they're fair.
I'd say about 40 to 50% of the time.
Okay. And so what's sad is that these this property where I went to, they paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in insurance, and they do it for the one time that a Cat 4 hurricane impacts their property. What happened?
What happened was that everything got destroyed. And, the reason I enjoy working this with you is because you're just so documented. And the board is a phenomenal board to work with. They got us pictures that were taken by a realtor about 2 weeks before the storm to show the pre-loss condition. These roofs were gorgeous. It was a beautiful community, and the community got decimated. And when I finally spoke to the adjuster, you said, "Evan, this guy is an idiot." I said, "Oh, come on, he's not an idiot." And when I finally spoke to him, I called you back. I said, "You're right. He's an idiot." I mean, there was no excuse for them the way they were treating you.
Hey, y'all got crooked insurance companies up there in Canada?
The thing with our insurance companies, we work through restoration companies, so they go right to the insurance claims go right to the restoration companies. There's only a few in our area, and then they pick and choose their roofing companies. Totally different system than you guys do in America.
Right. But that's something that they're moving towards a lot, is these set up preferred contractors, which doesn't benefit the homeowner oftentimes. But basically, just to kind of set up this war, I called my attorney. I said, "Evan, I've got to document this process. I'm going to put a camera on him, and I'm going to film everything. I'm going to film all the uncomfortable moments." It was a 5-6 hour long meeting. We walked all this property, and the biggest issue was months went by. The guy denied and delayed responsibility, and 68 homeowners, property owners, weren't able to get back into their home, and they were being ripped off. And here we are as the arms of justice. That's why I love my job. And what did we find when we went out there last time that there's actually more damages? How much do you think that total loss is going to be worth?
Probably about 10 or 11.
Probably about 10 or 11 million dollars. And this was one stop. It does take a little bit of time. We've already done a portion of the work. We're kind of arguing through the whole process with the insurance company. It takes time. But if you look at it like a piece of real estate that you don't have to buy, you just invest in with time, when it pops out the other side, a $10 million claim, that property, and it has all windows, doors, complete roof replacement. It's a big project. And, for people that are watching this right now, a lot of them may not be in our industry, but they may be wondering, like, this blue collar American dream. To me, it's about, like, I went outside, I walked up to that HOA after a hurricane, and I say the storm business is like war business. That's why I want to donate to fallen soldiers, because there was no power, that people were destroyed. And what we did is we covered up their roof. We squatted. I was a squatter, BDR. I went and squatted down there. I was a squatter. Yeah, listen, there was no hotels open down on Gulf Shores Beach. The day after the storm, there was a bunch of condo units that had the door open, and we ran into these people that rode out the storm, and they're like, "We're done. We're out." And we talked these people into, like, letting us have their room. And we squatted, and we didn't have power. We didn't have water, but we definitely went to work. And we manifested this $10 million claim that is going to result in it's going to result in a lot of work. There's going to be a lot of people employed. More importantly, it's going to be good for my business. And if you were the one that prospected that job, you could become a blue collar millionaire off of one project. Evan, have you ever seen guys, when this process goes through, and let's just take that one that came through for $16 million. Does it like surprise people when it goes through?
Not really, because if the damages are there, the damages are there. And that one, which was down in Florida, it was a very similar fact pattern. And the fact pattern was actually on the claim that you were talking about before this, they didn't deny the claim. They said, okay, we're preparing our estimate. Okay, great. And so when you build a paper trail, on our end, build a paper trail back and forth, where's the estimate? Well, we're reviewing it. Okay, great. And then 2 weeks later. So it's been almost 16 months and there hasn't been an estimate prepared. They finally came back with an estimate for about, what was it,
lot
$90,000.
less than our estimate.
$90,000. But I've been doing nothing but this for about 35 years. I've seen guys that literally were strung out on alcohol and drugs, were homeless, who cleaned up their act, came into this business, and within 2 to 3 years became millionaires because
so
they stuck. They stuck to the
there's a lot of
program.
people that don't do that too, guys. So don't think that it's some kind of easy secret sauce.
Big Time's gonna do that, right?
Oh,
That's
Big
what I'll
Time, come
do.
on down for the next storm, bro.
I'm perfect at being strung out and drunk.
Yes, dude, you can make it into war zone for sure, bro. But seriously, you do need to come down. We're gonna make epic content. See, what we do is we intercept the storm. So on YouTube, I flew a private jet over the fucking hurricane, and we got in front of the hurricane and we intercepted it, that actual hurricane, and we documented the whole thing on YouTube because we have fun with the content. And I think for sure Big Time should be with me because you're a lot funnier. I'm always about business and wealth, and Big Time's about making people laugh. And more importantly, you're only one of these jobs away from becoming a blue-collar millionaire. And that's why you should come to the Blue Collar Conference. Look, I mean, even if you're just everyone that actually is a part of our organization gets free tickets. And we do a Zoom call with more information about our business and our company specifically. So if you're interested in that, go to joinleehate.com. What we're here trying to do, though, is get you, if you're a contractor, roofer, solar guy, entrepreneur, to Fort Lauderdale, May 27th through the 29th, to see Jocko Willick, me, Ed Milet, go over the complete scaling roadmap of how to build $1 million contracting business within your first year. Earn $1 million as a solar sales rep. Earn $1 million off of one insurance restoration commercial project. Heck, off a $10 million job, you might earn two. The truth is that, it's going to take hard work. It's going to take discipline. I'm not going to tell you it's some easy, smeezy type thing, but I am going to tell you that we're fucking for real. And one thing about it is my grandpa was a lawyer for 40 years, Evan. And I tell people you can earn more than a doctor or a lawyer. You're a lawyer. You got your degree. You're doing very similar things to what I do, but you obviously take them to a certain level I can't. And my grandpa says there's too many lawyers. And my dad was coming up. He's doing this contracting thing. I saw this opportunity to fight for the people, to argue, but be a contractor. And so I liked the job, and I never did become a lawyer. But, do you think if a kid or somebody's going into the business world to pay for law school, you go backwards in time, would you pay for law school and go through that again? Or would you just go into the world of learning insurance restoration from day one?
Oh, absolutely go into insurance restoration.
Oh, yeah, you wouldn't go back to law school.
I wouldn't. From what I've seen in this business, as long as the contractor's doing the next right thing, and he surrounds himself with the right people that can get those claims adjusted quickly. And, the last thing that people want to do is go legal with their claims, because then what's going to happen is that claim's going to get tied up, from the date of the storm. It's going to be 5-6 years till the contractor gets paid. And the only person that's going to win is the law firm. And when I sat on the panel at that conference that you referenced, with Hammer, I had a sign at my booth that said attorney adjusted claims, and people are looking at me like, what the hell are you talking about? So it's a different type of attitude. It's more of a blue collar attitude, where if you go in from the beginning and you hit them hard and you let them know that you're not going to get spun around in circles, it doesn't have to go to legal. And then, like when I saw you last time, I told you about a friend of mine, a lawyer in Miami, who was bragging that he spent 8 years litigating an $80,000 roof claim, and he was awarded $1 million in attorney's fees.
Oh my God,
And
that's just absolutely the problem.
That's the problem, because it was great. He got $1 million, but that roofer, after 8 years, do you think that person hired him to do the roof? Absolutely not. He was disgusted because that roofer couldn't get the roof bought. So as long as these guys coming in the business surround themselves with people that are always committed to do the next right thing and aren't full of bullshit, then I tell these young guys that I meet with all the time, I said, look, you're in a business that has a roof but has no ceiling. And you can make this as big as you want as long as you are committed to doing the next right thing.
And that's
And you
where
don't
basically
screw
our
over,
business
and you're not
changes.
gonna get
Our
screwed
business
over.
is different than solar. It's because when insurance pays for a big commercial roof, the people want the roof, and it's a big win for the property, and there's a big opportunity for a big commission. Now, solar commercial, you can sell it, and it makes a lot of sense, and you can make a lot of money on it too. But it really comes down to an approach where you use the insurance funding, which is an unorthodox way. Okay. The solar, it's an unorthodox way to fund roofs, and retail. And that's regular funding to fund jobs along with cash. And when you generate enough leads, when you sell residential, high-end residential and commercial, there is no stopping you. And so if you're watching this right now and you're wondering what this is all about, what this is about is about learning a skill that pays the bills to get above the cost of the American dream. The cost of the fucking dream's too high. And too many people laid down their lives years and years ago and fought for freedom. And as the powers to be and put inflation on us to eliminate the middle class, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to stand up and fight? Are you going to take the risk? Are you going to learn a skill? And so if all the risk is to click that link, join Lee Hate, find out if we can get you a scholarship to this conference if you're broke. That's what you can do right now is click the link, join Lee Hate, and see if you get a qualified scholarship to come to this conference if you're broke. Look, we don't do this free shit for contractors. If you're a contractor, I'll make you a fucking blue-collar millionaire. If you don't come, you're missing out on millions of dollars. If you don't get $1 million in value, I'll give you your money back. But here's the thing. We all come together, people learning about the business, people that are in the business. We share our best practices. We share our experience, strengths, and hopes. We lift each other up. And that's why right now, if you're watching this, you need tickets to the event. It's at the Diplomat Hotel. It's in Fort Lauderdale. We've got special guests, Dustin Poirier, coming through on Fight Night. Me, BDR, the guy you see me, right? It's salesman versus roofer. He's a fucking guy that's a strong motherfucker. He's gonna put the hands on me. He's gonna put the metal roofing hands on the salesman. This salesman, this slick talking salesman, we'll see if I can survive inside the cage. More importantly, we got some real matches. We've got some heavyweights coming in. We've got some trained pros. Some of my coaches, South Florida MMA scene is the best fight scene in the entire United States. And so I got all these people that want to fight that actually have blue collar contracting jobs that are just regular coming up the ranks. Some of them UFC prospect fighters. And so this is to have fun, the beginning of the party, but then we go in to learn. We learn sales, marketing, operations, leaderships, roofing, solar, insurance, retail. We teach you how to use unorthodox funding to access the largest commissions, and you become a high-ticket home service salesman. So I can't wait to see you, BDR, and I'm not going to take it easy on you. I wish you the best.
I'm just going to hit the gym right now, buddy. So
go get him. Go get him.
Just getting home and say hi to the kids and hit the gym, and then look forward to fucking choking you out or breaking your arm.
Okay, come on. Bring it big time. Roofer versus salesman, guys. Y'all come on.
All right,
Roofer versus salesman.
God
Here he
bless you,
goes.
buddy.
There he goes.
Yeah, I love you, buddy. Have a good afternoon. You keep doing your thing, man. You're doing great. And so you're doing great, buddy. So keep
Appreciate
doing
it,
on. I got to
brother.
get home to the wife and kids. It was nice seeing you again, Evan, buddy. Take care. I'll see you there.
I'll see you down there.
See you guys.
All right. God bless you both.
Man, guys, I had so many freakle people zooming in the booming. I had jiu-jitsu planned for 5:30. My jiu-jitsu coach has been hitting me up. Where the fuck are you? I'm having too much fun changing people's lives out here in the metaverse. Give me some hearts. Tell me where you're coming in from. I want some new guests. This is the rando time period when we bring people in from rando land. And if you're watching this and you're just like, who in the heck is this guy? Let's get on camera. Let's answer some questions. What is this gig? How does it work in your first 2 weeks? We do paid training. We generate leads through social media. But more importantly, what is this conference? What are you doing? Why is it associated with Folds of Honor? Look, the reason why is because Dan Rooney is speaking there. He wrote the book, Flying to the Wind, and founded Folds of Honor. And he changed my life. My father-in-law bought the book for me, and I picked it up. And this guy, he flew F-16 jets, 3 different tours in Iraq. But it was him on a Boeing 737. He was sitting in first class, and a service member walked past him. He gave up his seat. Service member sat down. Later on, when he got off the plane, he realized that service member was actually escorting his brother's body to his family. And the family greeted the casket of someone that paid the ultimate price. And at that point, Dan realized that he was going to raise money for Gold Star families. And since then, $180 million has been raised. And I've been called to support that mission. And so if you want to be a part of this conference, but say you don't want to come to Miami, text 239-537-2251 Zoom. And we will get you the Zoom access, virtual access, $250, 100% of all of proceeds go to benefit Folds of Honor today. Now, this is the last day to get your room block. And down there at the Diplomat Hotel, this is a 5-star thing. So typically this room in the hotel is like a $500 a night room. But literally you can get this at more than 50% off, but you got to take action today. And more importantly, that's why we're doing this fundraisers, because we wanted everyone that was going to wait to the last minute, that was going to wait, to have the opportunity to jump in and donate to a good cause. Folds of Honor, Gold Star families, people that paid the ultimate price. You know, we said we're going to raise the status of blue-collar entrepreneur. This is putting our money where our mouth is. And so my next guest is somebody that you may see out there on the waves. This is Mike the Hammer Martinez. He's the director here at Sky Diamonds University. And come on over here. Scoot on over here into the scene, big dog.
What's going on, guys? How
Oh,
y'all
man,
doing?
we're having a good time, brother. You've got a past. You've done a little bit of sales your whole life. But talk to them about why you're the comeback story of the year. Give them a little background. Let's tell them what you've had to come through a little bit.
Well, I've actually been through quite a bit. You know, it's been a long journey, guys. And one of the things is my journey kind of started with Storm Ventures Group with Anthony. It then led into me going to Naples, Florida, with CMR. You know, basically,
A lot of people don't know this. We got 300 randos.
All right, so let me.
Random Facebook people. There's 300 of them.
All right, so long story short, I've known Anthony for about 15 years.
No one knows who Anthony is.
Okay, Del Medico, Storm Ventures Group, Win the Storm. I went and worked for him. I took it to the highest level for him. I got recruited to Naples, Florida, where we're at now.
There you go.
You know how the universe works in mysterious ways, you know, called synchronicity.
Yeah,
synchronicity.
I fucked it up.
But so anyways, Naples, Florida. I was working with CMR's team. I took their worst team to number 1 in 6 months, 294 tile deals. Long story short, I don't want to say any names. The last time I got in trouble, but you know, we ended up not, you know, we had a falling out, and it happens a lot with guys in the industry. You know, they end up putting in the work, and sometimes, you know,
with the wrong companies, it happens. Not with our companies. Guys like Mike Herrera come on board. We'd like to get Mike on here to tell his story. He came on board with our company, and it's not even, I think, 6-7 months he's been in. He's got $2 million in roofs sold. He's killing the game. And if you come in to a good company, then this won't happen to you. But
I don't know if it's a bad. I think they're a great company, actually. But I just had, you know, it was very green. I didn't do my research. I wasn't necessarily hired by the company. I was hired by the team lead, and we kind of had a falling out. Long story short, I put in a lot of work, and I didn't reap the rewards. I didn't get paid on the back end with it, which I kind of took that as a loss and a learning lesson. And then what I did was I actually was during COVID. I went back to Arizona, relaxed for about 2 weeks, but you know, I just have massive energy. I can't just sit still, kind of like Lee. And I was like, you know what? It's COVID. My boy Sean called me. He said, I got a business in Charlotte, North Carolina. We're essential. We went out to Charlotte, North Carolina, and absolutely destroyed it. Between him and I, we knocked down 150 doors probably ourselves. Guys were like either opening the door or they weren't. But the guys that opened the door, I mean, they were getting new roofs. That's a fact. So there's always opportunity, guys. Sometimes when the door seems closed, it's really just opening up to the next best thing. But so we actually destroyed it in Charlotte. I got called out to Houston, Texas in the Woodlands. I worked for another guy. Basically built a team from 5 guys to literally probably 20 guys in lightning speed, utilizing the tools and kind of my formula. And Lake Charles hit. We went out to Lake Charles. We went out to that storm. We did the same thing. We did a bunch. I met Jacob, Tree Guardian. What's up, Big Jake?
There's a bunch of people that make money off storms. Roofers, general contractors. We had a guy that does just the emergency response work, tree guys. But there's something about mobilizing from where you're at. I mean, if you've never left home, when you get in an uncomfortable place where you don't know anybody and all you have to do is go get your American dream, what's that do for you?
Listen, man, you'll sacrifice everything. I mean, when a storm hits, man, it's almost like a instant lottery ticket. You know, if you're out there hustling, I mean, there is going to be sacrifice. There might not be food, like TW Mock said. There might not be, electricity. But at the same time, it puts you in the same energy or the vibration as those people that are in pain at that point. And so there's no better time than to create rapport and create a relationship. You think you're going out to that storm and you're just going to sign a bunch of contracts. That's not what's happening. You're going to go out there, you're going to help people, you're going to create relationships. And luckily for me, I met Jacob, and Jacob was already established tree service in the area, and he had every prominent homeowner in Lake Charles. And literally, he took me right there. We signed contracts. We did. I think we signed
beautiful.
3.
Oh God, it's beautiful, man. It just takes. You're only one person away. This is the example right here. So in a storm, he partners with the tree guy, and the tree guy's fixing hundreds of jobs. And what did that lead to, brother?
It led to. Jacob didn't know that much either about the roofing business, kind of same thing that I'll get into what happened in Pensacola, but Jacob didn't know that much about the roofing business either.
Mostly recruits.
Mostly recruits. And so
there's mostly recruits on this call.
Okay, good. So guys, this is a huge opportunity, but my point is when a storm hits, these guys need your help. And they're dying for your help, and you just got to get out there and put yourself in front of them. But Jacob didn't know much either, and so literally Jacob took me to every single door. We signed every contract. We literally wrote probably, I think, 334 deals. Between the guys that never been in the business before that I brought.
Give them a freaking round of a.
Yeah. These guys, one of the guys a lot of the guys were in the oil business. Some guys, were bagging groceries. I mean, these guys never been in the business, and literally within a week they were trained. They're out there knocking doors.
I saw this guy. He was in the same trailer park. Look, guys, this is some crazy things. Like, there's not power, but we found a place that we could pull up our RVs. We rented RVs. We have our camp going on. It's war camp, blue collar war camp. He's leading his soldiers over there. I'm seeing what he's doing. I'm watching him operating. I'm like, man, that guy would be good on my team one day. And fast forward a year later, he's made a big impact all across the community. Now he's training contractors from inside this university here. That's where we're at right now, Sky Diamonds University headquarters. And we're in Naples, Florida. And here we train people to sell roofs, sell solar, or become a project manager on the operation sides of the business. We have a lot of opportunity in both places. And, Mike here, what he does is he teaches people about energy. And so, in sales, someone that is, I always say, no big outcome comes from a low energy source. And so many people walk around and they don't manifest the things they want in life because they don't approach it with the same energy.
RAS. So that's one of the things I'm excited about the conference, guys. And Lee is right. It's not, here's the thing, man. This is not a job, okay? This is a new lifestyle.
And it doesn't matter what you're doing.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you're doing.
This is a new lifestyle. This is a long-term play. This is where you go from making $800 to $1,000 a week, guys, to $250K to $1 million. Like Kyle Dotson. What's up, Kyle? Affordable Home Solutions is one of our biggest sponsors. But the kid's 22 years old. He's got 40 reps. He's on track to. He's gonna do 30 million. And all those guys are 20 years old to 24 years old. And all Kyle's doing is showing them a lifestyle and, showing them.
This is what we got right here. We got Mike
What's
Herrera.
up, Michael?
Michael is a beast.
Mate?
He's
What's
an
up,
energy
what's up?
beast, dog. This guy, what's your energy secret, man? How do you have such energy so much?
Honestly, with this job, being able to go out and feel like you're really helping homeowners and Lee says it, I've heard Lee say it, solving big problems for big paychecks. It's just
Big
it's almost
paychecks.
impossible to not have energy. I'm training a new guy right now.
What's
That's
up,
Gabe
dude?
right there.
What up, man?
Hey
We have
guys,
matching hair, and that's purely by chance.
but that's what. Hey, listen, Michael, that is something important. Now, go ahead and turn the camera back to him one more time, guys. One of the things that's changed in our industry, the days of that old roofing-looking guy who comes up, who just kind of has his head down, Donnie days. Those days are gone. The guys that are going to be producing for you, the guys right there with Michael Herrera, that's what they look like, man. And that's
You never know
your
what they look
avatar,
like.
yeah.
You never know what they look like. That's the truth. Mike, so what were you doing before roofing, brother?
I was doing several different things. Most immediately, I was doing real estate deals. I call it real estate farming, but I was actually going to school. Like what I thought I was going to do with my life was be a doctor. So that's what I was studying to be. And now I'm out here selling roofs and solving big problems for big paychecks.
Now,
So
tell them a little bit. Now, selling roofs isn't that sexy. How do we do it? What makes it sexy? Why do you love your job?
at the end of the day, I have a few reviews on Google, and it makes me happy when I think about them every time, where you approach someone with a situation that seems to them to be too good to be true.
That's right.
And then it ends up being true.
Well, that's
And
how
to
a
me,
lot of
that
people feel right now on this stream. They think it's too good to be true. They think, who is this guy? And they think, you know what? I would love to go to this conference, but he's just trying to sell me something. And the reality is, guys, all I'm trying to sell is the American dream. And so many people are cynical and they're not open to change. And so I hope that you hear Mike's story, because were you in tough times? Have you ever hit a wall before you came here?
Oh, I've had several tough times. There was a period where I had some medical stuff going on, and that's what made me get out of wanting to go into that field. I was working in the field at that time, and then there was that period of kind of searching and being like, what is it exactly that I want to do? Because I had my heart set on that, and then just by chance, that's a whole nother story for another day. Just by chance, I ended up upon this. And it's funny, I bring up how I enjoy when the customer feels like it's too good to be true. And it turns out when I heard about this job, I was like, man, this sounds like there's no way it's going to be true. But with my science background, I was going to go be a chemical plant manager. So I was going to wear a gas mask all day and a hazmat suit with no AC. And I was like, you know what? I really don't want to do that. And if there's a chance that this is true, I'm going to check it out. And I checked it out, and it's true.
And Mike,
here we
you
are.
just don't generate business door knocking. I mean, you're a networking social machine.
Share with them your strategies. Yeah.
A lot
of people are afraid of door knocking. You don't door knock all the deals.
No.
And we generate leads through social media, but you don't even need that. There's a lot of different things you can do.
There was a time long, long ago where I used to be in good shape, and I used to train clients, personal trainer back in college, and I would always explain the snowball effect. So the snowball effect, you get little wins and you never know where they just keep snowballing and getting bigger and bigger. And with this industry, when you network, like if I go to a cigar bar, I go to different places like this, I always have my work shirt on. One job comes to you in that way, and it snowballs into more and more jobs. And, you don't have to sit there and be really, preferably, I don't even say what I do until someone sees the shirt and asks, oh, you're a roofer. I got this problem. Do you want to solve it? Or I just signed up with Joe Caruso, 300 square shingle commercial project. And that all started from doing a residential where it was a tinier job, like a 16K job, not a big deal, still a nice check. But the whole point with the snowball is you never know. Taking care of that one guy and doing everything I said I was going to do for him, doing everything we said we were going to do for him, turned into a big commercial job. So that just speaks volumes in itself to the snowball as to where in this industry, you just do what you say you're going to do and do it good.
How long you been doing this?
About 7 months.
Okay, and how big was that commercial job?
That's going to be about 300 squares of shingle apartment building. So
what's the estimate?
Around $300,000.
Here's what I see, though, Mike. I'll tell you right now. Since the day I met you, you've actually shown, and all you talked about is how much you love this career and how much you love this opportunity.
And so what that makes me think about is the RAS is with the reticular activating system, which is what Ed Millett talks about, is you've opened up that filter in your brain, and that's why these things are coming to you. It's not the law of attraction. You've allowed this good stuff in, and it's coming out of you. You're glowing. And we've all had those jobs where our heads are down. We hate going to work. We hate that opportunity. I don't think you wake up hating your job. I see you every day, and you're glowing, and you're telling people how much you love this job. And I think that's an important thing to recognize that this opportunity, when you love it, you're going to prosper.
Absolutely. What you just said is
Here's my question. Did you think that becoming a roofer, was it hard for you to identify, was it coming from a medical field with your background or anything like that?
Before I started this job, if you said I'm a roofer to me, I would think you are literally up there putting on roofs.
Yeah.
And when I started this job, I actually I didn't know what a shingle was. Like, I just knew that they were things that went on top of the roof.
Yeah.
But I remember even the first day I was with Harrison, the first roof I got on, I was so pumped to get that deal that I forgot I was afraid of heights until I had to get off the roof.
Nice.
So no, I never thought about it. It took me like 9 minutes to get off the 1-story roof where I was just stutter stepping, but I dug deep and found some courage and got off that 1-story roof. And now I'm not afraid anymore, so don't worry. I'm cruising
there's
through.
also like a good brotherhood. It's like, there's a big group and everyone helps each other. And I think that's important too. It's not like you're going to work at, a fast food place or a grocery store. It's a lot of camaraderie and a lot of culture, guys.
It's like getting up and doing what I do every day. I don't know what other job, like, I'm sure they exist, but to be able to go out there and within 1 hour, it happens often. You can get one deal and you're like changing that person's life. They thought they were about to spend $20,000 on a roof, and you're taking care of them, and it's a fair and honest deal where there's damage there and it's a covered loss. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's you either got it or you don't. And you literally, you just made that person's day. You just made a paycheck for yourself. And there's been times where it's literally happened in 30 minutes. So like, in what other, I'm sure they exist. I can't think of off the top of my head, but like, what other job can you do where that's your job? You're literally making people's days. And all the different skills you learn, like, it's tremendous. Time management, multiple parts, everything.
Let's give them some of the hard stuff. Tell them the hard parts of the job, because nothing's easy. I mean, they know everything in life that's worth having is not really easy. So, like, what's the hard part?
In certain instances, you do have to be patient. What I mean by that is, I'm speaking more so, in a lot of my jobs, when I was working in the medical field, I was dealing with people that were in pain all the time. So I had a temperament in that facet. But there could be people that are just, they're getting worried because they're dealing with a 30, to them, they're thinking this is a $25,000 job, and rightfully so, they're a little bit worried that there are times where people are a bit unreasonable, but honestly, it's hard to even to call that a problem, because like, it almost feels good when you calm them down and get them back on board. And anybody who knows the field, that's if something's taken a few months, the people get a little bit weary. But even that, for the most part, they're very understanding, and you just have to be patient getting things going, because it's all about building.
We have a real challenge. And how old are you, Mike?
Just turned 31.
Okay, well, I'm a millennial. I don't know if we're the video game generation, or we're the beginning of it, but I don't know if it's video games that create instant gratification or the world, whether it's instant news or whether it's a lot of different things to work on. I have no clue, but I'm a sort of instant gratification guy. And I think our society is. Now, here's the thing. Nothing great is built in 1 year. And, greatness, it comes with frequency. It comes with a lot of repetition. It comes with a lot of practice. And what's missing in this world is true mastery of an art and true dedication to a craft. People want to immediately walk into something and be masters of it without the work. They've been sold this ball of goods. It's just a complete bullshit. And so it's discipline to the work that equals freedom. It's surrounding yourself with people that already have an answer and duplicate the successful. And then it's taking what they got and make it better. You know, one of the things that Mike's done is he's made it better, our system, with better networking. He's made it better with a combination of insurance, retail, and solar deals. And so you're like, Lee, I don't really know how this works, but the deal is like, Michael, how much total jobs have you sold since you've been with us in 7 months?
Over coming up on 100, like 80 something.
Yeah, give it up for that, guys.
Okay, give it up for that, guys. That's it's approximately $2 million in roofs. And just to put it, like, you got to be patient because he's going to work through the process. But to be patient, by the time he goes through the process, it's going to take. Now, here's the way it works: you get paid up front, you get paid in advance, but the deal is the insurance companies delay sometimes. But the way it works is simple: is he's going to make about $200,000, and those results are not typical. I would say that's the top 10, top 5% of earners. But we even have earners over 500,000. We've had guys earn 500,000 in their first year. Mike is going to do big things, and the sky's the limit. Exponential gains happen when you start getting into commercial, when you start getting into these bigger things.
Or a big storm. Guys,
What do you love most about the job?
What I really enjoy, again, is helping people, but like in this field, especially since I'm new, and this is the touchback on what you said with instant gratification. You know, everybody wants to be the best right away. Kind of through my experiences and what I had with my health issues and so on and so forth, I've just adapted, and I feel fortunate for it that I've adopted this mentality of, I don't even know that I would ever want to consider myself a master, because that might, like, I prefer to be a forever student. And then especially being new to this, it just leaves to me with that mindset to where, like, I enjoy learning the information that's going to help me achieve my objective, which is to help people. And I want to constantly learn that information. So there's all different angles to play things. There's a million different situations. You can go out and be on a million different roofs and have a million different situations, similarities, but you're constantly learning. And that's like the most enjoyable part. You're learning.
Not just learning, guys. What he just explained to you was something Phil Jackson wrote about in his book about his 11 championship rings. He said the most important team mentality that you must have is a beginner's mind. It's a Zen principle. And like he said, he wants to forever be a beginner. And I really do learn from the beginners. Mike, you've heard from beginning roofing owners. You've heard from beginning salespeople. You've heard from all different things. I learn from everybody. And so if you're watching this, you have no experience, you come into the business, you're liable to teach me something on your path to becoming a blue-collar millionaire. And the reality is you inspire me, all of you that are thinking on the fence about what this is and what it's about. And so, you know, if you really do need a scholarship, we want to get you access to this event. And so you go ahead and text 239-537-2251. We want to get you more information. We want you to see it. But if you're a business owner or you're in sales, you're already in the industry, then you need to be getting a ticket right now, because the deal is that I think we were up to what, about $10,000 for today? How much we sold in tickets so far?
More than 10,000. I think almost 15,000.
All right, so we're raising big money. I had a goal to raise $100,000 for Folds of Honor. We're going to continue that. 20% of all fight night proceeds go to Folds of Honor. We're doing a silent auction. I am just really dedicated to writing a 6-figure check to Dan Rooney's organization, because I really do believe that it's important that we give back to the community. And Mike, you said something to me. We have a program where all of our guys get Rolex watches, and he humbled me, and he had me almost tear up and think about taking a different approach, because we reward our salesmen, our elite blue collar warriors, with timepieces that they can, you know, look back on and understand what they've earned, and they appreciate and value, because, you know, sort of that's forever, that Rolex. Well, what did you say to me whenever you hit your million?
I really, yeah, sorry. I want to put something. I didn't want to tell anybody, but here we are in the live stream. I want to set up a program where you will keep the Rolex, and then set up with the school district for high school kids that are not, you know, struggling with their family or whatever have you, that aren't able to get a vehicle, to where RCA keeps the Rolex, And instead of spending money on the Rolex, they'll spend money on a new or used vehicle for a kid that really needs it. And the only condition was that I get to read the essays, and I'm actually putting that all together this week. Going to go meet with the school board. I was going to talk to you about that.
Hey, see, but talking about it out loud makes it more of a reality, and manifesting it is not gonna it's just gonna make it more real for the person that receives the vehicle, and that feeling is gonna far surpass what that Rolex watch would give you. And I think that it's very honorable, and it's something that I want to kind of take to heart to kind of figure out if we give people an option from now on for the same type of thing. And more importantly, man, Mike, I'm excited to have you at the conference. We have a door-to-door contest. We're going to be doing a little sales training, and I'm going to be giving away thousands of dollars cash. Maybe you'll win. But I do want to get you up on the stage to have you share your energy and what it's all about, guys, because it doesn't matter where you are on the journey or the path. Mike's getting started, and he's on the way up. But listen, man, you're gonna look back at 9 now, and you're gonna say these were the good times. Even I'm gonna be real with you, man. I mean, yeah, you make more money, you have more things, it's a lot more fun, but not really. Like your life, you can enjoy it just as much as you are when you're incredibly wealthy. You can enjoy it right now because it's about that pursuit. It's about the pursuit of the journey. You see, a mountain climber, he says as he climbs the mountain that it's the greatest thing in the world, that it's an incredible life-changing experience, that he's one with the mountain, one with the world, that it's something that you can't compare to anything else. Then the mountain climber, as he ascends to the top of the mountain, taking steps to look around as he goes back, as he takes his breath, he has to overcome after he gets tired. He trips and falls. His rope doesn't work. He has to reset it. He has to overcome all these things. And then he gets to the top of the mountain. And that feeling when you get to the top of the mountain, you're at the top. Your climb is over. It's more disappointing than you think. Now you got to go to the bottom and start all over to get that same feeling of exhilaration. And so that's what in growth and in personal development it's about. It's not about where you're at. It's not about the money. It's not about those things. It's about the pursuit of your higher purpose. If you're feeling burnt out, if you're feeling anxious, if you're not being paid what you're worth, if you want to vibrate and attract what you want in life, then you've got to take action towards the solution. We are the solution. We are raising the status for blue-collar entrepreneurs. We're giving back to help people fight against the middle class. I have visions and dreams of this roofing and solar organization to be a Noah's Ark. And as technology and big corporations make the middle class eliminated and there's only low-class people and rich people, I want to help people bridge the gap. And that gives me energy. That fires me up. If you ask, what's our purpose? Is it to fix roofs and fix solar? No. Our purpose is to build character, confidence, and freedom for people, to raise the status for blue-collar entrepreneurs, to be the best in the world at getting people into our industry, and create the most blue-collar millionaires in roofing and solar, and really make an impact on the community by helping lots of people, doing things like you just talked about, man. And that's what this Folds of Honor telethon is all about, guys. I over-delivered just like I always do. I said I would go 6 hours this morning. I woke up. I didn't know how I was going to do it. I didn't know what was going to happen. This shit went down. We over-delivered 15 minutes. Here we are live streaming with over 240 people on the live stream trying to make a difference, dude. And you want access to this conference. You want to be with this group of blue-collar millionaires. It doesn't matter if you're a contractor and you're thinking, man, who are these guys? Fuck it, bro. Donate the money to Folds of Honor. Get down here. Take a chance. See what happens. What if you already know everything? What if you're busy? What if you got parties? Dude, we got parties too, dog. We party hard. We have a good time. And we make big fucking money. So here's the truth, guys. We're about making you better. We're about making you change. Nothing changes if you don't do something right now. Text me right now. Text me scholarship if you want access to the Blue Collar American Dream Conference for free. All right? If you want to pay and you want to make a donation, text me right now. You get 2-for-1 tickets. If you're a business owner, there is no scholarships. We ain't giving freebies to the guys out there that are supposed to make a difference in the community. Look, there's a thing called kangaroos, and I don't mind giving free shit, but if you're somebody that can afford it, give it to the families of the Gold Star. Give it to the people who paid the ultimate price. Every dollar that goes down today, we raised close to $15,000 today. I'm not going to stop until we raise 6 figures. And you know what? Jocko Willink, maybe you've seen him on a podcast. Maybe you thought he was intense. He led our troops in the Battle of Ramadi. He was the commander for the American Sniper. He was able to defend what is the American dream out there by risking his life. And people he knows and we're very close contact with were lost in service. And that weekend, he's going to spend that weekend with us. Dan Rooney, he knows people who've been lost in service. He's going to spend that weekend with us. And I think we all need to lift up the people who have really paid the sacrifice. When I told Jocko he was an American hero, he said, I'm not the hero. The hero are the guys that came back in a body bag. And so it really kind of struck a nerve with me to do something about it, to use my platform for something good. And so right now, I want you to go ahead. If you want to join, learn more, we got a weekly Zoom call with more information about the business. Let's say you're broke. Just text scholarship to 239-537-2251. We can get you Zoom access. We can get you access in the event. And more importantly, guys, if you want to be a part of the solution, you want to raise up the level of all blue-collar entrepreneurs, let's effing go.
Let's go.
We are going to make you a blue-collar American dream success story. All you have to do is move towards the light, move away from the insanity, stop repeating the same mistakes, stop doing the same thing, break away to make a breakthrough. Come down May 27th through the 29th. Come down to the Diplomat Hotel. Enjoy the network, learn, mastermind, collaborate, and get my system. And it doesn't matter if you're looking to learn the business or if you're a master in the business looking to become a multiple blue-collar millionaire. This is for you, and you can't miss it. I spent $1 million on the stage. What's a bald-headed blue-collar roofer doing getting an event like this? We're doing Cage in a Stage. This is a site that's never been done before. Personal development, UFC champions, cage fights, life-changing success stories, scaling roadmaps, marketing strategies, leadership strategies, solar, roofing. Look, guys, I need you to stop right now. I know you've been here. You've stayed for this whole live stream. I'm incredibly grateful. Thanks for the support. Give me some hearts if you've enjoyed this. Give me some hearts if you thought this was something that will make an impact, that this is what America's about. If this is something that really you are just like really excited to be a part of. And for everybody that participated in a live stream that's coming to the conference, I can't wait to see you in Miami. I'm going to pour my heart and soul into this event. I'm telling you, it's going to be the best event of all time, best contracting event of all time, no doubt. And we don't play. Last year, it was flawless. I spent $500,000 last year. I spent $1 million this year, and we're making 100 blue-collar millionaires. If you get to this conference, your life will be changed forever. Text 239-537-2251. If you're broke, I'll give you a scholarship. If you're a blue-collar entrepreneur, give back. Let's fucking go. All right, can't wait to see you in Miami. Can't wait to see you in Fort Lauderdale. Mike Carrera, thank you for ending this thing strong. Guys, we out.
Thank you.